Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Hear the sledges with the bells, silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells.
So, anyone who knows me knows I just devour food right before stream because I can't be trusted to eat at a reasonable time. So I'm eating since I started stream. I come back. Nothing. Just a single oof from Quarry. And I'm like, oh, is just no one here? And then I looked at chat. Connie redeemed Purge the Week. Connie redeemed Purge the Week. Connie redeemed Purge the Week. Apocalyptian redeemed Purge the Week. Apocalyptian redeemed Purge the Week. Miles and miles. Apparently, y'all are enjoying your purging. But how goes it? How are you enjoying yourselves this lovely, lovely Tuesday? As lovely, lovely as a Tuesday can be. Personally, I had a late night. Are you proud of us? I am. I was really hoping that I would come back to just mountains of corpses and bodies and just the smell of sulfur in the air. Not quite napalm, but just sulfur. I want to support one of my favorite streamers, but you're at work. Well, then you should support them. Although supporting them can just literally be lurking in their stream. You keep purging yourself. Connie, maybe you shouldn't do that. Let the bodies hit the floor. The bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the boom, boom, floor! And man, I hope I didn't blow up my mic there. Also, I was listening back to the VOD of Saturday stream. I feel like the music was a bit loud, so I lowered it by like I think 10 decibels. So let me know if if you can't hear the music or something, or if it's a better balance, because I don't listen to my own music when I do stream. So it's a matter of, I don't know how bad it is. However, something else I'm trying, you let me know if everything's going through today, because I changed around the audio channels. So ideally, now I can play Entry of the Gladiators for 3 hours and not get copyright struck because it won't be saved to the VOD. That's the hope. Right? So that's the hope there. But yeah, I have just been continuing as I was. I ended up making for yesterday, it was a short. I wasn't going to continue the mega dungeon this week, and then I was just like, well, what if I did? So then I continued the mega dungeon series, and I actually I wasn't expecting to just continue with zombies. Like, I feel as though the infection of the quarantined bunk room, wailing necrosis, is very zombie coded. If nothing other than it's an infective disease that just kind of like takes you out. However, I felt as though it was a little bit on theme, you know? Just the fact of, oh, you're inflicted with a disease that then drains your life force over time so that it alters your behavior and eventually kills you as you infect others. I just decided, hey, why not do that right after a whole like zombie arc? Which, speaking of, since those of you who are here for the stream, how many of you actually were interested in the compilation of the zombie talk? Because I don't know how many of you were here. I don't know how many of you were present for that discussion on stream, but I made like a 20-minute compilation of just me talking about the zombies. And I don't actually know who wanted that. I just know some people wanted it. Yeah, Connie, the clown music, I got I didn't get DMCA'd, but I got flagged on YouTube that said like 70% of your stream is copyrighted because of the clown music. It's too much that we can't just take it out automatically for you, so you're gonna have to mute it all or cut it. But apparently they allow it on YouTube, because even though it's like a 19th century song, it was a modern orchestra's rendition of it. So they held the copyright, or it was in YouTube systems for auto flagging, but because they don't hold the copyright, they don't stop you from uploading it or something. Maybe it'll impact monetization, but like, I don't care. I'm not monetized on YouTube. Renpai is sick. I am bad as it's still been hecka fun to poke around with. Oh, I mean, I could do a coding stream. I don't know how fun that would be, but I could start the process of making that zombie visual novel that I was talking about and show you how Renpai works. One can dream we can loop a song for 3 hours without institutional or psychological ramifications. Okay, I said nothing about the psychological ramifications. However, the institutional ramifications, it's a public domain song. I thought I would be fine. What about a zombie plague that's transmitted by sound? First off, that's really cool, because I like the idea of sonic-based influences, but that's basically... I actually played this game on stream. It was Made of Scare. It's an indie horror game where you're in like 19th century England or something, or 19th century Europe, and your beloved is taking over the family hotel that fell into disrepair, and then she writes to you and is like, help, I need your help, blah, 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 blah. So then you go in, and then it's very survival horror, first person, you're super weak, and there's a bunch of like infected individuals all around. They're all trying to kill you, but they're all blind. So it's all sound based. And the whole thing with that is that they, like, the grandparents of your of your partner captured a harpy, and through that started a cult idolizing the harpy's song while simultaneously like keeping it in a cage and treating it like an animal. So it was almost this weird dichotomy of we idolize this thing, but at the same time trap and contain and mistreat it. And then grandma became like a super amazing singer, and then mom became a super amazing singer who was like the face of the cult, and then eventually your partner was like being inducted into the cult and was like, I don't want to be a part of this. So then it's this music-based zombie infection, basically, that the only way you can combat it and reverse the effects is she invited 4 composers because it was too dangerous to reveal the full song to any one person. So she invites 4 different composers to the manor with 4 separate quarters of a counter song. So then you have to go around and find where all the other composers' scraps of their song was, so that you can then, on the loudspeaker throughout the manor, play the counter song reversing the zombie infection. And it was like it was an alright game. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't my favorite, but I've never really played survival horror before. I never played like Amnesia or anything, so it was quite interesting to delve into that sort of thing. You could listen to the Maxwell theme for 3 hours straight. I mean, that's the thing. The Maxwell theme from Voices of the Void is just like the most dinky ass, like, you know? Like, I don't even need to describe it more. It's just like, you know, the video on YouTube where it's just like that one dinky ass song from Kirby. Also, I never greeted everyone. Hello, Corey and Effie and Connie and Celador and Dog and Carson and now Claudion. Hey, Claudion. When I was the closer at a restaurant, when I was the closer at a restaurant and costumers and people wouldn't leave, we'd start playing clown music and slowly raise the volume. Nobody ever made it past 30 minutes past close. Hey, Apocalyptian. Oh, I forgot. You were busy purging people. My mistake. I worked at a furniture store years and years ago, and there was one time we were closing up and there was a couple people like looking over the stock, and then so I approached them and I was like, hey, we're actually closing up in like 5 minutes, so no rush, but you're gonna need to file out soon. And they're like, oh yeah, thanks for the reminder. Closing time comes, they're still there, they're still looking. No big deal. I just go up to them and I'm like, hey, we're actually closing now, so all this stuff will still be here the next couple of days, so get any last looks in, and then we're gonna be closing up. And they're like, yeah, sure, got it. And I walk away. They're still there like 10 minutes later. So then I go up to them again, I'm like, hey, we closed 10 minutes ago, so we're gonna need to ask you to leave. And they're like, yeah, we just one more minute. And then like my manager had to come over and be like, hey, get out. And not quite physically push them out, but like usher them out, like get their attention and like walk with them out to like escort them out, basically. People are weird. People are silly. Bardic countersong, is that still a thing? So Bardic counter charm is a thing that bards get at 6th level, and that is basically as an action, until you stop using your action every turn, you can grant everyone, I believe, advantage on saving throws against being charmed and frightened and magically influenced, because you're doing this like counter song. I don't think I've ever seen a single bard actually use it, but hey, it's a thing they have. You had 1 more minute 10 more minutes ago. Exactly. No, they had 1 more minute like 15 minutes ago. 5 minutes before closing, and then they're still there at closing, and then we give them a couple more minutes, and then they're still there 15 minutes after closing, and then we give them a couple more minutes, and then we usher them out. Before it was a song where sonic influence, like a harpy song. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that there's a lot of things in D&D and TTRPGs, mostly D&D, because D&D has 50 years of history, yeah, where there were very thematic, and Warhammer 40k, another great example. They're very thematic mechanics and abilities and options you have. But these flavorful and thematic abilities are effectively useless. For instance, in Warhammer 40k 9th edition, if you were a Space Marine, I believe of one of like the specific chapters from the Isstvan 3 massacre, or was it Isstvan 5? The Dropsite Massacre. If you were one of the loyalist chapters from the Dropsite Massacre and you were fighting against one of the belligerent chapters from the Dropsite Massacre, you could use the stratagem Revenge for Isstvan 5, which gave you super big bonuses, but only if you were playing this one specific faction fighting this other very specific faction. Meaning, it was a useless stratagem 95% of games. And then the 1 out of 15 games that you would play where it's actually relevant, you're playing a different army. So you can't get the rule. Or you use it, but there's no good targets. Or it's just something where it's just not worth the CP, the command points, to utilize, meaning, why is it in the game? And that's why they removed that in 10th edition. And I think it's a bit sad that you lose some of the flavor, but at a certain point you have to balance, here's flavor, here is mechanical coherence. It's not a matter of choosing one over the other, it is a gradient between the two, and oftentimes the middle is where you want to go. Some games go more flavorful. Some games go more coherent. Early D&D was definitely more on the flavor side. But that was a direct result of the culture of gaming surrounding when that originated. For instance, Stone Cunning is a modern ability dwarves have in D&D 5e that so many people go, why do they even have this? Right? So many people are like, this is useless, I would never use this. But back in the day, in the 70s, 80s, even 90s, the ability to keep track of the dungeon, learn about the dungeon you're delving through, was extremely important. Initially, before Stone Cunning, dwarves had the ability that they could naturally sense when they're altering an elevation. What does that mean? That means I'm actually going to go over to main, paint. Does paint want to work? Yes. So what does that mean? Normally, if you are in a dungeon, I'm just grabbing chat. Normally, if you're in a dungeon, it will be, here's a room, and here's a room, here's a room, here's a room, here's a room, and then it's going to be stairways down, right? This might be, and then like the entrance is here, right? This might be a dungeon. However, and then this is top down. If we're looking at a horizontal, in early D&D, it was a thing where you would have a single hallway, which was like this, but the floor was like this. Or sorry. Like the floor was like that. So as you're walking down it, you don't realize you're going deeper, 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 deeper. And then suddenly, if this is floor 1, you, without realizing, went from here on floor 1 down to here on floor 2. On floor 1, you're fighting goblins, you're fighting kobolds, you might be fighting some orcs. On floor 2, you're fighting drow, you're fighting Durgar, you're fighting myconids. And suddenly that's a jump in difficulty. Maybe you're first, second level, and you can't handle that. Therefore, the ability for a dwarf to just naturally be like, actually, wait, This room has decreasing elevation. We are entering a more dangerous level of the dungeon. We should leave and come back. Was actually really useful. But that sort of dungeon design has changed over years. It's been made vestigial, effectively. So stone cunning got altered to a generalized sort of, oh, I just know more about stone. This kind of harkens back to the Tolkien-esque. Dwarves are really good stonemasons and carvers and crafters, as uninteresting as that might be. Use counterterm a single time and that single time was enough. Hey, if it works, it works. Counterterm has saved you so many times, but to be fair, it was like a survival horror theme with a lot of mind trickery. Things that break stuff when they rarely come up kind of suck. I kind of hate stuff like Goodberry and Turn Undead because they're near useless until they fully fix a problem, in which case you might not even have used them. And that's the thing, is that when you have something like Turn Undead that becomes Destroy Undead, this breaks in a couple capacities. First off, turning is really powerful. Which means any undead really over like CR5 has turn immunity. Destroy Undead only as if you're like a 20th level cleric, right? I think it only affects like CR1, which is cool that you can destroy like 500 skeletons with a single Destroy Undead, but you're not fighting skeletons at level 20. Like, at that point, fully fledged elder vampires are normal enemies to you, right? And then they have turn immunity. So, Turn Undead defeats itself with how powerful it is, much like how the poisoned condition, funny enough, is too powerful to be allowed to act normally. Because disadvantage on all attack rolls? Or maybe it's just Wizards of the Coast doesn't understand that poison, not everything needs to be immune to poison. Because poison is the most immunized damage type in 5e. Which, like, one had to be the most immune, right? One had to be the least effective. And poison, very few people's favorite damage type is poison. Like, you have people who are like, I want to play a Thunder Mage, I want to play a Fire Wizard, I want to play a Stab McShoot guy. So, you can't do lightning, you can't do fire, you can't do piercing damage, so it's got to be something like poison, right? But then at the same time, poison damage is useless. So many things are resistant to poison. So many things are immune to poison. So many things are immune to the poisoned condition. And that's why, in order to overcome the systems that D&D set up, D&D made it so that the only way enemies can effectively overcome these issues is by immunity. That's why I love the Ghast so much, to tie this back to Turn Undead, because the Ghast projects an aura that all ghasts and ghouls surrounding it get advantage against turn. Because then, Turn Undead isn't useless, it's just less effective, because you have a boss enemy. But if you kill that boss enemy, then you can turn the ghouls. That girl's poison, oh my gosh. I'm gonna start singing Britney Spears' Toxic. You love stone cutting. As someone who knows a bunch about geology, there's nothing more amusing than turning to my DM in the middle of combat, asking them what kind of mineraloids the boulder I'm next to is made of. Oh no. I'm not gonna lie. I love doing that. I hate that being done to me. Not so much that I get frustrated, but so much that I'm just like, you scamp. Like, it also depends on who I'm playing with. Because, like, in high school, I had a friend who was, like, way more into animals and nature than I was. So if we would play, he'd ask me about animals, and then I'd give an answer, and then he's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And then he would, like, give me more biologically accurate answers after he asked me a question about something. And then I'm just like, listen, bro, you asked me a random question about this thing that I didn't have an answer to, that I just made up, and now you're using your out-of-game knowledge to argue with that because you are more knowledgeable on the subject than I am. Chill. Happens a lot with horse girls, yeah. And that's the thing, is that I think it happens with most people about whatever they're interested in. It's the sort of thing where if I'm super into coding and then you start talking about hacking, I'm going to give you a funny look and be like, haha, that's not how that works. Or if I'm super into baking and then you start talking about like how to make bread, I'll be like, well, actually, you're getting it completely wrong, because it's a very natural instinct. It doesn't come from a place of superiority or condescension most times. Oftentimes, it comes from a place of, this is something that's important to me. I want to share my knowledge with my friends. You're right, but it's not the thing you think it is. Exactly. Like, and that's why running a fantasy game, running a sci-fi game, running a game that has any degree of separation from the real world that's stronger than just like, oh, it's our world, but different. So useful, because you can be like, yes, in nature, for instance, the example that comes to mind of my friend from high school is like, yes, in nature, typically, female lizards are larger than male lizards. However, in this particular instance, with this species of lizard in this place of fantasy magic world, that's not the case. You know? It comes from a place of love. I would say it doesn't come from a place of love. I mean, it does. It comes from a place of love for the subject. I think it comes from a place of desire to not have the topic that they care about besmirched. It's very much so a need that a lot of people have, not everyone, but a lot of people have, to demonstrate their authority on a subject. Well, actually, well, you see, it doesn't work like that kind of deal. Muscle mommy lizard woman. I better not have any. How would art of me as like a lizard person go? Because I'm thinking, when you look at me, either my current design or my previous like initial outfit, what is like the core characteristics of me? Because I feel like it's the jacket and the eye bags and like the color scheme, right? Like the gold and black, the jacket, and the eye bags. Like the hair has changed. The neck piece has changed. I mean, I've had like I've had shorts and like arm warmers this whole time, or like elbow gloves this whole time, but I don't know if those are like essential to my character. Like if you were to take me and like abstract me, how would you do that? That's what I'm wondering. Validation? I don't know. I don't think it's validation. I think it's a desire
the Pandora's
to prove competence.
box you have opened?
No? What have I opened? Is this something I should not have mentioned? Do I have a much? Is my audience full of scalies? Is this what this is? No shame. You don't have to out yourself, but no shame. But I did not know this. Good information to know. I don't try to catch my DM up, but I see what you mean. When I do that, I don't want it to be mean or outright unfair. See, that's the thing. I also love, and this is why I'm kind of interested to play a game with someone like Rory or Neko, because they both have real world applicable skills that I don't have, like in terms of archaeology/geology, as well as Neko's skills, which I don't know if he talks about on stream, so I'm gonna not mention that. But if I play a TTRPG with them, that's the sort of situation where, as long as they're not being like, oh really, that's how it works, okay, then I love it when person one asks like, hey, how does this work? And then I say, good question, person two, how does this work? And then person two gives an answer, and then I'm like, that's the answer. Or maybe they give an answer and I'm like, that's nearly how it works, but instead of most electronic chips being gold plated or having gold linings, it's primarily silver in my world because gold supplies ran out centuries ago. Like, that's the sort of collaborative storytelling that TTRPGs lend themselves to, but that also takes a certain relationship between GM and player, right? There's a TMNT lizard person. Well, when you say lizard person, they're all reptiles, right? Or no, they're amphibians? Because they're turtles. They're reptiles. So they're not lizards. Oh, okay. I never got into TMNT. Just never. So all I know is that there's 4 of them, and they're named after Renaissance artists, and Raphael's the edgy one, and Michelangelo's the goofy one, but he's also like super awesome when it comes down to it. Donatello's the nerd and the smart one, and Leonardo's the lawful good leader. They're led by Splinter. They fight Shredder. I know they fight the Foot, and the Foot is a parody of Marvel's The Hand. The type with tails? Isn't that just like Spider-Man's lizard? Like, is a lizard person not just the lizard from Spider-Man? Maybe a partially shedding basilisk? The shed could resemble the jacket. We could give you a crest to play in your hair, stuff like that. Oh! That'd be kind of cool. Because I'm not saying like, oh, what's my... Is it a scale sona? Is the scaly equivalent of a fursona a scale sona? But like, I'm not saying like, oh, what would I be? I'm just asking, in terms of abstracted character traits, if you were just like, I don't know, if someone was to draw me as a chair, which like people have done weirder things. If someone was to draw me as this chair, what character traits would you ascribe to this chair to make you think like, oh, this is Arrow as a chair? Give the chair a gun. Oh, that is true. Okay. New server event. Everyone just has to draw me as weird random like objects and creatures and entities, but the only requirement is that it has to include a gun. Literally everything else is fine. So if you just draw me as like a wheel covered in eyes surrounded by another wheel covered in eyes, that's fine, so long as you give it a gun. Are there any biblically accurate VTubers? Like, are there any VTubers of prominence that have a model or PNG, which is like a biblically accurate angel? Because I know that there's a huge meme about like, oh, the bed centipede drawing can await completion for now. Oh no. No, I'm joking. You don't actually have to draw anything. I was joking. Dropped lizards in general? See, that's the thing, is that when it comes to like a biblically accurate angel, a lot of people mention the throne, But what is it the biblically accurate seraphim? Yeah, like, no one talks about the seraphim. Or, like, if I do this, like, look at that. Like, yes, everyone talks about the throne because the throne is weird. It's wheels and wheels and eyes and eyes. It wasn't the it was the cherub. Ha ha! I'm trying to grab a picture of a cherub. Yeah, and then this is like what a biblically accurate cherub is. It's got like 3 faces, 3 sets of wings. It's the body of a person. Like, these are wild. Why does everyone focus on the throne so much? Biblically accurate VTuber? Exactly. It's a biblically accurate VTuber, but so many people say that when their model just freaks out. Like, it's a joke to be like, oh, I'm a biblically accurate VTuber because my model's super scuffed, or like, my model is freaking out. Which, yes, it's funny. However, I'm curious, is there anyone who their model is like anime girl with 3 anime girl heads and like 3 sets of wings? Oh my god, yeah. And then they just look at you like, be not afraid, senpai. Like, imagine this as your Oshi. You know? And then and then they each have different like colors of hair. So like this one is like edgy and has like black hair, and this one is like super I don't know, this one can just have like the Chad haircut. You know what I'm talking about? And then this one has like super over the top like pink double drill pigtails, right? And then you have like the different faces of different types of VTubers. Yeah, it hits you with that be not afraid. See, and it's a common thing. I don't know, it's a bit overplayed to be like, oh, well, biblically accurate angels say be not afraid because they're terrifying. However, imagine a situation where you're like just living your life and then you see this horrible, awful thing, and then it just says be afraid. Like, I don't know. As appealing as darkness is, as appealing as the dark side and evil and villainy is, like, there's something so cool about being able to sear someone with the power of the sun, or like having a holy light emanate around you as flaming spheres covered in eyes and a tri-headed, tri-winged angelic form covered in eyes, or a open book surrounded by a rainbow all descend behind you and smite your enemies for you. Like, you want to talk being a summoner, be an angelic summoner. And that is why one of the characters in my stories is exactly that. Initially, he was a demon summoner. Like, in the first draft, they were a demon summoner. But I then watched Castlevania, and I was like, okay, this is too similar to Castlevania. So I made angels. And it's the idea that they recognize that angels are arbiters of good. They recognize that angels are meant to, like, bring justice to the world and purge the wicked and whatever. So they're like, hey, what if I just get a bunch of angels and I just do some purging? I'm talking a villain who has the power of heaven on their side. I'm talking a villain. Yeah, you have a Castlevania knockoff where the bad guy is an angel. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm talking like a mortal individual who's a summoner, and they specialize in summoning angels. And those angels purge wickedness with the understanding that the individual who is summoning them is an extremist. They are someone who is not doing the right thing. They are forcing the hand of the heavens and instituting imbalance in the world. Because traditionally, angels and celestials and all of that are going to be reserved from the world because they need to preserve the autonomy of the world, and also they just don't have access to... I mean, I can talk about the planes in my world if we want. If we want to have a D&D discussion, I just don't know if we do. With the power of God and anime on your side, exactly. Counterpoint, a cute waifu saying, be not afraid. I feel like a cute waifu saying, be afraid would get a lot of you going. You freaks. Gonna be honest, you're the only VTuber I've watched consistently. Well, thank you. Honestly, I've gotten that a couple times. I've gotten, like, I'm the only VTuber. And I think that the reason that's a thing is because I don't make VTuber content. I make TTRPG content, and then I also stream. Where most VTubers specifically will stream, and then if they make videos, it's either clips or like covers, because Hololive pushed idol culture really heavy and Niji Sanji continued it, or it's going to be VTuber stuff. This is drama. This is tutorials. This is news. VTubing is a very insular audience. It is, if you watch VTubers, you probably either are a VTuber or want to become a VTuber because the barrier to entry is so low. So a lot of VTubers make content specifically oriented towards other VTubers. And it's actually quite rare to come, or it was quite rare, and now it's much more common, but still on the down low, of individuals who are VTubers, but don't make content for VTubers. I don't consider myself a person or content creator for VTubers. I very much am a VTuber incidentally in my content creation. I'm primarily just a TTRPG channel. I'm primarily just someone who talks D&D, and I just have a model to express myself. I don't have lore. I didn't have a debut. I don't have covers that I release kind of deal. I got to you from a TTRPG YouTube, and you got to AE by a raid from an artist VTuber. Yo, Pog. Yeah, you cannot say that. Well, here. Ever played Cult? I have not. There was an episode of Masters of Horror by John Carpenter called Cigarette Burn. But the thing with this is, I was talking about... Okay, question. I have a... Dang, we're not getting the arrow deep. Oh, well, that's what I'm asking. Do we want, right now, we can go back to the arcane gates from last stream. We can discuss planes in my world. And like angels and devils and whatever. We can discuss different lore stuff in my world. We can shift to a coding stream where we make a visual novel. We can shift to Voices of the Void. We can play something different. Or we can just keep yapping. Which, these are all yapping. However, if it's like you want something other than that for yapping. Masters of Horror free on Tubi. Ooh. The Apocalyptian, that's the thing. I don't have VTuber lore. I've considered it. I have been like, I have ideas for what I would have. Like, if I was to have a debut, if I was to present myself like, hey, here's my VTuber lore, blah, 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 I know what I would say I would just need to actually say it. The issue is, and this is partially why I'm such a non-VTuber, is I don't want to be like, I'm actually a 1,000-year-old demon who slaughtered kings and kingdoms, and in my old age, I just decided to retire and play video games. And then I'll be like, Five Nights at Freddy's Pog. Like, for me, the disconnect is too big. For me, that's not, I'm breaking suspension of disbelief. That is, there is none. And then I feel like a lot of, you meet Arrow at the debutante ball. What? I don't even know what that means. But for me, even my VTuber friends who are deep in their lore oftentimes don't keep it up at all times. They don't keep the kayfabe. And mind you, oh my gosh, witchcraft. Mind you, and this is kind of this is an industry secret. You have to keep the secret, okay? Okay? You're not allowed to tell anyone. Kayfabe is more than being in character. What do I mean by that? Kayfabe, for those of you who don't know, is originally a wrestling term, which was, I believe, like the name of one of the producers at like WWE, but it became a code word for wrestling talents before it was widely circulated knowledge that wrestling is like scripted, that the public is watching or the audience is present, stay in character. So if you have two guys who hate each other in the ring, one of them sees like there are audience members nearby, they would say kayfabe and they'd start arguing, right? Because the idea is, in order to sell the reality of wrestling, they need to keep up in-ring appearances out of the ring. Because this was before, this was like back in the 80s and 90s, where it wasn't clear if wrestling was real or not. At least to a lot of people. Content creators, not just VTubers, not just streamers, but content creators all have some degree of kayfabe. Where it is, the audience is watching, I have to act a certain way. People who are not privy to behind the scenes information are present, I need to change my behavior to reflect this. Some people do this better than others, and some people do it more than others. And some people do it hardly at all. But everyone does it to an extent. And whether or not that is, instead of full legal name, I go by screen name instead. That could be the extent of it. Or it could be, I'm a 1,000-year-old demon who killed king and country, and now I'm retiring to play video games, and I constantly use old-timey slang because, it's just, I can't keep up with all of this modern technology. Like, those are the two extremes, but it always exists. And that's something that I think a lot of people conflate with. If they hear, to be a content creator, you need to stay in character, they conflate it with the kind of VTuber lore. They conflate it with, like, you have to talk about your past. And this is, the reason I bring this up is because it's applicable to TTRPGs. Because think about it. Kayfabe in wrestling was to sell the reality of the wrestling to viewers. Saying quote unquote in character in a TTRPG is selling the reality of the world to yourself and other players. So it isn't something where you need to 100% of the time be that 1,000-year-old demon. Right? Because that's silly. That doesn't make sense. That is excessive. However, it can be more than simply saying, instead of Arrow, my name is Boblin the Goblin. Right? Where it's literally just a name change, and then outside of that, you don't do anything more. When it comes to something like staying in character, role-playing, acting outside of what you want and instead what you think your character wants, legitimately not in a way to circumvent criticism. These are things where people will say you have to fully send it, fully commit. You can partially send it. You can say, oh, well, at the end of the day, my character is Boblin the Goblin, the 1,000-year-old demon, but I'm not going to act like a total tool. I'm not going to go around constantly belittling people and saying like, oh, the world is impure, blah, 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 because that's not fun. That doesn't immerse the other players, that annoys the other players. Many Goblin VTubers, kayfabe as a Carney term, I've heard it from wrestling. I think it may have been taken from Carney. I would not be surprised. Everyone has deep lore. It came free with Be a Person. True. That is true. I don't know if it's that simple to me. If I was to sit down and become a VTuber, my lore honestly could be the most unimpressive, mundane thing possible. Like, could you imagine someone whose lores are a commoner who likes baking bread and streaming while they aren't working in the field? That would be such a great idea for a cozy VTuber, though. Like, I don't think you're putting respect on the different niches you can go into, because, for instance, how many of you know what it means to niche down? Not just as a content creator, but just like in a profession, in life, in whatever, just to niche down into something. Niching down is effectively saying, here is every option I have available. I am going to select this portion to be my demographic, and I'm going to start by producing this. And then once I get larger, once I get more established, once I get better at my craft, I'm going to expand to this. And then maybe I expand into this because I didn't realize that I'm going in a different direction than what I initially thought. So I kind of like give up on this, right? But now I'm over here. And then maybe I continue. And then suddenly you expand and expand and expand, where you start small and then you expand outwards. To niche down as cozy, commoner, farmer. Particularly if you have like a cottagecore aesthetic, that's not unique. You are not the only one to do that. It will still attract an audience. It will still resonate with many people. I'm not gonna lie, particularly if you're like a cottagecore lesbian. Like, that's just a very common archetype in the queer community. Because a lot of sapphics have that fantasy of just like having a cottagecore lifestyle. So, for instance, if you are a cozy sapphic commoner farmer, like comfort streamer, that's a pretty specific niche. It's not unique by any means, but it is something that would separate you from, I'm just a chaotic gremlin who plays variety games, or I'm a idol who fell from grace and now I'm on streaming instead. Like, it's different. Very fair, not insulting the idea, just saying that I'm not one to go all out, like example. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, yes, farm girl. Yeah, I didn't think you were being insulting or anything. It's just, I think a lot of people assume you have to go all the way to this end, which is like, I keep using the example of like a 1,000-year-old vampire because that's just so out there, you know, it's like so cliche. And then this is where a lot of people start. And then very quickly they realize that's unsustainable. No one wants to watch that. And or it's just not worth the time and energy. Because, I mean, that's kind of not being sustainable. But it's like the idea of, if you're a 1,000-year-old vampire, are you seriously going to spend every single stream constantly making references to like 17th and 18th century literature, and every time someone mentions a cell phone, you're like, what's that? Like, that just doesn't, it's not conducive to legitimate chat interaction. So what you do is you start shifting over time, and then you go from, I'm a 1,000-year-old vampire who doesn't know what technology is, to, oh, I'm a 1,000-year-old vampire, but I've learned your modern technology. And then to, but I make jokes about being really old and being terrible at technology, to, I'm literally just a normal person that looks like a vampire. A real Junebug Jezebel? Oh my gosh. And this is like, I'm not dunking on anyone who does this, but I feel as though there's the expectation that you have to be over here, right? And in reality, most people wind up over here. And I think that frustrates a lot of viewers. I think a lot of viewers want either the extreme or the extreme. They either only care about lore, they don't care about lore. But I think that there is a place for someone who's like, I'm a 1,000-year-old vampire who got transported to the modern time. I've learned how to use technology, and I constantly reference Regency era literature because maybe as a person they just love Regency era literature and like Jane Austen and whatever. So they just stick to like this range. And that's fine. That's kayfabe. That is keeping up the suspension of disbelief and the belief in the secondary world. Much in the same way that if I am Boblin the Goblin, Ranger Extraordinaire, who my parent was an adventurer who slew the colossal Earth Titan, I don't have to be constantly a lone, edgy ranger who doesn't talk to the rest of the group, and I have a scarred past because the elemental Earth Titan's essence is trapped within me because my parent had to seal it in their only child in order to banish it from the world, and I carry that weight with me. Like, that's the sort of character that a lot of people default to in a TTRPG. They default to the, I have to put 100% in, my backstory is the most important part of me. And basically what I'm saying is, it's not your backstory that's important. If anything, backstory is the least important element of your character. I would say even things like your appearance matter more than your backstory, 9 times out of 10 in a TTRPG. Because anything that other players can interact with is worth at least 10 times more than anything that is simply stated. Fantastic example. Backstory characters. Boblin the Goblin, Ranger Extraordinaire, blah, 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 blah. Super complicated relationship with their parent. Their parent is the one who sealed this monster in them, blah, 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 blah. If you've never spoken with them, when it comes to session 20, and you finally meet the parent, Boblin the Goblin, their player, is going to be like, oh, this is really important. I should probably, like, put on a show. I should probably be reactive in a capacity. But they have no experience. Not because they don't have experience as a player, but because they don't have any experience with the dynamic between the character and their parent. So suddenly it's, what are you doing here? And they're acting like a snide child because that's their default reaction based off of leaning into 100% in their kayfabe, in their character, because they have no frame of reference on where to toe the line. And then over the course of that interaction, they learn where their relationship with their parent actually falls. So we have an ad, so I'm just going to keep yapping, but I'll summarize it once we get back. They don't know where their relationship with their parent falls. So then afterwards, in the second interaction, it's more refined. And then in the third, you have a dynamic. And maybe the dynamic between the parent and child is the parent is really apologetic and the child is resentful but fundamentally understands why they did it. So they end up working together to try and solve this issue. But that's not going to happen in the first interaction. So saving that first interaction for the big moment. Saving that interaction for at session 20, at the height of the second arc of the campaign, it turns out your mom was behind all of it. That doesn't hold the same emotional weight as random NPC number 3, who the party spoke to 4 times and who one time gave the party a potion of healing. If random NPC number 3, who maybe all the party knows about them is they're that funny orc who hates gnomes, I think 9 times out of 10, the party's going to connect more to this encounter than they are to this encounter. Because it's one thing to say, oh, my parent is super important to me because of backstory reasons. It's another to say, I care about this NPC because I've interacted with them multiple times. Maybe one time we pranked the rogue together. And then another time, the barbarian got into a fight with them because the barbarian's a gnome. And then another time, we swindled them of like 100 gold, but then we felt bad, so we gave them back the money. And because we were honest, the orc gave us a potion of healing and said all was forgiven. Like, suddenly you have points of reference to develop your relationship. And now when it's time for interaction number 4, and it's revealed that random orc is the mastermind behind the thieves guild that has been harassing the town, you look at them and you say, we gave you back that 100 gold, how dare you? And then they say, well, you took the 100 gold in the first place. Who am I to work with someone who would steal from me? And then you have a legitimate back and forth, right? Welcome back, everyone. So I was just continuing to say how backstory elements with a character are oftentimes less valuable than actual interactions the party can have, even with random NPCs. Because if you have Boblin the Goblin, whose parent did awful things to them and like sealed a monster in them as a child or whatever, if your first interaction with them is the big dramatic reveal, you're not going to have the established dynamic that you have with, say, random NPC number 3, who you've spoken with 4 times already. Maybe random NPC number 3, the first time you met them, it was just they were a member of the town and you were questioning them during an investigation. And it was very just, you introduce yourself to them, they introduce yourself to you. They made a couple jokes, nothing else happened. Then you kind of just run into them later, and then they pull a prank on the rogue with you. And then suddenly you have a bonding experience. Then in the third time, they get into a fight with the freaking barbarian, because the barbarian's a gnome and this orc hates gnomes for whatever reason. Suddenly you have tension with the party. And then in the fourth encounter, you steal from them, but because of these past experiences, you feel bad, so then you give them back their money and apologize, so they give you a potion of healing because they appreciate your honesty. And then the big reveal is that they're behind everything that happened. Suddenly, you have a way more developed relationship with this random NPC who maybe you don't even remember their name. Maybe they're literally just the funny orc who hates gnomes. But you care about them and you have a better dynamic with them than your parent who you spent 3 pages writing about waxing poetically in your backstory because you've never spoken to them before. Go ahead, Seldar. Be an anthropomorphic manifestation of journaling RPG 1000-year-old vampire like Chuck Tingle protagonist as a VTuber. Oh my gosh. Are any of them hot? Are any of who hot? Random NPC number 3 or the backstory parent? What's this, your mantra? No, the Wi-Fi password. We're not savages. Oh my gosh. I would honestly be impressed if a VTuber referenced the Queen-like Closet or other cookbooks from the 17th century to correct chatters about recipes they share. See, that's the thing. I am the sort of person who, like, I absolutely would do that, but I don't read ancient cookbooks or pre-modern cookbooks, because I'll watch, like, Tasting History with Max Miller, but I don't care enough about cooking to, like, look through ancient cookbooks. A streamer who I know absolutely would is my buddy Rory, who loves history and loves cooking. So maybe you'll get that from him, but I do appreciate the idea of a VTuber whose competency lines up with their lore. For instance, if I was to, I don't know, if I was to be a VTuber whose lore was, whoa, I'm a D&D character who got isekai'd into the real world, guess I'll start streaming now, haha. And then everyone starts asking me D&D questions and I start answering those D&D questions, that is more believable, much in the same way that random NPC number 3 is more believable than if I just said, I'm actually a fallen star given sentience and I'm here to bring love and life to the world, and I know nothing about astronomy, much in the same way that if I write 4 pages of backstory about my parent, it doesn't matter how many paragraphs I spent on them because I've never interacted with them. This is the parallel I'm drawing. I hope that comes across. The NPCs, I mean, the NPCs can be hot if you want them to. Personally, I'm a big believer in reducing how much influence Hollywood has on my games, because I try to be less bombastic and I try to be more cohesive. So for instance, there are plenty of ugly people in my setting. There are plenty of conflicts that are resolved in a dramatically satisfying and narratively satisfying, but not bombastic way. In a way that the big battle is set up and then it is just skipped. Because the players didn't want that, and I don't want to force that. Cardiovascular nationalists. Cheap viewers. I think I give them mod. Sorry, there was a restricted message from someone who is very obviously like a hacked account or a bot. Dang, what about a PC who thinks they're a terrifying monster trapped within them, and one day they get dispel magic and a regular imp leaps out? That would be so silly. Like, you wouldn't like me when I'm the monster. When I'm the monster, I can't control it. And then it's just like a lemur, like a CR0 lemur, or like a CR1/8 main. Like, not even something sentient enough to screw with you. It's literally the lowest caste of demon or devil. That'd be so silly. Although, is it just me? Or am I just like, if you're gonna make a deal with a devil or a demon, why would you not specify that after they get your soul, you get promoted instantly to a higher class of fiend? Because, like, I don't know, if someone's like, hey, I want to be a warlock, I'm gonna sell my soul, I guess I'll just deal with the fact that once I die, I'll become a CR1/8 main in the abyss, and I'm only ever going to promote past that if a random demon lord picks me completely arbitrarily and is like, hey, I need a spy, I promote you to Quasit, go spy for me. Like, that just seems ill-advised. I mean, to be fair, selling your soul seems ill-advised, but I feel like if you're a warlock, you would think that through a little bit more. Okay, but what if a ring-tailed lemur popped out? That's how you know it's bad. That's how you know it's worse than an imp. Do you have a Maho Shoujo magical girl transformation? I cannot claim that I do. However, if you banish a evil spirit from you, I think presenting that as a magical girl transformation would be really funny. You once had an idea for a character that gets tricked due to low wisdom into making a pact with the same imp they got packed to the chain, then bringing out the familiars calling out for their manager? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have a couple things in my world which I think make that... Okay, so I have a thing in my world where... just because... Partially because this makes me uncomfy, but also because I think it just makes sense from a logistics perspective. In my world, you cannot make a contract with an entity unless you are of the age of majority. And like even like a soul-bound like fiend contract, because like universally, like not even just like, oh, in the hierarchy of devils, like no, literally like the universe, the magic that would bind you to the contract does not respect that contract because you are not a fully developed entity yet. You are not a fully developed soul. You have not developed your mind. Any contract that would be formed with you is effectively like forming a contract with a caterpillar that then goes through a chrysalis and becomes a butterfly, and then claiming you own something of the butterfly. Yes, it is the same entity. It is the same physical... It's not even the same physical form, really. It's like, it is the same perpetuity that continues to exist, but it is so distinct from when it is 8 years old to 18, or from when it is 4 to 24, in the case of like a dwarf or something, that it literally will not stick, the magic. However, there are circumstances where, and I really want to portray this somewhere. I have no idea where I would do it. I'd probably do it in a TTRPG, like in a D&D game. I just don't know when I would do it. What I really want... How many of you have played Persona 4? Because I love Persona 4. I hyper fixated on Persona 4 a couple years ago. I had a great time with it. But in Persona 4, there's this one character, which, no spoilers, is something called a shadow. And shadows do not exist in the real world. However, this shadow finds its way into the real world and recognizes it's going to need to return at some point. It's going to need to return back to where it came from because, well, no spoilers. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's like a 15-year-old game, but just in case, this shadow made a promise to accomplish a goal. And then that goal gets accomplished. So then the shadow says, oh, I guess it's time for me to return to my world. I don't belong here. Okay, now we're purging. Let's go. Just keep it going. I'm not going to stop you. Let's just see how it goes. Stream Elements was the first one down because it's so weak of character, but... yeah, let's just... I'll take a break. I'll drink some water. I love democracy. Let us grab... Your UI for Twitch was bugged, and even though my timeout was over... Oh no! I'm actually going to... I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to see who notices. I'm not going to say what it was. I might say what it was in like half an hour, but at least for now, I'm not going to say what it was. Let me... Okay. I have altered something, and that's all I will say. And let's do you as well. Yep, Apocalyptian got himself. Or got themselves. See, it's so funny when you get a ricochet, because it's one thing to hit a mod. If you hit a mod, it's like you missed, right? Because it just doesn't do anything. However, if you hit yourself, I like to imagine it's you fire a shot and then it bounces off of like someone's helmet and ricochets back into you. That just amuses me so much. Also, welcome on in, Bumner. Happy to see you entered in guns blazing. Anyway, Persona 4. There's a shadow. It doesn't belong in the real world, but because it made a promise, it is in the real world and will continue to be in the real world until a goal is achieved. That goal is achieved and it goes, oh, oh, I guess it's time for me to go. Bye. ... Because it doesn't want to leave. However, the shadow recognizes this is not its world. And then a child who the shadow has befriended says, oh, like, oh, you're going? Okay, I'll see you later. And then the shadow's like, no, I'm going to go. I need to go forever. Like, this is not my world. I fulfilled my promise. I can't stay here. And then the child goes, okay, what if you make a promise to me where you have to play with me? And then the shadow says, okay, I'll make that promise to you. I'll play with you. And then the shadow remains in the real world because it promised to the child. And then the shadow is not malicious. The shadow is not evil. This isn't anything untoward. It's literally just like, now it has a reason to stick around the real world. And it's very sweet. It's very wholesome. It's very cute. But what if I made that evil? What if I made it so that a child sees a demon who is going to be banished because it does not have a tie to the real world? And the child says like, hey, what if we make a deal where you can stay here so long as you play with me? And then the demon says, okay, I'll play with you. And then suddenly you have a warlock who's like 8, and their demon that they have bound to the world so long as the demon plays with them, which, who knows, maybe flaying the innocent is playing. And the best part is, because of what I just established, you still hate purges? I'm sorry, Tyr. Because of what I just established, this would not be enforceable. If anyone found out, both angel and devil and mortal would be against this, because this flies in the face of what is considered cosmic law. It flies in the face of this child is not a fully developed entity and therefore does not have the ability to enter into contracts. However, because the demon made a contract despite the fact it knows it shouldn't have and the magic wouldn't stick, it still gets to stick around because it's not that magic doesn't work, it's that it won't stick. It's that it won't hold up to scrutiny. It's anyone can sign on the dotted line, but is it going to hold up in court, in like cosmological court? Hey, Araya. Welcome on in. So I just love the idea of like this child accidentally binding a demon to the world, and the demon knowing it has to lay low because if anyone finds out, it will instantly get screwed. And then suddenly you have an 8-year-old warlock, and maybe the 8-year-old warlock grows, and like maybe they're human, so 10 years later they've had this demon hiding with them who's done nothing but help them, reward them, advise them, guide them. And then 10 years later it's like, hey, do you remember that pact, that deal we made back when I first met you? And the child's like, yeah, like, and we've had a great time, haven't we? The demon's like, what if we make another deal? And then suddenly this now adult is being set up effectively. And I don't know, I just think it'd be a really interesting narrative to follow, particularly if it's like a side character in a TTRPG and the players see the child make the deal right after it happens. Like they get there just too late. And now it's up to them to figure out how to break the contract. Hello, Maddie. Have you ever heard of or played the RPG Overarms? The name sounds vaguely familiar. Overarms. Rules light, tabletop pen and paper, designed to replicate media like JoJo's Persona, and oh, so it's like you get stands. They awaken their anima. Okay, I see. There's a whole list of TTRPGs I want to try. We're talking about demons grooming children to packs. Okay, Connie, I didn't want to say it, but yes, the parallel is there. The parallel is there, and I think that would be something to like... That's something where I don't think you just drop that on a group. I think that's something where with the group, you all have to be very aware of each other's comfort levels and where your boundaries are. So that's something that I could see that making a lot of people very uncomfortable, even if nothing bad happens in game. Just kind of like the real life parallels is really bad. Does it have anything to do with ARMS, the fighting game on Nintendo Switch? Okay, so list of TTRPGs I haven't played but want to play. Call of Cthulhu. Lancer. Kane. Honestly, Pathfinder. I want to try out Pathfinder. Overarms seems interesting. What is it? If anyone sees Feifei in chat, I can't remember. There's a TTRPG where it's basically like the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. That sounds so much fun. And one of our community members is a streamer who streamed a game of it on YouTube. I remember the name of their game. It's called Errata, but I don't remember the name of the TTRPG. Yeah, these are some of the TTRPGs I'm looking to play. I mean, I also want to play like the World of Darkness, but I've technically played that before. I want to play City of Mist, but I've run that before. I might be running Lancer soon. I've recently been reading through the book and have been asking some people like, hey, want to play Lancer? Shadowrun, yes. I don't know if anyone here watches Burger Krieg, but Wild Sea. Been waiting for your friend to get into Lancer for so long. They promised we would start it together. Aww. Blades in the Dark. Yes. What? I'm sorry. So I'm not gonna lie. Let me grab this real quick. A lot of my random TTRPG knowledge comes from a YouTube channel called Zactac. I would highly recommend this channel. If you like Lancer, if you like Kane, if you like learning, like deep dives into random TTRPGs, another one is Berkree. This is just another channel that just talks about TTRPGs and that I've learned so many from. Like, this is the channel that got me into World of Darkness. He also makes a lot of opinion pieces, but it also like, he'll talk about how the Hannibal Lecter show is secretly, even to the writers, secretly a World of Darkness setting story where Hannibal Lecter is effectively just a changeling, specifically a ghast because he's a cannibal, and goes into all of the parallels of what happens in the show and compares them to the World of Darkness. Zactac initially started with D&D and then started talking about Lancer, and more recently he's been talking about Kane, but has been going through all of the different mechs and licenses in Lancer, has been going through all of the Sins in Kane. Did a whole faction overview in Blades in the Dark that I just watched, which I loved. I want to watch more of it though, because he's done a bunch of Blades in the Dark stuff. What a name. Oh yeah, I saw that guy's video on all the vampire class. Oh, these guys are like unironically, and I had a brief interaction with Zach Tack on Twitter. I was just like, man, like, oh yeah, Zach Tack does great stuff. Like very, very happy to see him like reach 20K or whatever. And he was like, oh yeah, thanks, I appreciate it. Which is really cool. And then what I did is I made a video about Lancer. I'm not gonna live this down because I will forget about this and then I will remember it. I made a video about Lancer. I proceed to make a scheduled tweet, which is something I do often because I'm very particular about when I post things. I post things on a time divisible by 5 because I'm weird. I schedule a tweet. Video is set to go on, I think, Friday. Or it might be, yeah, I think Friday. I scheduled the tweet for Thursday. I atted Zach Tack, who had like 25,000 more subscribers than me, or like 20,000 more subscribers than me. I also added the Lancer Publishing Studio. I added a larger content creator and the publishing studio behind Lancer, and I scheduled that tweet 24 hours in advance of when my video went up. So I deleted the tweet and I didn't at them again because I felt bad. I was so embarrassed because it's not just making a fool of myself, it's also like just putting myself on their radar with a bad foot forward. Because like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm by no means a massive channel, right? Yeah, I'm like just under 5K. I'm at just under 5K subscribers, so like I'm 1/7 of Zach Tack. I'm like 1/12 of Burger Krieg. I think that the studio publishing house wasn't a crazy amount because Lancer is an indie TTRPG, but like, oh no, I was smaller then, but like I'm by no means a large creator. I'm a small creator, but I also, what's it called? I'm large enough that I have consistent views, I have consistent comments, I have talks with some like publishing people. So to just completely fall flat on my face was so embarrassing. Wait, so did the tweet? No, that's the thing, Bumner. The tweet went up 24 hours in advance. I uploaded it a day early on accident, and then I deleted the tweet and I did not upload a second one because I was so embarrassed. So I added them. I added both a larger content creator who honestly I've been watching most of Zach Tack's videos basically since he started making Lancers like 11 months ago. No, I highly recommend both these channels because I'm constantly hitting up my friends just like, hey, like, you should check out this one TTRPG. And they're like, how do you always find these weird games? And I'm like, internet? Oh, hey, Purge the Week is one channel point. Hello, Dreekfire. You don't know who this person is? By the way, do I believe in equality? Rory said I don't. I believe that if Purge the Week has a random chance of killing everyone, that is all the equality you need. We believe in equity. We believe in treating people with what they deserve. No, that sounds so bad. Oh no, you started another gunfight. That's the thing. It takes one person. The shot heard around the world to start the revolution. Oh, don't you say you hate when this happens. You love when this happens. So folks voted for me to yap earlier. However, I did have subjects to yap about. I did have more lore to talk about. I've kind of just been talking like philosophy and game design. I am going to drop a poll while everyone's dead because no one can stop me. Sorry. Let us kill. Let me drop this poll. Excellent. See, that's the thing. I love it when my chat just randomly starts firefights. It's so silly. What down? Arcane Gates. Lore. Planar Divides. Lore. Factions in my world. Lore. Factions. Lore. And we'll do visual novel programming. Just because, just in case someone, and then we can also do VOTFA. No, so what I was doing is that at the end of last stream, I was talking about arcane gates in my world, which are effectively my world's versions of chakras. And I got interrupted by a firefight. So I got like a fifth of the way through the explanation, and then people just started killing each other. So if you want me to go more into like the philosophy of the world and that sort of thing, I can continue with that, or we can shift gear entirely. Tier. I'm so sorry. I know it frustrates you, but this is what we do here. This is our culture. Our culture is one of violence and disrespect. I hope you can respect that. Magic of the Incarnum has chakras. See, that's the thing, is that for me, I wanted to take inspiration from it, but not just be like, oh, here's chakras, but also here's my interpretation of chakras. Because I feel like that's appropriative. That is, chakras do not originate from a culture that I am a part of. So I don't want to just yoink it and be like, here's what I think would be cool for your philosophy. Instead, I was like, the core premise is similar, but I'm going to go my complete own direction and be transparent about the fact that I looked at this, said, that's interesting. I'm going to do my own thing based loosely off of this, and then continue. Because I recognize the fact that as a creative, I want to do cool things. Doing cool things often necessitates taking inspiration from the real world, but I'm not entitled to other people's cultures. And I think that's something that a lot of people take issue with. A lot of people assume that, well, no, everything's on the table. You should just be able to do that willingly. And I don't. I feel as though that's problematic. Poor innocent arrow caught in the crossfire. They totally had nothing. I did nothing. I did not start this gunfight. I said, bring your protective shields. That's all I said. But I mean, yeah, so like there are two things that come to mind when I say, well, I mean, more than two, but like the two that come to mind where I'm just like, I took inspiration, but fundamentally, I just did my own thing. And I'm not claiming that I'm not claiming any connection to the real life thing. I'm just saying what inspired me was this real life thing, is that with my 4 sources, which I talked about last stream, and I just made a short about that's going to actually release today, talking about my 4 sources. And then with the arcane gates. So I would need to double check. Let me grab this right now. My apologies. I gotta go through my many lists of folders to grab world details. Or is it in player notices? I think it's magic overhaul. Because that's the thing, is that like I have magic overhauls that I completely redid my magic system like 5 years ago, which to me is still a really recent time. I'm like, wow, I just redid my magic system really quickly, like really recently. Oh, I forgot about realm beasts. I've got realm beasts. Where is it? Magic. Not this one, is it? I'm sorry. My stuff is loading. Okay. So, I found it. My apologies. 4 sources of the apocalypse. No, so this is in my world. So, in my world, there are 4 sources of magic. There is arcane magic. There is divine magic. There is primal magic. And there is granted magic. Effectively, this is wizards. This is clerics and paladins. This is druids and rangers. And then this is warlocks and sorcerers. And the thing with this is basically just, well, what if my source is that I made it up? That would actually be divine. Because the core premise with all these different sources is arcane. A fundamental part of my world is that you have to grok with something. To use a Stranger in a Strange Land term, you have to grok it. You have to understand it at a fundamental level. You have to connect with it. My world building is very idiosyncratic, much like, for instance, someone mentioned JoJo's earlier. Like, it's similar to a JoJo's stand system, where if someone thinks to themselves, hey, in order to cast Fireball, it makes sense to my psychology that I would have to study for years and learn the runes and learn the hand gestures and learn the chanting in order to cast Fireball. That makes sense. But if someone else thinks that doesn't make any sense to me, I think the world perpetuates everything that exists within it. Fire exists within the world. Therefore, by drawing on the natural world, I can create fire. Those are 2 equally valid ways of producing the same effect. You will not be able to create anything then. You don't understand anything. See, that's the thing. It's not a matter of understanding conceptually. It's a matter of vibing with. It's a matter of what matches your psychology. Are you the sort of person who thinks like there is a system to the universe? Everything can be understood. It is a matter of categories. It is a matter of categorization, instruction, learning, repetition. You'd probably be an arcane caster. If you're the sort of person who thinks none of that matters, it matters purely off of understanding that this is how the world works. It matters purely off of there's a connection to the real world. The real world impacts the things within it. It is drawing off of and using yourself as a conduit through which you can cast magic from the world. It is not your magic, it is the world's magic, and you are simply directing it. You'd probably be a primal caster. You don't even know what I think exactly. I might like unknown armies. Good to know. Since you mentioned your D&D campaign writing something else also exists in the same world, do you think a character from one world still have their power work in the other? So that's the thing, is that when I say I have my D&D and my writing worlds in the same setting, that is because literally it is a geographical difference, and I just allow the D&D section of my world to break the rules that I have set forward in my setting more than I allow my own writing. Because in the Northern Hemisphere is where my writing takes place, primarily, and that's more of a recent development that I've shifted there. But that is, here's my little boxes, here's my setting notes, here's my rules, I'm going to put all this together, I'm going to craft my own experience. And then in the Southern Hemisphere, where my D&D stories take place, that's, I don't really have Dragonborn in my setting. I don't really have gnomes in my setting. If someone wants to play a Dragonborn or a gnome, that's fine. I'm not going to stop them. That doesn't really make sense in my own writing. However, for D&D, it's not me imposing my nonsense on my players. It is us working together to tell a story. So in that section of the world, I'm more comfortable breaking rules I have established because I have to service a game that has its own assumptions about the world. They'll just be forever alone. I mean, I'll probably add in other gnomes at that point because I don't, like, if the players are like, man, Dragonborn are so cool, I'd probably include more Dragonborn. Not in my world, but for that campaign. Arrow gnomes just halflings with engineering degrees then. I also don't have... So in my setting, I only have humans, dwarves, elves, orcs, and technically like goblins and other monstrous races, but generally speaking, these are the main four. I don't even have halflings. I don't even have small folk. I have people who are small. I have little people, as it were. But I don't have like dedicated halflings. The Southern Hemisphere is where it's okay to break the rules of the world, so that's where Australia comes from. Exactly, you get it. But yes, so I have 4 sources, and the reason I bring this up is like, oh, I take inspiration, but I do my own thing with it. No Bilbo Baggins, no Frodo either. All of these sources interact with one another in certain ways. So I can go deeper into my magic system if you're interested. I don't think necessarily you are. But all of these sources, either they complement another source, they insult another source, and they are neutral with another source. So arcane magic is manipulation of one's own internal arcane energies. Basically, the idea is that with the arcane gates, you have a well of magical energy within you, and it is a matter of which arcane gates do you allow the magic to pass through? Which ones do you learn to control and open and change the flow of magic within you in order to bring magical effects about in the world? And arcane magic complements granted magic, which means if they... if 2 sources that complement one another interact. So for instance, a arcane caster and a granted caster both cast a spell at the same time at the same person, they will bolster each other's effects. They will effectively power each other up. It's like putting 2 streams of electricity together, or 2 rivers coming together and making a larger current. Arcane insults primal, which means that if they interact with one another, they will either just neutralize and like brick wall against each other, or can potentially explode and become unstable. And it is neutral to divine. So these just have no special interaction. Also, arcane is neutral with itself. Everything is neutral with itself. So if 2 arcane casters casted something, it won't be special. But if an arcane and a granted caster both casted something, it'll be enhanced. If an arcane and a primal caster casted something, it will have disastrous consequences. And in the same token, divine is neutral to arcane, but it insults granted. So they explode if they interact, and it is complementary of primal. And then everything else is just a cascading effect of like I think it's all straightforward at this point. So primal complements divine. Primal insults arcane, which is already established, and it's neutral to granted because that's the only other option. And then granted is complementary with arcane, insults divine, and is neutral to primal. And that's something where I took vague inspiration from the Chinese system of 5 elements, in which it is fire, earth, water, wood, metal, and they each insult or overpower or are subservient to other elements, and there's this entire web of interactions. But I didn't like just take 1-to-1. As you can tell, it is arcane, divine, primal, granted. So like these are friendly, these are friendly, these are aggressive, these are aggressive, and then these are neutral, these are neutral. Right? So it's not the entire system of there's a chain, there's a web of different connections. It's literally just each one has a defined relationship with every others. Like Pokemon, a little bit like Pokemon. But at the same time, generally speaking, what source you use is less important than what methodology you use. And that's, I can get into that if you want. But first I want to talk about how, First I want to talk about how arcane gates, I took inspiration from chakras because it's the idea of on an individual, you have, I believe it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it does divide between left and right. So it is 9, 10, 11. I think you have is it 12? Am I missing one? I might be missing one. It is soles of feet, backs of knees, lower abdomen, stomach, heart, palms, chin, and then brain or forehead. Nope, never mind. I got all of them. It's 11. Yeah, so basically, this is less of a literal mechanical impact. You don't like level these up or anything. It's more of a philosophical identification of stress points and areas of magical pooling in the body. For instance, heads, elbows, knees, and toes. Exactly. So it's soles of your feet, backs of your knees, your stomach, your abdomen, your lower abdomen, your stomach, your heart, the palms of your hands, your chin, and your brain or your forehead. And then the idea is each of those corresponds to a specific they each have associations with them, much like how in the real world different chakras have different associations, like the water chakra being different from the fire chakra. And if you are experiencing stress or turmoil or an inability to move forward in the world, someone who is a practitioner and believes in the power of arcane gates would say, oh, you're struggling to find your place in the world and you feel as though you have no support and you feel as though you are lost without any guidance. I believe that your right foundation your right trunk is blocked. So we need to work with you in order to unblock the arcane gate located in the back of your right knee, because that is the one that deals with your ability to support yourself and potentially even your right root as well, because that is your ability to be stable. So it's the idea of, oh, you're struggling to express yourself, you're struggling to speak, you're struggling to voice your opinions, you're shy. That would be a blockage of your voice, of your chin, arcane gate, that kind of thing. And that's why I'm like, it's inspired by chakras, it's inspired by that sort of philosophy, but it is not just, oh, here's my chakras, but better. It's, no, this is separate. Because this also deals with, like, your bones, your nerves, your veins and arteries. Those are all additional passageways that is seen as where arcane energy flows through. So it's not just, oh, you have to keep account of your arcane gates. Also, like, are your veins, do you have a constriction of the veins that is cutting you off from your connection to divine energy? Right? It's all very, I don't know, I almost want to say like self-help, but it's the sort of thing where it sounds like it doesn't have any impact on how people are able to carry themselves or whatever, but there is legitimate psychological value to, if you believe in a system such as this, and then you go through, for instance, acupuncture, where they focus primarily on your right sole and your right back of knee, you might then be able to work through whatever issue you're facing, because the psychological push of, I believe in arcane gates, I believe that my right root, my right trunk, and my voice were all blocked. I have now gone through a process of purifying those gates. Now I have the confidence to carry myself in a way I did not earlier. Or it might literally be your magic was blocked and you had no ability to support yourself because those gates were closed and then they got opened and now you can carry yourself better. Like, is it real? Is it legitimate? Is it magical? Is it mundane? Is it psychological? I don't know. Are you leaving enough room for Jesus? Only on Sunday, because that's Jesus' day. Arrow, stop describing me. Well, then learn how to open your arcane gates then. Okay, I'm just gonna continue talking about arcane gates because now I'm in the mood. I'm sorry, not sorry. Okay. So let me. So if I do ba ba and ba ba, so we have. I think your veins are clogged. Yeah, this is interesting. Well, thank you. So we have soles of the feet, which, oh gosh, you have soles of the feet, which are considered your roots. And again, there is a distinction between left and right. I'm going to do stage left, stage right, because it is the idea of if this person is facing you. Their left and their right, their roots are responsible for connection and stability. Their left root is responsible for their connection to others. It is the idea of your ability to connect with the world, or with the other people in your life, and then also just connection with the world, because you are literally connected to the world with your foot. And then the right one is about stability. It is about able to support yourself. It is able to stay connected to the world despite the fact that the world is an inherently unstable place. And then in the backs of the knees, actually, let me So these are your roots. These are called your foundations. Or for those who prefer the more tree analogy, they are your trunks. And this is about your strength of character. This is about your strength of will. This is about your force of personality and your character. And the left extension, the left foundation, is your ability to resist others. This is your ability to stay true to your ideals, to stay true to your character, stay true in the face of adversity. Whereas the right one is your ability to support yourself. This is your ability to... Oh, tree trunks? You thought you meant like elephant trunks? You're not stupid. It's okay. Gate, goat. Oh my gosh. The right trunk represents your ability to support yourself. This is less resisting the temptations and influence of others, and this is more, what do you do when you are alone? What's your discipline? What is your ability to keep yourself accountable in the face of absence of others and judgment? Then moving up, you reach the catalyst in the lower abdomen. This is responsible for your basic needs and desires. This is your gut instinct. This is your ability to make decisions based off of vibes. But also, this is that's your stomach. That's your gut, that's your intuition and gut instinct. Your lower abdomen this is why you think I have a pain reflex. This is I am hungry, I need food. This is your lizard brain is seen to be located as the catalyst. And also, I haven't been talking about what mechanically it is thought to influence, but the roots are basically, here's how you can replenish your magical energy. If your roots are blocked, you will be unable to replenish the magical energy within you. So you need to keep them open so that you can continuously get a new supply of magical energy because you're connected to the world. The trunks are your ability to resist magic. It is the idea of if your trunks are blocked, then you will find yourself falling prey to other people's magic, whether it is charming or whether it is physical instruments. No matter what it is, the stronger your arcane gates and the more they're open and can flow through it, the more resistant to magic you were thought to be. And then with the catalyst, that lower abdomen, this is the seat of your primal magic. This is if you're the sort of person who connects with the world. You think, I'm going to draw the energy from the forest to spawn a plant in front of me. This is where your wellspring of power is. This is the seat of, if you are a druid or ranger, this is where your power comes from and where it is stored. Ancient reptilian brain from Disco Elysium. Exactly. This is a little bit of Disco Elysium coded because it's kind of splitting up into different areas. We are hitting an ad, so I'm actually going to pause here. I feel like I'm not explaining this nearly as good as I could, and I feel like I explained it better until I got interrupted last time, so I apologize. I'm a little bit all over the place, so I feel bad about that. But I am going to drink some water. But yes, this is something where I want this to walk the line between philosophy and mechanics. I want this to be unclear, both in-game and out of game. Does this matter? Like, really, literally, genuinely matter? Like, if you're playing a video game and you're a magic user, would you have, like, you're a druid, would you have to worry about your catalyst being sealed, and you would have to focus on opening it and attuning with it. I don't know. I think it's interesting either way, and I think that the ambiguity adds to it as opposed to detracts from it. I think that this being a situation where, well, it doesn't matter if it's literally true or not. What matters is that there are people who, when they go through treatment or therapy or meditation to open their arcane gates, they find that they end up benefiting as a result. It doesn't matter if that's because it is a literal magical effect or not. What matters is that it is important to the people of the world. Not everyone believes in this. And this also isn't a far off philosophy or anything. This is generally seen as a reputable and respected practice in most of the world. Because at the end of the day, if you're in a world with magic, what's to say that there aren't pools of magic within you and that different locations of magic sitting within different people will impact them differently? Sippy my water, because I'm going to tear out my throat if I don't. Okay, and we're back. Welcome back, everyone. I think a decent amount of folks have subs, but it doesn't matter. I wanted to just make sure. So, I was just saying that I want to keep it ambiguous if it's just a philosophy or if it is actual mechanics. Because at that point, it doesn't matter. There are people in my world who struggle with something associated with their arcane gates. There are people who struggle with taking care of themselves, with meeting their base needs, with actually listening to their innermost and base desires and requirements. And then they go through therapy or they meditate and they focus on opening their catalyst. And then they find that their appetite's back. They are no longer feeling with whatever issues they might be dealing with. And I think that it's more interesting that way. I think it's more interesting to have a situation where you're not sure, is this magical or is this mundane? And I think that's unique enough that's worth discussing. But we move up to the stomach, which is called the well. This is what deals with your intuition. This is your gut instinct. This is, okay, I need to make a vibes-based decision. I'm going to listen to my well. However, it's also responsible for your granted magic. If you're someone who is a sorcerer because you were born under twin full moons and you find that invisibility and illusions come naturally to you and you've always had this power but you never developed it, it just kind of came to you because you were granted it by the world. Or maybe you're a warlock who you are granted a gift by another entity and you hold on to the magic. It is thought to be stored in the well. It is stored in your stomach. This is the seat of your granted power. Then you have the spirit, which is your heart. This is responsible for your emotion, your faith. This is your feelings. This is your empathy. This is all of the classic associations with the heart. It also controls your divine magic. So if you are someone who is struggling with your emotions, whether you're being histrionic or you're completely emotionally detached, or you just have this spiritual vacancy in you, you might treat to try and open your spirit, your arcane gate of the heart. Similarly, if you're finding you can't cast magic as a cleric, literally your heart is sealed in this philosophy. It is the idea of you're struggling with your faith or with your emotions or with something ephemeral, that your heart is sealed and you need to open it. Then we hit the chin, which is called your voice. And this is, before then, we hit your palms, my mistake. These are your extensions. Or continuing with the analogy, your branches. And again, it's divided left-right. These are responsible for your control, your agency, for affecting others, whereas your roots are responsible for your connection to others, your trunks are responsible for resisting others, your branches are responsible for affecting others. Think about it almost like trunks are defense, branches are offense, and roots are almost like social or connection, as opposed, or like diplomacy, if you want to put it in more like aggressive terms. Your extensions, your left branch represents affecting others, and your right branch represents your control. Your left branch is, here's how you interact with other individuals. Your right branch is, here's how you interact with the world. It is a matter of literally taking matters into your own hands, where people is in your left hand, and the environment and objects and tools are in your right hand. And this is where magic is thought to be expelled from. It is, if you are having trouble, if it's not a spiritual thing, if it's a getting magic out of your system, if it is casting fireball and you believe and your heart is there and your catalyst is fine and your well is open, but you just can't manifest it, perhaps it's not because you can't access the magic, or your magic is being blocked from reaching the point where it is galvanized. It's just, it won't leave your body. And then that's where you would treat your extensions. This arcane gate is where you aim. Oh, too late. I mean, basically, like, it's the idea of, you want to shoot fire, you need somewhere to shoot fire out of. Maybe you use your feet to like kick and fire trails from your foot, but that would still be tied to your hands, if that makes sense. The idea is the arcane gate for expelling magic from yourself and enacting magic upon the world is in your hands. So if you shoot fire out of your feet, for instance, or you stomp really heavy and like cause earthquakes is your power, if someone chops off your hand, you would be considered to have severed your connection to your arcane gate, your extension, and thereby, under this philosophy, you would struggle to do your foot magic because your hand was chopped off. And that's the sort of idiosyncrasies that you can hit into with this system. Magic Cat confirmed, hello. If I unlock all the chakras, do I become the avatar? Not quite. Not quite. And then you have the voice, which is in your chin. This is just literally your voice, your expression. This is if your foundations are your strength of character, your voice is expressing that to the world. It is, how do you present yourself? How strongly can you project your personality and your character on the world around you? And it influences the strength of your magic. If you have a voice that is blocked, if the arcane gate of the chin is not fully allowing magic to pass through it, and you're trying to cause an earthquake, you might only cause a rumble because you are struggling to assert yourself on the world around you. You are struggling to express yourself magically. Even if your extensions are fine, even if your catalyst and your well and your spirit are all fine, it is to think about it like this, the catalyst, the spirit, and the well, these are your water source. The voice is the knob that you turn in order to have water come out. And then the extension is the width of the hose. So if you have like a knot or a kink in your hose, your extension is blocked. If your knob is broken and you can't turn it or it's stuck, your voice is the issue. If your source of water is dried out, it's your catalyst or your well or your spirit or your mind, which, as you might have guessed, in the brain and the forehead, is responsible for your arcane magic. So these are your wizards, these are your mages, these are your people who study to do magic. And it's responsible for your rational thought, your decision making. So like the spirit, which is your heart, and the mind, which is your brain or your forehead, and even your voice. These are all kind of like your most generic of the arcane gates. These are what are typical associations with the mind. It's all very left brain stuff. That's all associated with the mind arcane gate. What's all of your right brain stuff, what's all your emotions, your feelings, that's associated with the spirit. What's your voice? It is your expressiveness. It's your ability to assert your character and your personality. What if I collected all 99 pine cones? Then you can one tap I Love Sex the dragon. It would have been it would have allowed Aang to enter the avatar state at will, but you need the avatar to begin with. Exactly. You get it. So in addition to all, so that's the rundown of arcane gates. So it's the idea of, as an individual, maybe I'm a druid and I'm struggling to cast spells. What would I look at here? If I'm a druid who is struggling to cast spells, I would say, okay, I feel connected to the world. Yes, I do know it's a ProZD sketch. I am not struggling to resist the magic of others. However, I'm a primal caster. So maybe I look at my catalyst. I feel fine about my gut instinct. I feel fine about my emotions. Maybe I'm struggling to expel magic from my body. Maybe I'm struggling to assert myself. But then my mind is fine. So if I'm a druid and I'm basically facing magical impotence, if a druid is facing magical impotence, they would say, okay, catalyst, branches, voice. Which of these am I struggling with? And then if they believe in acupuncture, they might do acupuncture on the palms of their hands, their chin, their lower abdomen. Maybe if they believe in meditation, they would sit in a position where they, or if they believe in yoga, for instance, or some form of stretching the body to open up their arcane gates, they would position themselves to have connectivity between their palms, their chin, and their lower abdomen. If they believe in meditation, perhaps they have a position where they rest, where one hand is on their lower abdomen, one hand is on their chin. Because the idea is they want to open their arcane gates to maximize the flow of magic within them. And how different cultures and peoples try to solve closed arcane gates is the main differentiating aspect between different peoples. So like I just said, acupuncture, yoga, meditation. Some people believe in a substance called realignment, which is basically an ointment that you rub onto these arcane gates to basically like soothe it. It's effectively if you have like sore muscles, you'll like rub into a sore muscle to like soothe the sore muscle. It's that, but magically. It is that, but on a magical level. What if you're a skeptic and don't believe in arcane gates? Then you don't do any of that. If you're a skeptic and you're again, like a druid who's struggling to cast spells, then you would probably think maybe it's an issue of the forest. Maybe the reason I can't cast spells is not because it's a me issue, but it's because the forest is being infected by some malignant presence, and it is up to me to stop that presence so that the forest is at peace, so that I can draw from the energy of the forest. Right? Like, and maybe that works. Which, is that because your arcane gates weren't closed? Is that was because solving that problem prompted you to work through whatever issues were closing your arcane gates? Or is it that you didn't draw on your arcane gates? Your arcane gates didn't matter because they're not real, they're just philosophical. It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose. No! The presence of the arcane gate philosophy between multiple cultures would seem to apply that's a real mechanic. And that's the thing. I like that. I like the idea that multiple... Because a big part of my world is that my world is very cosmopolitan. There's very high amounts of cultural exchange in my world. There's very high focus on trade in my world. Like 1,000 years ago, like 847 years ago, I think, because I think I tend to play my games in the year 847. One individual went around and went to the elves in the forest and the dwarves in the mountains and the orcs in the hills and like gathered all of them together and united different species and ancestries and cultures and brought them together. And the formation of most modern nations was after that point. So in my world, there isn't really, there are isolated cultures. However, broadly speaking, most of the world is connected. At least most of the world that is known is connected. So they all share similar philosophies. They all share similar belief systems. It's the way they interpret them that is different. So for instance, there is 3 major nations. So there's Acadia, there's Ulan, and there is Thrawn. And then above this, there's a bunch of city-states. There's a desert here. There's like wildlands. But fundamentally speaking, even though Ulan is super isolationist, they still know about the Arcane Gate philosophy, and they have adapted it into their scripture because they're a theocracy that is independent of Arcane Gates. But they have since, in the way a lot of real-world cultures have done, when foreign ideas are introduced to their culture, instead of saying, no, that's not real, that doesn't exist, stop listening to that, they say, oh no, you're just misguided. That's true, that's real, arcane gates are real, but that's because that is a subset of our religion that you should be following. Because that's how you get people to join. That's how you assimilate other peoples into your culture. Where arcane gates on Blob? Blobs that are of humanoid form and can cast magic don't really exist in my world, so most blobs wouldn't necessarily have arcane gates. However, if you're like a goblin, you have arcane gates. If you are a vaguely humanoid entity, you probably have arcane gates. If you are not a sapient creature, I don't think you have arcane gates. But if you're a sentient creature, you have arcane gates. I think my knee arcane gate is blocked because you just fold whenever anyone looks at you funny. No, and that's the thing, is that I want it to be a system where, like, this is a philosophical system that my hope is that you as a viewer can look at this and say, oh wow, in my life, I really struggle with my mind arcane gate and maybe with my spirit arcane gate too. I'm fine with everything else, but if I was in this world, what I would be struggling with is these 2 arcane gates. And that means the system is working. That means the system is understandable enough that you can be like, just because my mind arcane gate is blocked doesn't mean I'm stupid. Doesn't mean that I have no brain cells. What it means is I struggle to keep rational and I focus on emotions too much. Or if my voice arcane gate is blocked, then that is an indication that I don't know how to express myself. I'm too shy. I'm too scared of leaving an impact. I struggle to leave an impression on the world, and therefore that is blocked. I'd like to remind everyone that arrow folded. I don't know what you mean. I don't fold when it comes to poker. But in addition to all of this, there are two other aspects of the Arcane Gate philosophy that I feel are worth discussing. And like, yeah, there can be a plasmoid artificer, just that's not common to my world. Like, Arcane Gates, I'm not going to focus on that in a D&D game because that's not relevant to the system. It might come up as set dressing, as lore, but if a plasmoid artificer doesn't care about Arcane Gates, I'm not going to be like, well, actually, you don't have any Arcane Gates because you're just a slime, so you actually can't cast magic despite the fact you're an artificer. Like, I'm not going to be a jerk like that, you know? There are two other things I want to mention in relation to this. There is the soul line, which is basically from the top of your forehead down through the base of your spine is considered your soul line. And this, all of the Arcane Gates on the soul line, which does include the spirit, even though the spirit is technically slightly off the soul line, are thought to make up a creature's soul, and they're considered vital. The branches are thought to be how the soul interacts with others. So it's the idea of your mind, your voice, your spirit, your well, and your catalyst make up your soul. Your extensions, your foundations, your roots, all of those are ways your soul interacts with the world, but is not a part of your soul. If your arm gets chopped off, you haven't lost a part of your soul. You've lost a way for your soul to interact with the world. If your leg gets chopped off, you've lost your connectivity with the world, but your soul has not been severed. If you get bisected in half, and everything below your rib cage is removed, you have lost part of your soul because your well and your catalyst have been removed from you. And just coincidentally, what do you know? If you get your head chopped off, you die. If you get your stomach removed, you die. So all of these essential parts, like technically your chin is not essential. However, it's three-dimensional. It's not literally just the point of your chin. It is your chin and your throat is your voice. So your soul line is thought to be what makes up your soul. However, there might be some philosophies and interpretations that think that literally every arcane gate is a part of your soul. So for instance, if you lose an arm, you lost part of your soul. Because in the arcane gate philosophy, if you cannot enact your will upon the world, if your soul cannot enact its will upon the world, is that not the same as your soul losing part of itself? Gastric bypass surgery can no longer cast magic? Exactly. Well, really? Wild roboting, people dying if their head is chopped off? I know, right? And then the other thing I want to bring up, what if you're born without limbs? What if you're missing a limb? So that's something where in this philosophy, you would be assumed to not have whatever arcane gate that is. However, that's why, like for instance, even if you're born quadriplegic, you have no limbs. This would be a system that would say that has no bearing on your soul. You are still a fully cognizant, fully developed individual who has a soul. However, this philosophy would see that as you would have issues connecting with the world, interacting with the world, asserting your will in the world, resisting the influence of the world, which I think that you can, depending on how it is presented in a story, can either be presented as this is a system that is ableist and or does not account for the idiosyncrasies of individuals because it assumes a fully able-bodied individual. Or you could present it as, if you have no arms, that does literally impact your ability to enact your will on the world. And it is a spiritual representation of the physical disability that you have without making a judgment on the individual. I think you could play it either way, and that's the level of ambiguity I like having. a quadriplegic has issues in connecting with the world, not in the sense of the quadriplegic would be unable to connect with the world or have meaningful relationships, but in the sense of people would treat them differently because they are quadriplegic. People would judge them and make judgments about them and perhaps be nasty to them because they are quadriplegic, which I would not disagree with the idea that that would be representative of them being unable to connect with the world in the same way an able-bodied person is. But that's also where that depends on how you present it. Do you present it as that is a problematic take, that is a take that is perpetuating a philosophy of ableism, or is that a take where, since it's not prescriptive, it is a descriptive representation of the experiences someone has? I think you could push that either way. However, I am also not physically disabled. So I'm not going to make that call for someone else. That would be something where I would be interested in hearing what people who have that lived experience would think about that. What if you're a beholder, just a head, unbothered, moisturized, happy, in their lane, focused, flourishing, eye beams? I don't think any beholder has stuck to their lane. How many people with missing gaits treated if they're missing parts of things? So, for instance, if you are an individual who you're missing your left arm, so that impacts your left extension is missing, which means that by this philosophy, you struggle to affect others. I think it depends on what philosophy and culture you're looking at. Because some cultures, if for instance, you would just have like a shoulder, but like no arm, they might think, okay, your extension is there because it is as far out on your arm as you have. Just because it's not in your palm doesn't mean it's not your extension. And thus they might treat you, oh my gosh, voice crack. They might treat you as if your extension was right here because in that philosophy, that's what they believe. Other cultures might think you have lost your extension. There is no way to treat it because not every culture would believe that. Anyone who says that a quadriplegic has difficulty affecting others hasn't learned how to shoot a gun with their mouth like Arrow has. And that's the thing. That's why I think that it would depend on how it was presented in a story. And I am not the person to make that presentation with any authority. And even if I was to like get sensitivity readers, be like, hey, how would you feel about this? Like, guide me through this process so I'm not saying anything problematic. I wouldn't want to claim to be an authority. I would be someone who would have permission to give my interpretation of something, but that does not speak with any sort of authority for these individuals. Because, for instance, these are things I hadn't really delved too deeply into up until now. It's not that I hadn't considered them. I had definitely considered, like, if you lose a limb, how would that influence your arcane gates? And part of that is also with the other part that I want to talk about, your arcane channels. Where it's the idea of you have your arteries, your veins, your nervous system, your bones. Those are all considered equal, if not greater, parts of your spiritual ability and your flow of magic, because these are what is thought to channel the actual magic around your body. It literally follows specific lines in your body. Oh, are we shooting? Chat's so civilized. Yeah. You are a nervous system. Gotta keep rent low. Okay. I'll just drink some water as y'all take each other out. More organs means more human? Well, so more organs as in a higher volume of human. It is not you are more human, like, spiritually if you have more organs. I'll become soup so you can say hydrated. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, it's always wild to me when I see you lost all your badge. Is it because I banned you? I don't know. Is Purge my hydrate redeem? No, Purge is not my hydrate redeem. Purge is, well, chat's distracted. I might as well take a drink. Yeah, like how you get a larger bed, you have more bedroom but less bedroom. Exactly. But with these arcane channels, your arteries are considered your lifelines. And these, your arteries, are responsible for your life force. This is how your vitality moves throughout your body, and it is connected with arcane magic. It is the idea of, if I want to cast a spell, if I'm an arcane caster and I want to cast a spell, from my brain through my lifeline, through my mind, my brain's arcane gate, it travels through my arteries, my lifelines, through my body to my extensions, my palm arcane gates, and then I can cast Fireball. But in addition to that, everyone's lifelines are important because that's how your vitality moves. So if you have consumption, if you're sick, if you're dying, if you are struggling to see the value of life, you have an issue with your lifelines. And again, much in the same way that different cultures treat healing different ways in response to the arcane gates, they will treat healing your lifelines and your arcane channels in different ways. Your veins are your purifiers. And this is associated with divine magic. This is responsible for your magical rejuvenation. Whereas with your lifeline, this is where your life force transfers through, because I took a quasi-scientific approach with a lot of these, and I also took inspiration from real life assumptions and associations. Your arteries bring nutrients and life and oxygen and fresh blood to all of your body. And your veins bring expended blood and bring exhausted blood back to your heart to be rejuvenated. So in the same way, this draws all of the spent magical energy from your body, brings it all back, channels it, rejuvenates through your body so that it can go back into the lifelines and rejuvenate you. And it's responsible for divine magic. This is the channel by which divine magic moves because it goes to your heart. Your nerves and your nervous system are your regeneratives. This is responsible for healing. This is responsible for your nervous system, is responsible for your wounds mending, is responsible for your spiritual healing, is responsible for overcoming and regenerating from things, and it is where primal magic is channeled through. So it's connected to your catalyst, your lower abdomen. And then your bones are your indicators. Your bones are considered a channel by which granted magic will move through, because if you are granted magic by like a devil or something, it infuses into your bones. Or if you are inflicted with a innate magical ability by circumstances surrounding your birth, or you're infused with magic from a ritual that just kind of taints you, it is literally seeps into your bones. And indicators are responsible for storing magic. Because if you have magic impacting you, if you have magic that seeps into you and affects every fiber of your being, it's stored in your bones like marrow. And it will just kind of fester there, or it will linger there and marinate there, depending on if it's positive or negative. Arrow sips confirmed. What about veins, though? No, literally, like veins, your nervous system, your bones, your arteries all have different philosophical implications. And again, it's so if you took someone and I don't know, like you pinched an artery, for instance, or they had an arterial cut that you then have to like solder, or you have to like sear close their artery to save their life, would that literally impact their life force or their ability to cast arcane magic? Or is it the trauma of having an arterial cut that they need to recover from what's blocking them from casting magic? Or does it block them at all? How do liches use magic? So liches are generally desiccated corpses. They are partially organic, so they still have these dried, desiccated, sallow bones and regeneratives and purifiers and lifelines and indicators. But at the end of the day, all of this is spiritual. All of this is ephemeral. So while it is thought magic passes from the mind through the lifelines to your extensions, and then you can cast it. If you are a skeleton that knows magic, the mind is located where your brain once was, and your magic passes through the channels where your arteries once were, and they expel from your extensions where your palms are now just bone. It's all philosophical and ephemeral. So it's not literally your magic is pulled along with your blood as it goes through your arteries. It is, those are the channels by which it follows. And even absent of veins, you will be able to cast divine magic because those are the channels that it follows. Now, what circumstances would arise where you become a lich that loses all of your veins and you're a divine caster? That would be pretty wild. But it's also wild circumstances that beget wild exceptions. Extremely falafel. For the longest time, I didn't like falafel, and then I had good falafel, and I'm like, falafel, you know? Okay, but how do leeches use magic? So leeches will just suck the blood from you and then get your magic, and then they'll cast Fireball because they stole it from you. I am the bone of my sword, steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death nor known to life. I have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet these hands shall never hold anything, so as I pray. Hog. Are there undead that are just arcane points? I think that's the basis for ghosts. I think ghosts fundamentally are the spirit line or the soul line. And then they have like ectoplasmic extensions that form out into a quasi branch and potentially quasi trunks and roots. Or, I want to be so cool, a connect, like a will-o-wisp that is literally it's literally just a connection of 11 points of light, vaguely in a humanoid form, where like this is the mind and the voice, this is the spirit, this is the well and the catalyst, these are the trunks and the roots, and then these are the branches. Do you have opinions on the evolutionary relationship between leeches, vampires, and mosquitoes? I think Darkest Dungeon, Crimson Court did an amazing job of making vampires unique because they went really hard into the mosquito and bug and worm and leech root, which was just so disgusting and interesting and amazing and wonderful. So evolutionarily, I think they are completely all unrelated. However, I think that they are cool when you mix and match them, when you have that sort of, you have a vampire. I made a short about this. Can a soul be removed from a body leaving a soul? I'm glad you asked. One of the first things I did in my world is make something called a soulless, which will physically draw the soul from your body and your eyes and mouth will glow because that is where the soul was drawn from. So you will be this soulless entity that cannot use magic because you have no soul. And like, you are still an entity. You still have, and honestly, I developed this before I developed the Arcane Gates system. It might be you lose access to all of the Arcane Gates, which is of the, you lose access to all of the Arcane Gates of the soul line, which is why you have your roots, your trunks, and your branches, but you don't have your catalyst, so you can't cast primal magic. You don't have your mind, so you can't cast arcane magic. You don't even have your voice, so your magic can't be strengthened. So while yes, you can resist magic, yes, you can connect to others, yes, you can assert your will on the world, you are completely, forcibly mundane. And well, would you look at that? What are people if not mundane? I'm saying you have no soul. It's okay, you didn't need a soul anyway. I wasn't using it. Well, no, and that's the thing, is that I wanted to add the ability for, if you give up your soul, what does that actually mean? Because I feel like so often not having a soul or giving up your soul doesn't really do much. It doesn't really accomplish much. It's just narrative. And I thought, what if there was an actual mechanical representation for losing your soul? And I came up with, like, there's a physical marker that you've lost your soul. You struggle with decisiveness and emotion and gut instinct, and you're servicing your base needs and expressing yourself because you've lost this fundamental part of yourself that is all. And then connecting this with the soul line, I think would be really interesting. If you don't have a soul, doesn't that mean whatever I do is not a sin? You already struggle with all that anyways. Maybe you don't have a soul. Who knows? But you also were complaining about your trunks. You're complaining about your behind the knee arcane gates. So maybe you just struggle, which I feel that. I struggle too. If you don't have a soul, doesn't that mean whatever I do is not a sin? So in my world, I don't really have a dichotomy of like sin and virtue. Like, yawn. I don't really have a dichotomy between sin and virtue because I think boiling the universe down to there are bad people who do bad things and there are good people who do good things. And if you're a good person, you'll go to the good place. And if you're a bad person, you'll go to the bad place. And if you're neutral, then sucks to suck, I guess. I guess you're just stuck in limbo forever. Like, that's something I personally am not a huge fan of. I mean, not even just like, I think it's boring from a gameplay perspective. It's also just philosophically, I disagree with that. What do you mean cute? Disagree. I'm sorry. I'm yawning. Arrow yawns conformed. No. I'm tired. What was this? Oh, right. I'm complaining about how moral absolutism is. I can't get on with moral absolutism. That's a hilarious joke. You should laugh. I need a laugh track. That'd be so funny. I mean, I guess I have a laugh track right here. Like, hey, chat, laugh. Laugh. That's what I thought. Thank you, Araya. I appreciate the chuckling politely. That's really what I need. You just read Kant for your ethics class? Yeah, I mean, Kant is Ethics 101, right? So for anyone who doesn't know, Immanuel Kant, I believe is a 19th century philosopher whose whole idea is that there are certain moral imperatives you have. And you should never, ever, 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 ever breach them. Generally, he thought, like, don't kill. And I think that a lot of people would be like, yeah, I agree with that. I think that you shouldn't kill. And he would be like, no. Not just don't kill, like, if you ever kill someone, you are a terrible person and your, like, soul is irreparable. Because under no circumstances should you ever cross the line of killing someone. And then you're like, what if it's like self-defense? What if it's justified? What if it's during a time of war and both people are active combatants? And he's like, no, never kill. And also, don't steal. And you're like, I mean, yes, I don't think people should steal, but like, what if you're starving and someone can support themselves? So you like steal some food from them and you don't do anything to hurt them. You just like take stuff that they would never miss. And then he's like, no, never steal. Also, don't lie. And it's like, really? Even to like not hurt someone's feelings? Like, oh wow, you gave me this thing that I don't care about. I'm going to say it's great. Thank you so much. He's like, no. Never lie. Deontology cringe, utilitarian base. See, that's the thing. My hot take. Utilitarianism. Equally cringe. Because I say, I'm glad you clarified, Dreek. I was worried you stole someone's car. Glad you clarified. If I say, or if I recognize the fact that, you know what? I think chat's been a little wild. I think everyone in chat is equal because that is a core premise of utilitarianism, including me. Like, all of us are equals in chat. I think if I just permabanned a member of the community, that would really send the message. I think that would really send the message that people would calm down. And then everyone else is like, yeah, I think the community's gone out of hand. I think we need to permaban one random person. And then it's you. You are the one who is permabanned. It doesn't matter how justified it is to the rest of us. Because even if we can draw an equation that would compare utils, which is the measure in utilitarianism of how effective something is, it doesn't matter how good it is for all of us. It doesn't matter if we make 100 utils and you only suffer with 99 utils, or you suffer with 20 utils and we have 100. Oh my gosh, we can do this 4 more times. That doesn't change the fact that it sucks for you. And now extend that to killing. Imagine, oh wow, town's been really rowdy. I think we need to execute someone. So the entire town agrees, yeah, we need to execute someone. So they draw lots and then they execute a random person. That's kind of cringe. Not only because it is... you cannot reasonably make a measure of utils that is unbiased and that is immune to warping by the perception of the people who are voting or who are making decisions, because a util is completely nebulous. Is me banning someone permanently, is that a negative of 10 utils? Is that a negative of 50 utils? Is that a negative of 10,000 utils? Is killing someone a negative of 10 utils? Is it a negative of 100 utils? Is it a negative of 10,000 utils? If I go out into the middle of the street and I start yelling, oh, fire, there's a fire, blah, 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 and I make a public disturbance, I am negatively impacting the quality of everyone else's life. But how negatively am I impacting it? Am I impacting it enough that I deserve to be shot? Because if I say, no, if I get arrested, I'm just going to keep causing problems in prison. If I get lobotomized, I'm just going to cause problems for the people who are taking care of me. If I am left alive, I will cause problems. At what point do you draw the distinction between this is a greater good for a greater amount of people to remove this individual from the equation of utils? And who is making that distinction? And also, what is a util? Is kicking a baby 5 utils? Or is it 100 utils? Obviously, kicking a baby is awful. Obviously, it's going to be like 100, 1,000 utils. But like, what's stealing a candy bar? Is that 5 utils? Is that 20 utils? Or is that like 100 utils? Because if stealing a candy bar is 100 utils and kicking a baby is 500 utils, then theoretically, it would make sense to kick a baby if it gave you 6 candy bars. But that doesn't sound right. And then you have to do a bunch of math where it's, well, no, it's not 500, it's 10,000 for kicking a baby. And also it's only 20 candy bar. It's only for stealing, 20 for stealing a candy bar. It's like, okay, but then you just changed the math. And then there will always be moving goalposts of, well, no, it's not that, it's this other thing. Because utils are inherently unreliable, masquerading as being ironclad reliable. And Maddie, I'm saying this as someone who, like, I've taken philosophy courses, I took a ethics class, like, I'm not saying this as someone who is, like, pushing a agenda or who is some sort of philosopher. I'm saying this as someone who, like, I've heard the arguments for both sides. I've heard the deconstructions of both sides. Who is it? Is it Ralph? Is it Rolf? Who took Kant's ideas and was like, yes, everyone has moral imperatives, but there are extenuating circumstances that you can alter your interaction with those imperatives to satisfy other imperatives that are of a higher order. For instance, if you have a moral imperative to not steal, and you also have a moral imperative to provide for your family, and your family is starving, and you see someone who has a loaf of bread sitting on their windowsill, and you could just take it. If providing for your family is a more anchored and higher priority moral imperative, it is seen as moral to steal from this person, despite the fact you are breaking this moral imperative under, I believe it is Ross. It's Ross. Under Ross, this is acceptable. Similarly, if you have one that says, don't kill, and then you have one that says, protect your child, and if someone is threatening your child and imminently about to, like, cause them harm, Ross would say it is morally defendable, not necessarily justifiable, but defendable and explainable if you kill the person who is about to cause harm to your child. Because it is the idea of a hierarchy of moral imperatives stacked upon one another, where the more deep set and important the moral imperative, it's basically the M&M game, right? You take 2 M&Ms, you smush them together, whichever one cracks first, you eat that one, and then you take the surviving M&M and squish it with the other one. It's a constant game of comparison and relativity, which opens itself up to immoral action based off of opportunity. if you have the moral imperative, don't steal and provide for your family and don't lie, maybe to you, not stealing is more important than providing for your family. But it's not more important than lying. Or it's not stealing is more important than providing for your family. But providing for your family is more important than lying. Than not lying. So you lie to protect your family, but you refuse to steal. But then you hit a circumstance where maybe you have a circumstance where you have the opportunity to steal. And then you kind of change your mind. You're like, well, no, I'm doing this for my family. There's literally a briefcase of $100,000 right in front of me. I would be stupid not to provide for my family by stealing this. And then suddenly you broke Ross's hierarchy because fundamentally the only one who lays out the system of the hierarchy of these moral imperatives is you. And the only one keeping you accountable is you. I would like to cite Megadeth Kill 'Em All. I have not listened to a lot of Megadeth. I've listened to some. But I definitely was more of a Metallica girly. I enjoy both of them though. Recently though, I've been listening to Sabaton. Is it 2 N's or is it 2 B's? Sabaton. Oh, it's just one of each. Whoops. Recently, I've been listening to Sabaton. For a little bit, I was listening to Anthrax. Early Linkin Park. Korn. What are some other metal bands I listened to? Because I was on a metal kick a couple... Oh, Avenged Sevenfold. I was on a metal kick a couple months ago. Then I kind of went into more of a rap kick. And now I've been listening to Sabaton recently. I recommend Symphony of Destruction and one with a French title. Good to know. You haven't gone to Ross in your course yet? I mean, generally, at least in my experience, Ross is... Generally, in my experience in ethics classes, it is they bring up Kantianism, and then they say why Kantianism is stupid. And then they go to utilitarianism and they say why utilitarianism is stupid. And then they bring up Ross and then they say how that's kind of a mixing of it. And then they bring up stuff like the newspaper check, the gut check, the more idiosyncratic means of seeing if something is moral. Because those are not intended to be moral frameworks. Those are intended to be self-certifications. Kicking a baby's only 3 util if you land the field goal. Oh, shut up, Araya. No one said you could be funny. You're too talented with your art. I think... Do I swap over to Voice of the Void after this? Sorry for that slurping noise. I was just sipping on some water. What am I being... Wait, jellyfish? No, I'm no jellyfish. Although that would be kind of hilarious. Just This is the worst jellyfish. I'm deleting this. I'm so sorry. I think... I mean, I'm always happy to yap. I think I swap over to Voice of the Void, though. I think I take a minute. I think I open up Voice of the Void. Unless folks aren't interested, because Voice of the Void is a yapping game, right? But I haven't played it in a while. I've been in the mood. Voice of the Void. You.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
That's how you know it's good. I got that protective shield. Okay. I don't know if this saves my progress. Because there's a new update Okay. I'm also going to step off to the restroom for a moment. Oh, not you. I will be back shortly as the game's loading. Well, hello. I forgot to unmute. Sorry, I just went downstairs and I got like a single strawberry and some beef jerky. I need to get better about just like 2 to 3 hours into a stream, just like getting a light snack. The issue is I've tried this before, and I've tried it with like cashews or pretzels or nuts or whatever, or crackers. Instantly kills my throat. No, I didn't get any rice. I considered I considered making rice for breakfast, but I was like, no, we're gonna have rice for dinner, so I should wait. Sad. Rice is so good. But yeah, so we're going to play Voices of the Void. We do have our save, so our save did go through. Does anyone remember what happened last time we played? Because I remember what happened. There was a really cool... No, I don't want to eat for breakfast and dinner. I have to have diversity in my food. So what happened is that we were playing the game. For those of you who don't know, Voices of the Void is a pretty chill yapping game where we are a single individual at a research station, cleaning up and processing signals from outer space with the issue that supernatural entities are going around and we have to try and survive. It has been described to me after I started playing as a comedy game masquerading as a horror game. And that's very much been the case. However, the last thing that happened in the last Voices of the Void stream we did was there was a special event where everyone's like, go outside, do the thing. And then I went outside, I climbed up a radio tower, and I was like, whoa, flying jellyfish, so cool. It reminds me of that thing in Stardew Valley. And then I slipped, and I fell down the ladder, and I cracked my head open, and I died. So I don't know when this saved. This is also on an old save. Yellow reset. Check events and object and click apply. Set the current. Okay. Reset. Events and object. Set date. Arrow writes my will. Yeah. Arrow last writes. So do I choose 13? It will reset all objects and triggers on the map and set the custom day. Oh, so I can set it whenever I want. Do I want to go a day back? I might go... Like, I could start over, but I don't need to. I think I just full send it. What? Did we not? Apply. Okay. Why didn't it work? Play launch anyway? I hope this works. If this doesn't, I think I might need to start over. Oh. Oh, was this right before I died? Oh wait, did it reset all of the trash? Oh, it reset all of the trash. I might just that kind of kills my interest in the game, I'm not gonna lie. Like, cause I put a lot of effort. Did it kill Trash Mountain? If it killed Trash Mountain... Oh, what's with the music? Thank you. Thank you. I forgot. And game capture should be on. Thank you, I forgot about that. Yeah. Does anyone remember Trash Mountain? I considered making a short about it, but I didn't. Oh, I'm too tired? Why am I only at 15? Am I going to see the hat? Trash Mountain! Am I going to see the Hat Man? Yeah, so it reset a bunch of random trash, but... I think... Oh, wait, where's my bedroll? What? What? Maybe I shouldn't have reset at the same day. Oh. Oh, is that the Hat Man? Or is that just because I'm so tired? I guess I go to bed. Why am I so tired? Like, where did my sleeping bag go? You can sense something? What? What? I can sense something? Trash Mountain, protect me. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I've kind of lost interest in the save. Borgor. Like, if I get jump scared, I guess I just die. Yep. And then you're gonna get crushed. Yeah, let's kind of reset everything. I might... Hat Man, where you at? I've been informed there's a Hat Man. Yeah, because, like, I lost my sleeping bag, for instance. Do I hear humming? Oh, that was a blue thing. Hat Man! I'm on Trash Mountain. I'm at the highest point outside of the other highest points. Hat Man! Can I just not go to bed? Oh, what was that like buzz? Hello? Hat Man! Oh, did you know? So I have never experienced like sleep paralysis. My buddy was telling me about the Hat Man because someone mentioned in Voice of the Void that, oh, if you get too tired, like Hat Man visits you, and I'm just like, what? But apparently that's like a thing in real life. If oftentimes people with schizophrenia will experience that, and I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a thing from Voices of the Void. You've had it like once when I was really tired? Yeah. I've never had sleep paralysis. Hat Man! It lasted like 30 seconds and went away. Well, that's good. At least it wasn't like ridiculous. Do I just die if I hit 0 or do I just pass out? Hat Man! I want to see him coming. I want to go fisticuffs. Okay, everyone here, what is your fight or flight? Because I'm not going to lie, in most circumstances, I'm either fight or I am freeze. Like, I will absolutely throw hands in most circumstances, despite the fact that I probably shouldn't. But, like, if I'm genuinely, utterly terrified, like when I was a kid, most of the time. Huh? Oh. Hello. Batman. That spooked me. Flight or freeze. I know I can't beat anything in fight. I know I can't beat anything in fight. That won't stop me. Freeze, but fight is also up there. Here's the thing. What are they gonna do if I just start throwing hands? Fight me? Oh no, they're gonna fight me anyway. You've never experienced anything really scary? See, when I was a kid, I got scared. Oh, what's up there? Whoa. Batman! Did I turn off the flashlight? I saw like... Oh wait, am I like safe from the Hatman because of Trash Mountain? Am I like above the Hatman's influence? No, but that's the thing, Maddie, is that like, I don't think that it's a matter of winning the fight. I think it's a matter of sending a message. Right? Hatman! I was told at like 15 I see the Hatman. Oh. Does anyone know Morse code? Can I like signal hat with my flashlight? Hatman! I'm so... If I jump in place, will I get tired faster? I will. I wanna pass out on Trash Mountain. No, but that's the thing, is that, like, I haven't really experienced anything like truly terrifying in years. I mean, that one time with the llama in Voices of the Void tutorial that I spawned in was really scary. But like, when it comes to true terror, I was like, I was so scared of the dark as a kid. Like, you don't even know. A llama hat is... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Okay. I think I just did it. A llama? Yeah, so I spawned in a llama at someone's suggestion. Worst mistake of my life. I made a whole short about it. I screamed so loud that my roommate came in to check on me because they were worried I was like dying. Hatman! Wait, is this just the start of Disco Elysium? I'm gonna wake up in a pile of trash. You need to shine the hat signal. I just did. Oh, do you mean like you need to do it into the sky? Hatman. Oh, I just passed out. Well, if I die, I guess. Like, is it raining on me? Yep. There is nothing, only warm primordial blackness. Your consciousness ferments in it no larger than a single grain of malt. All right. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That the fact that like I lost my progress a little bit killed my enthusiasm. And I don't know where my bedroll is, which I spent a good amount of money on. Yeah, that sucks. Yes, I have Disco Elysium opening memorized. No, I don't have a problem. I mean, ooh. Look at all this stuff. Doesn't work. Delete signal. Save signal. Pog. See, this looks so cool, but also like right now I'm kind of zero interested in Voices of the Void after that. Oh, my flashlight went out because I spent so much time with it. Yeah, I think I'm going to pivot off of Voices of the Void. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. It was a fun enough... It was a fun game. And when I died from it, I think that was a good closer for a bit. Not the surprise Balatro stream. I wasn't thinking Balatro. I was thinking maybe shift over Disco Elysium because I haven't done that in a bit, but... Like, what are folks thinking? I have games... I wonder what I could do. I could... What's it called? I could play a game that I have not played yet and start a new game right now, such as are any of you familiar with Dredge? Apparently it's like a fishing game apparently it's a fishing game where you like fish up eldritch monstrosities. I know nothing about it. You've not played it, but you know about it. Is it any good? Like, I got it. I had my eye on it. And then I saw it was free on Epic Games a while back, so I picked it up. Like, play that. I can play Civ again if we want. Like, are we interested in a chatting stream or a game stream right now? Because, for instance, Disco Elysium is a game stream. Let me grab this. I'll make a poll. What are we feeling? Disco Elysium, Civ 6, and chat. Slime Rancher, chat. Dredge. Ballot. Other game. Yeah, because like I could go for a lot right now. Unfortunately I wanted to play Voices of the Void. I went into today being like, I want to play Voices of the Void. However, Judge Dredge. I mean, yeah, that's how it goes. I don't know. I'm I got thrown off by the fact that my sleeping bag disappeared. All the trash came back. It wouldn't let me fall asleep. So I was just like, okay, I guess I'll just like go meet the Hat Man. And then like I wasted a night. So I was like, I don't really know. Me and my friend both autistically know every line from the Elder Scrolls intros and have in the past entirely voiced every single one while laughing about how dumb it is that we can do that. I actually have, want to be so funny. I have Elder Scrolls Arena. I have the original Elder Scrolls game. Like, I could play the original Elder Scrolls. So folks seem to be thinking Disco Elysium. And by folks, I think it's literally just Dreek. Oh, and you? Okay. So glad to know that we have some Disco Elysium fans in chat. I've been trying to avoid streaming it on Tuesdays. However, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, you voted Civ. Oh no, sorry. I think it's Driver who really wants Disco Elysium and was like, I'm gonna save up points to vote on it. Okay, well, I will open up Disco Elysium. Oh yeah, did I miss any Disco Elysium when I had to miss? No, you did not miss any Disco Elysium. We have not played Disco Elysium in like 2 weeks. Do it neither me nor my friend did and finished Daggerfall. I think I have the first 2 games. I have Arena and Daggerfall. And I think it might be fun to just kind of like run through them and be like, what's going on here? Oh, he did say he'd do that. Dimsco Elysium. Exactly. So I'm just loading up the game real quick. I'm going to get game set up. I'm going to get my Twitch. Oh, not a new game. I'm going to options, Twitch integration, my Twitch token. Okay. We're going to change the category. Also, I see this every time I load up Disco Elysium as a Twitch category. What is Disco Elysium Game Boy Edition? Okay. So we're going to continue. Okay, so we just started day 2. For those of you who don't know, we're currently 314. We have a level up that we have on hand. In terms of what we've done, I think we've done everything we could day 1. We stopped at Measurehead. We have not taken down the corpse. I saw my jacket and I failed the savoir-faire check to try it. And now I need to figure out how am I going to progress the game from here. Because I failed taking down the corpse 4 times, including with like ammonia or whatever, and including with internalizing the thought to get a bunch of endurance cap. I don't think the controls on the first 2 aged very well, but then again, I was born this millennium, so maybe I'm just a baby gamer. I mean, they're different games, right? You're trying to learn Unreal Engine, but every tutorial, so I was like, press this button, now press this, now type this here, and I'm just, why? Yeah, they don't explain anything. Yeah, I don't know. The Disco Elysium Game Boy Edition, it might be like a hacked or a modded version, maybe. I don't know. So basically, what we have to figure out, we're starting day 2. I also need to figure out, what am I doing first? Am I upgrading endurance or am I upgrading savoir-faire to retry those white checks? I think the term is demake. Oh. So, and if we're looking at my thoughts, I believe I'm not really sure about the 15th Indo tribe, like what this means narratively. Because this is saying I'm the 15th Indo tribe. Which I'm not really sure what that is. Like, I understand that it's like, oh, I was a gang of kids and like that gave me the ability to gain sense, which is really useful, I must say. On day 1, the feminist agenda, because of course. Lonesome Long Way Home, I'm a little depressed. Oh, speed is drugs. Oh. That's okay, understood. Right, because the safety's always off, and I get suggestion when I don't have stuff in my hands. And then this is just to allow me to retry the corpse. Yeah, I changed from VOD to Disco Elysium specifically because I had to like reset stuff in the game, and I'm like, ugh, I don't want to deal with that. What do we have? Who's in the Union box? That was filed yesterday. I think that they're there now. Wednesday, close the waterlock. Find booze. I'm not really interested in that. Replace the lost bull. Inspect the body. I need to do that. I have to pay him 20 real every day. How much do I have? I have 20. Cool. Track down my badge. Who else has access to the trash? Joyce wants info, but she wants me to find out information for her. Yeah, just keep searching for the caller. Find a way into the secret passage. Sing karaoke, where I want a sad song. Buy the pants from Kuno. Go talk to our gay boy. Our lovely gay twink man. Tonight at 9 o'clock. Track down my gun, where I pawned it off, and a woman who calls cops pigs. I thought it was the kid who was painting on the apartment building, but I don't think it's her because I couldn't ask her about it. Hi, I love this game to see people playing it. No spoilers, presumably. Yes, please. No spoilers. I'm currently on day 2. I literally just started day 2. As I was looking through my stats and whatever, I'm at 3414. I currently have gotten up to Measurehead. I have found my coat and am too scared to grab it because I have to jump savoir-faire style. And I have not taken down the body because I failed 3 checks. A turbo hustler like you paying for a hotel. I'm sorry I'm a turbo hustler. Also, we are a superstar. We're a communist. We're an ultra liberal. I still don't know what good cop, bad cop is. And we're trying to be more of an apocalypse cop. Well, welcome on in, Cake. Just quick note when it comes to like advice or backseating. I have no issue with you saying like, hey, you missed this thing, or have you considered all your options, like giving hints, but just don't be a jerk about it. No spoilers. And please be aware, everyone is going to call me Raphael, despite the fact I know my name is Harry. I am not called Raphael in game. I just refuse to give my name to Kim. That's a very important to note. Everyone calls me Raphael in chat, though, because they think it's funny. So I'm going to talk to Kim first. Good morning.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look
Let me
rowdy.
increase
talk to them.
game audio. Yeah, let me know if audio is good. These men Gart told us
I
about?
completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like...
Aw, he had a rough night's sleep. Maybe he could like sleep with me next time and I could make him feel better.
One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it.
Okay. Game is still quiet even after that bump. Why are you bopping me? How dare you, Araya?
A lot of things point to the dock workers union. The circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary...
Like, is this good audio for dialogue?
Actually, that's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
What if I cleaned up? What if, like, listen, Kim can't fix me, but I can make him worse.
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast,
Yeah.
an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
That's true. We do have a cake and a pancake.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Let's
One
roll.
more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yes, thank you, video game, for reminding me that I don't have to immediately interact with them.
A power move. Purposefully concentrate.
Authority is so goofy.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what...
Oh no, the voices are starting to stack on top of each other now.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave.
Okay, but what if you shave? That would disco, alright? Oh my gosh. I want to shave. I want to be clean shaven. However, I can't get rid of the expression.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Authorities either the dumbest person in the room or the smartest, and there's literally nothing in between. And that's how I love them. That's why Authority is so goofy.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Let's... So again, we're trying to get in character here. We're not just choosing the silliest options. I'm not choosing every option I would choose. We're choosing what is the most superstar. What is the most apocalypse. We're not a sorry cop. We're an ultra-liberal communist who believes in the gay agenda, and we're a feminist. Our 9mm finger guns are never holstered. I think, howdy, Lena, what's kicking?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make.
We have to get in character. We have to get into the mindset.
Mine isn't working.
A faint smile tells you she appreciates the effort, but at the moment her mind is on more serious matters.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Wait, what's wrong with the phone
The
line?
manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why did you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
They're missing.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
This sounds more like a side thing. I need to take care of my main thing. I'll get back to this. Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
Okay, so I definitely want to at least see what she has to offer, because if you know anything about how this playthrough has gone, I may or may not have crashed into her previously, and I feel bad about that. So what was this expedition your husband is on?
Work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely
Okay, but you're a
rare species of
cryptozoologist.
insect.
Or your husband's a cryptozoologist, which my first thought when I think of a cryptozoologist is like a cryptid zoologist, which I don't think is what it is.
But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps.
Researches the
He said they'd be
biology
back
of
on Monday.
Bitcoin. Well, no, see, that's the thing. Bitcoin is the prototypical of crypto that zoologists tend to study. However, that's like kind of saying all veterinarians work on dogs and cats. Like, that's just not true. Most do, because that's where all the money's at. That's where all the attention and the media coverage is at. But there's also veterinarians who deal with horses, just like there are cryptozoologists who deal with Ethereum. I think it's a bit derivative, frankly, and a bit insulting, actually, to reduce it to just Bitcoin. Crypto means hidden in Greek. No, horses aren't even real. You got me there. You got me there. See, crypto being hidden in Greek, that's why I thought it was cryptozoologists is like cryptids or fantastical creatures, though I assume it's literally just like a zoologist is just like a biologist studying animals specifically. A cryptozoologist is someone studying animals that are not readily accessible. How does Arrow ride 19 of something that aren't real? That's true. I was riding 19 horses the other day.
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Wait, who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The waterlock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
Probably just some technical problems.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Kim is so
I hate
sweet.
to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an
It's
eye
going to
out
be
for my
something where
husband.
he's stuck on the other side because of the waterlock. And in addition to that, he's also like being held for ransom or something.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Yeah, in the Empire, you and me both.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired.
Listen, if I see him, I'll get him. I'll let him know you're here when or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband's a scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist.
What
to be more
is a
precise.
cryptozoologist?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research.
Oh, I was
into
right.
mythological beasts and urban legends.
Oh my gosh.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually.
Aw.
They still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology.
I get it,
one
Kim.
Specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them. to
Kim is a
be
treasure, but he's too
extinct
good. No,
or
that's the
even
thing.
fictitious.
He's amazing. He's wonderful. We love him, but he grounds me. I bring out his imagination. We're made for each other.
Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
So I'm going to push back on that, Lena, because at least in the modern day, universities love supporting independent research, and they actually set aside large portions of their funding specifically to fund independent research, with the understanding that if they support independent researchers, then that will come back to the university, not only getting them more acclaim, but also allowing them to have first connectivity to cutting edge developments in the field. It's a funding issue.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when
Yeah.
cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
That's what RAF is for.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles.
Huh.
They are her own.
Tell me about Morel. Looks, character, your
Oh
relationship.
dear, I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's
Kim is so goated
description.
for this. I will not remember. I will wait for it to be, I'm talking to some like wild-haired, shorter, larger-framed man, and then it's just like Morel, the cryptozoologist, and I'm like, oh, I know your wife.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious
Aw,
myself
that's
even
cute.
more somehow.
How did the two of you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident.
There's no shame in that.
And he just
Same thing with dating
divorced.
apps is I think a lot of people put a lot of stock in, oh, the way we met has to be super romantic. But it's also, I feel as though if you're put in front of each other because of a dating app or a dating agency, or you have a meet cute, or you share a class together, or your coworkers, I think all of those are equally valid ways of meeting, so long as there's nothing untoward going on, right? I think that the weight people place on having interesting stories to tell undermines the fundamental truth of you should be doing this to have fun. You should be doing this to enjoy your time with someone.
We hit it off.
Or someone's.
Well, here we are.
Aw.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I don't think it has to be special, but dating apps are also not a great environment. That's true. Dating apps are not a great environment, and I'm not saying that they're a better environment than meeting someone at the library or at class or at work or whatever, but there's no shame in having met someone on a dating app. There's no shame in, I mean, honestly, like, personally speaking, I don't think there's any shame in if you go on Tinder, you hook up with someone, and then you find out that you actually have a lot of connections, and then from what was initially just like a one-night stand, you develop a friendship and then end up dating. Like, even something like that, I don't think there's any shame in that. I think that's just your specific relationship. And that's nice. That's his own thing.
I hope I've been useful.
Yeah, some people care too much about that kind of stuff. Tell me more about this rare insect your husband is looking
Oh,
for.
sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
I actually know a couple entomologists, or I know an entomologist and a couple people who are studying to be entomologists back in uni.
The lieutenant gives you.
I'm not a
sideways
huge bug person. Bugs freak me out. However, I know bug people. Okay, Kim obviously does not want to hear this. So I'm sorry. Actually, chat, I know all of you love Lena. I know all of you love Kim. You get to vote. You should be able to choose on your screen which one, or maybe, yeah, I think it's choose on your screen which one you want. If you want to hear about it and appease Lena, or if you want to appease Kim. Okay, so it is a tiebreaker. So in that case, I'm going to do it one more time. I was going to just select one, but I'm like, nah, I'll give it another chance in case someone like wasn't looking at their device. And if it's another tie, then I'm going to choose. However, if it's just a one-off. Okay, so it's another tie. I'm going to stick with Kim, and I'm going to be like, we don't have time. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, dear.
Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Okay, Kim. Just one little cryptid, promise.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Ooh, tough choice there.
Ooh. So we can only do one. We're not lying to Kim. Kim is our one and only. A little cryptid as a treat. I'm going to vote. I'm going to do another vote for it so you guys can choose. Maddie says a little cryptid as a treat. However, we also have a vote for an invisible cryptid. Okay. Chat went for invisible cryptid. I do like the idea of an invisible cryptid.
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes.
So you
there
might
are.
have to refresh. I currently have an extension open on the stream that should have an overlay, which should let you check my stats, I think my quests, and it will also let you vote when I start a vote. it should appear on the Twitch screen.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
Shush, Kim, she's gonna tell. So for instance, if I vote now, everyone who is looking at the screen should be able to vote on whichever it is. I think we'll. Shush, Kim, she's about to tell me about the invisible cryptid. What is it? You can also only see it on desktop, so if you're on mobile. Oh.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua.
Col de Mama
Its name
d'Aqua.
means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it
Enjoy your
incredibly
BRB.
difficult to track.
Col de Mama d'Aqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
A whisper, light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they? Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mama d'Aqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. It could be everywhere all
Interesting.
the time, and we wouldn't know.
Fine, I'll bite.
Oh,
How can an animal be a sound?
he's
Many
engaging.
scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
What evidence is there of this animal being a sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study
Of
birds,
course.
were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
I mean, I'm just nodding eagerly, actually. So, like,
Scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls.
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
wow.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Name them.
Sequester, Time, Joscan.
No, we love info dumping. Why do you think I made this channel? Is to info dump and to be info dumped. Why was the Mama d'Aqua so afraid of us?
That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it
Excuse
to
me?
extinction. They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mama d'Aqua's. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing.
Yeah, suggestion.
They cancel each other out.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted
It should.
in Ea,
Try
but
refreshing your
few
stream.
and
It should
far
be
between.
Disco Elysium.
It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Col de Mama d'Aqua population anywhere.
See, I did update it. I'll update it again just in case, but I tried playing Voices of the Void, and then I was sad because no Hat Man. And then I passed out, and then I stopped playing, and then I started playing Disco Elysium.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though.
I'm glad you did, dear.
Could it be here? Right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Interesting. What about...
What?
I promised Kim. This has been educational. Sadly, we need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
I'm not going to reveal that I don't have any memory. I'm not going to ask about more cryptids. That's all for now, ma'am. Let's enter here to get $10. The tomatoes are sliced so thinly you can see through them. You don't speak my language. I could speak to Gart.
Can I help you?
I'm gonna pay right now.
Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real.
Yeah, I just want to get that out of the way now. I was told to ask Gart about something.
Another thing.
So the phone line is dead?
I love... Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true there was foul
Who
play?
told you that?
I would never disclose my sources. That would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Goodbye. Okay, so there... Oh, autosave. So it was cut, presumably. Do I want to talk to these guys? I don't think so. I want to get the green. I think I start with the corpse today.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten.
Why are you so
I
mean to me
advise you not
today?
to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
I wanted to know more about the place before I check it out. That's normal.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for
Oh,
the
wow.
Workers' Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
Yeah, Kim, you tell her.
If we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for
Okay, so we
her.
just hit an ad. When I shower and I wash my hair, I think I do B. I take a dollop. I put the shampoo in one of my hands. I sometimes do C, where I rub my hands together and use both hands to shampoo my hair. But most of the times I'll just take one hand, run it through my hair, and then use my other hand to spread it as I work it through my hair. Yeah, like I do both. I think I do B more often though. Is what I'm trying to think about that. Yeah. I think in terms of the game though, I'm going to yawn, apparently. I could talk to the dock workers instantly. Is there any reason not to? Like, you don't put the bottle down, then rub your hands together, then work it through your hair massage. No, so what I do is I open up my shampoo or my conditioner. I put it in one hand. I put down the bottle and like close it. And then I run it through my hair as I put it down, or I put it down and then I run it through both hands. I've done both. I've done both. Yeah, I can't say my showering routine is particularly interesting. I just clean myself. I shower as you do, as some people do, because apparently not everyone showers regularly. But yeah, I just like wash my face. I do my hair. I do my body as one does. Here's the thing. A lot of people don't shower every day, which is so weird to me. Like, some people bathe, some people shower like once every 2 or 3 days, but I'm just like, nah, I need to shower every single day. I don't shampoo my hair every day. I shampoo my hair like once every like 3 days, but I condition my hair every day. I don't know. I'm definitely the sort of person where like, if I am not clean, I will feel disgusting. You shower every day? I'm glad. I feel gross of it. Exactly. You also shower if you have an occasional stay-in-home day? Yes, every day. Because part of what it is that I get dunked on all the time because you shower at least once a month. I'm glad it's at least once a month. I run on the treadmill, or like I do a power walk on the treadmill every day. So I try to stay physically active every single day, even if I'm like at home all day. So I need the shower because I end up being physically active doing a bunch of cardio, as well as like some floor workouts, core workouts, weights. So I do like exercise every day, so I need to shower. But even on the days where I can't do that and I need to skip it, I still tend to shower unless I like don't have time. Do people dab on you? I mean, like, has anyone dabbed me up recently? No. Unfortunately. Excellent self-care. Kudos. Arrow size? Yeah, arrow size. I mean, it's partially self-care. It's primarily I just need to maintain my physical health. Because years ago, when I got out of uni and I stopped going to class, I got a remote position. So I shifted from going to uni sometimes multiple times a day where I would like skateboard to class, and I shifted to I'm suddenly at home for my job. So I got in the habit of going on the treadmill. And then I just continued that habit up until now, so I'm always trying to stay physically active. No one wants the funk. That's the sad truth. No one can handle this funk. You shower all the time, but instead of water, I just use air. Yeah, I vibe with that. Unless you're a freak and you play the song, "We Want the Funk, Give Us the Funk." What's your role in all this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
What are you gonna do to me?
What are we going to do to you?
Why did you say that? Did you forget you're a cop again?
Yes, I did forget I'm a cop. I'm interrogating this person.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
Okay, I'm not gonna get anything out of you. I'm gonna talk to Titus then. See, my part of the issue is that my instinct is to click on everything, so I have to fight that urge. It's a bowl. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. You see hawthorn bushes outside. Photos of men in overalls, toting guns and union placards. Alright, I guess we talking to Titus.
This is where you say your bit.
He points at me with a beer can.
Detective,
He's leaving it to me. I think authority would like if I just didn't say anything yet. I think I'd just be like, we need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Excuse me?
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
I don't know. No voicemail. Down with the voicemail.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
He understood what you were doing. Taking inventory of them. Now watch the other guys fuck it up by falling at him.
Okay, so I don't need Titus to confess. I need these guys to confess. Because it's not an issue. Like, Titus seems competent enough that he's not just going to confess to first-degree murder, but these other guys are just going to go absolutely wild.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy!
Yes. Falling out of line to please him. This
Mm-hmm.
is the best thing. And now this guy is going to...
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Oh, okay.
use it to take a dig at his friend. Floodgates open.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Okay.
This one knows how to keep things going. He's a hothead, but not one to be taken lightly.
Relax, Dennis. Bang.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Too late. You already got a pretty good picture of these guys. You can use this.
I mean, is there any reason not to ask a suggestion what I can use it for? You know what? I'm a superstar. Got it.
Fucking say something already.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
Pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You're involved somehow. I just don't have proof yet.
Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
Return to them with more evidence. Try talking to their boss or examining either the tracks in the crime scene or the belt around the victim's neck. So this is where... So I'm going to take off now. I'm going to come back to them. I failed my visual calculus check on the tracks, but I can try again. If I put the point in it, I can put a point in endurance to try the body again. This seems like a good avenue. Or I could put a point in savoir-faire to try get my jackets. Everyone in chat, you can feel free to give suggestions, just don't give spoilers. Because I'm not actually sure what is our priority right now. Do we want to go for my jacket or do we want to go for the body? I'm thinking it's the body.
Was that? Could it be the Calder Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination.
Is it? Is there a ringing?
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said
I think that's
it's
just my
very
tinnitus.
high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
Wait, Kim, do you hear a high-pitched noise?
No, I don't hear the Koldoma.
He knows.
Neither do you.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf.
In the Empire, no. Listen closely
Here it is
first.
again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
Hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on your shoulder.
Oh no. The sound.
Oh no.
It's moving away. Somewhere over there.
We have to go after it.
No.
No.
Late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore.
Go then.
Just the sound
Leave.
of the streets.
Like everyone else.
So it does. It's gone. All that's left for you is the disco.
Like, probably if I wanted to like make that a thought, I probably should have been like, no, come back. But I had to be all dramatic. Hello? Oh, you're the woman who you can fail to seduce. Okay, Kim got upset when I spent all day yesterday running. I'm gonna remove the body.
There he still is, looking right
92%.
his white eyes. The body below isn't. As you breathe in,
Finally.
the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run,
Well,
and your stomach to ring.
okay, Dreek.
With your
If we're
hand
talking
at your
about the
sides
detective
and your
in
eyes
game,
squinting.
yes, that is true. If we're talking about me, there's no failure here. I'm gonna step closer.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest.
I mean, both
and
are true if you really want them to be.
collar that
Okay,
used
alright.
to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in
Let's look at the
strength.
boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots.
Yeah.
They're armor,
They look like
possibly part of
armor.
a larger set.
These aren't just boots, are they? They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Sabaton? I've been listening to them recently.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
What happened to the rest
The
of it?
locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for this species.
Huh.
The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
Understood.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form.
The material looks out of
It
place
is-
here.
It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about
Oh my
4 years
gosh.
of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Wait, my yearly pay is 5.5k? Wait, so Burr got killed for his Jordan that didn't even get him snatched? See, that's the thing. I feel like the boots would have been the first thing taken off because they were so easy. Because, like, you could actually grab them and take them off as opposed to, like, a helmet. Shing, baby.
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them?
No.
What was that about the constabulatory before?
No.
You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit the lieutenant in a conspiracy.
I'm not going to get Kim involved in conspiracy. No, that's not what I meant.
The lieutenant nods often. It's part of his unplastic expression range, communicating both professionalism and sarcasm. This time, the latter.
What do you mean? I don't want to get him involved in a conspiracy that could have him losing his rank. How could he afford this expensive hardware?
Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions.
This is pretty advanced for security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the boot.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
Sounds fragile.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether.
Interesting.
Like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly.
Is he going to yell at me if I pull it off? He's a precious light in the world. We will sacrifice all. Exactly. I will sacrifice not only life and limb, but also my own sense of do it for the vine. Which for anyone who is a regular here understands that is an absolute feat. So if I pull the boot off, is Kim going to get upset at me because he thinks I'm stealing them?
This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
I'm with you, Inland Empire. JK.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Am I getting him down?
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
I'm gonna let go of the boot.
What's wrong with you, asshole? Why is he letting Goku know?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot?
Nothing, Kim.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo.
He's also uncorruptible? I don't believe that.
And extremities blotched pink and blue.
I feel like there's plenty of corruption Kim fanfics. Okay, Kuno is not your goat.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch.
Okay.
This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
This is a lashing belt used for airlifting cargo?
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently this is the reinforced kind for air transport. My brain tells me
The
so.
local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
I think it's that they wanted him to stay up there because it's reinforced.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
How did they even get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
He points to the buckle, tying the belt to the branch above. Did they climb up the kid's ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
I mean, yeah, we are assuming the dock workers did it, so...
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. Limbs, an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
100% most interesting and consistent character in the game. Victim of his circumstances, he's the voice of the worst of us, and the Scrabble poverty and neglection by family and state creates. Solidarity is for everyone, comrade. Understood, understood. I won't disagree that he's certainly consistent and representative of his circumstances.
His corpse is marked by stars.
What will mine be marked by?
Alcohol and heartbreak.
Is this a map of the night sky? Is that what all the stars are?
The map of the stars. I do see some
Plus Gremlin,
similarities to
yeah.
astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
I'm missing something here.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
I'm gonna let him do his work.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
Oh. Right, because this is at a time period where I imagine color images is not very common.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
Oh no, is Kuno gonna mess with it?
A sound.
Oh.
A shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper.
Whoa. That's so cool.
In case we need it.
Letting it dry in the cold wind. On it, a color-perfect copy of the dead man's tattooed chest. Cool machine.
Yes. It is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
What do we need this photo
It
for?
contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd
Kim
say
is your
it
goat.
was
Kim
a
is everyone's goat. Except dogs,
story
apparently,
wanted
because
to
apparently
to tell
Kuno
important to
is
you.
dog's
It is
goat.
letter to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
I'm gonna say nothing. I don't trust myself to lose it. To not lose it.
Here, a souvenir.
Oh.
Don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Look him in the eye.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors. Their dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
Wait. Because this is day 2, and he talked to me at the dream I had at the end of night 1, I actually get a bonus to this.
The corpse
come on.
is dead silent. You have no idea.
Really?
Said that.
Snake eyes?
Who is he? He is male, 4250. With
Crit fail. This man enjoyed the moment of his
Why
death.
do you think so?
It's an intuition. Streamer luck, complete failure. No. I've had some great successes and great failures. That's my streamer luck. This was just sad.
Okay.
Back off.
Looks right through you as you distance yourself from.
Let's squint and take a step
As you
back.
narrow your eyes, The monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink.
Observe.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose.
Yeah, failure.
Of the corpse
No, this game is a really good example of failing forward, which for I generally bring things back to like a TTRPG and storytelling and game design angle. Failing forward is some of the most fun you can have because you're almost always going to fail at some point. And this is a great example of whenever you fail a skill check, generally you take a point of damage, either physical or mental. You get interesting dialogue, and or you go down a different path. It's one of those three, if not all three of those. So this is a situation where, for instance, when trying to remember my name, I succeeded the check to be subtle in telling Kim that I wasn't going to reveal my name yet. And if I failed, I would have been, I think it's like Raphael Ambrosia Salad, which is a funnier outcome, but fundamentally is a failure because it makes Kim be like, what is wrong with you? So that's a great example of how to translate a system where you are trying to succeed something, but you are never going to succeed everything. Because if you succeed everything, then it's boring. Then it's not a game, then it's just a story that is being told. I'm just going to relax my eyes. I don't know why I did that.
His torso
Why'd we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
I'm gonna have another look.
Slowly twists on the cargo belt. As you narrow your eyes,
Observe. I'm squinting. Why am I doing it?
Should I know why you are squinting, officer?
His face and hands are pink. Thighs too. The rest is greenish.
You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of
Okay, so if I want, I could grind to get Inland Empire to talk to him, but I don't know how useful that would be.
Streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
Something is coming out of him.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet.
Yeah.
Purge liquid is dripping into it.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Oh! Is this where we just pronounce ourselves as we're coming out to Kim? We're reclaiming that word? Oh, ask Kuno. I suppose tattoos. You're in. Do a preliminary inspection of its different parts. We got lucky.
Really? I don't feel lucky.
Beaten up.
Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little...
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I don't know what to think. What do you think?
I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think.
Yep. Seems like a lynching to me.
Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. But we should still get him down.
Yeah, the only thing else I can do is try to Inland Empire, but I don't have the means to get the experience for that, and I have other things I want to level up first, so let's just get him down.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain
Oh.
cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
I don't have my gun, so I can't shoot him. We could try to get Kuno, but I don't know what Kuno would want.
Someone else? You mean like the police?
I mean someone who's below detective.
Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. That is a detective. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down.
I don't know about sawing the branch. Could we shoot him down?
Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Just shoot the belt will break it?
Absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe...
That's not how physics work?
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss. The pigs will miss Kuno.
Just like Kuno keep throwing rocks, he'll come down eventually. That is true.
Undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Wait, let me try. I'm gonna let him choose.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks.
Oh my gosh.
Securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
I'm just gonna not say anything.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
Kim, don't worry, I love you. It's okay.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's test was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all, he cannot trust his eyesight. He feels bad about it, about his eyes mostly, just having bad eyesight, probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down.
Why do you think I opened with that, Kim? Hmm?
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
What is my hand-eye coordination for? I could try it. Although I don't know if that would work. We saw the branch.
I'm up there and
yeah, it seems dangerous.
There has to be a less risky way. With less falling down of trees.
I love how we're just like two goobers putting our brain together. Oh no. I'll try it. Can I have a gun? I should try it.
As it is, us shooting firearms like punks.
Then he just shrugs and loads it.
Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
Oh, and that's a fair thing to say.
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
Feel the weight.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light.
Hmm.
Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger. You've held this, an A9 Armistice, before. At some point, it probably used to be your choice of firearm. It still feels...
I swear, it's gonna be like
you never
I'm gonna get a nat 1, I'm gonna get a crit fail, and I'm accidentally gonna like shoot Kim.
What the fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in
Oh
the
no,
ground,
I'm so
with your
worried.
left hand
What is
holding
this?
your gun arm.
I don't actually know what this is. Is this like a skill boost? I'm actually not sure what I just clicked. I just know I'd never click it. I don't know what just happened.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't.
Oh. So, what if I close my eye? I don't know about that. Screw it.
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces.
Yo! I was not expecting that to work.
With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Who killed you?
Communism.
Me too, man. Me too.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
How did I do that? The real killer is communism. You've been policed.
Ace is high.
The Ace is High, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports. The gesture is spread across the world despite the defeat of the revolutionaries themselves.
About that, I had to speak with my roommate for a second. Am I about to high five Kim? Is this like a dream sequence?
You could add an Ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back after the high and waiting for another.
Anyone who leaves him hanging is evil. I'm gonna vote on this. I'm gonna vote, and we have to decide: are we gonna slap it, or are we gonna slap it and wait for an Ace's low? I'm so nervous. What if he does? Who is the evil creature? Who is the evil creature that said leave him hanging? Oh!
The high arrives with a sharp slap.
Ah.
As you turn around, there is a moment of doubt. Feels like that low ain't gonna connect.
Oh no.
Chill. It's gonna connect.
Oh.
But then it does.
Yo!
Precision.
I'm so happy!
Low, hanging.
I knew these guys were.
I'm so happy! Yeah? What, you got a problem with it? What if I just say that? What if I just say that? Final vote. I know. What if Kim doesn't like that? I need Kim to like me. I'm worried. Am I absolutely bending over backwards just so Kim likes me? Yes. Okay, chat voted. Am I okay to say this? Like, obviously, like, the detective obviously has the past, right? You're so right, Cake.
Kuno cracks with laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a seagull. It's clear he enjoys himself.
I knew they suck each other off.
What now?
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells.
Ugh.
The fall seems to have released something deep inside it.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy.
Alright, give him his gun.
In the meantime, we should try to interview Everard Clare, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. I would also suggest we interview Joyce, the Wild Pines representative. But we've already done that, so good for us. One down, one to go.
Is this the famous list of initial interviews?
Yes. And those were the interviewees. Let's go.
Okay. So I'm waiting on... so I have 2 level ups, or do I have 1? I think I have 2. Ace is low. +2 empathy towards him. The Insulindian Civil War was not the first war to see the use of hybrid airships on both sides, but it was the coolest. For an entire decade, folded multi-rotor fighters got into dogfights above Revshol, Ozone, Semenine, and the Arcade Islands, spitting death at one another. They flew over sandy beaches and shot each other out of the azure sky, crashing into city blocks and setting island forests ablaze. The Aces Low was a customary among revolutionary brigades, performed after multiple kills. Lieutenant Kitsuragi... Oh, I forgot his last name. Lieutenant Kitsuragi seems fond of it. Why? What if I just instantly go for Aces Low? Like, I want Aces Low. However, I should probably also do Savoir-Faire because I want to retry getting my jacket. I should probably also do Visual Calculus because I need to reinvestigate the footprints. So do I wait on Aces Low? Do I wait on Aces Low, or do I go ahead and do Aces Low immediately and just do Savoir-Faire? So I'm going to talk to Kuno first. Kuno?
Fuck does Kuno care?
I want to discuss the body with you again, Kuno.
The fuck about it?
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
Kuno's fuckgimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea. Rugby style.
Oh, gosh.
That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking...
I love the parenthesis that he doesn't care.
You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates.
Oh, call me mañana.
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
He means Manana, the laid-back striker at the gates.
You mean mañana?
He's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Yes, this troubadour has it.
The troubadour.
Your test. Get lost.
I found your shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was
Kuno needs cuddles. Do you want to give Kuno cuddles? I don't.
Did you get in?
I feel like he would call me slurs. I phase shifted through the roofing material.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here.
See, that's the thing. He already called me slurs, but he would call me more slurs.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit.
Yeah, he did call me that repeatedly. I can be a good father figure. See, that's the thing. I don't want to be. I gave Kim back the gun because who would have known what would have happened if Kuno was to come at me and I was armed?
How did you
No,
like
I'm
it there,
joking.
pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
Yeah, Kuno's love language is calling you slurs. Could I get into the harbor from the
Of
roof?
course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly, pig.
I tried that, didn't go so well.
Kuno knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear.
Okay, so if I do savoir-faire, that's an opportunity to avoid Measurehead.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just...
I could teach Kuno to be a communist? Yeah, but I am kind of ultra-liberal pilled. Also, apparently I'm kind of fascist, which I didn't realize. Oh, I'm actually fairly communist. I'm at 5 points communism. There's a... What's with a tube of magnesolum?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
Arrow, no. Bad arrow. Listen, I'm a product of my nation. Embraced you're not boring liberal. That's almost everyone's first playthrough. So that's the thing, is that I went into this game like 80% blind, like 85% blind. I knew about stuff like you could be a superstar or an apocalypse. I knew Measurehead was a thing and he's like super racist and you can be racist to get by him. I knew everyone loved Kim. That was like the main bits. But like the plot, who killed the body, specifics about what happened in the plot. Oh, I know you can go to the club and you can dance and be really silly. But like I know very little about the game, but like I know about skill points and whatever. And my sibling has played through this game a couple times and mentioned like, oh yeah, you can be like a superstar, apocalypse, you can be a fascist, communist. So what I did is I went into this and I'm like, I'm gonna play character. I'm not gonna just be like, I'm not gonna say sorry because I knew about the sorry cop. I'm not going to be a moralist and just fence it. I'm gonna have opinions, but I'm not a hobo cop, for instance. I'm not just choosing the funniest option every time. I'm like, I'm a superstar. I'm apocalypse. I'm a communist, feminist, homosexual underground. Honestly, that's just the most enjoyabler approach. Imagine being a centrist. Ugh. See, that's the thing, is that I'm treating this as, how can I play the game specific to a specific character type? That's why at the very beginning, I'm just like, okay, I'm a feminist. I'm a communist. I'm an ultra-liberal.
You could use some.
Oh wow, endurance. It's magnesium, right?
It's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno.
He's gonna use it against you.
Kuno.
I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the time.
Getting this pig, it completely takes away the hangover.
Oh.
It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
What's the powder?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno
Oh, you're doing speed.
Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired.
No electrochemistry. Kim wouldn't want us to. So that's my code, I know. What's it with Pighead?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Demo tape? Some kind of musician?
Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, lies,
Yeah, bad electrochemistry.
cuts their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer.
I've heard enough of this.
Call Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't fucking...
Hear that? Magnesium.
That is true.
That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
So there's a lack of magnesium in me.
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your...
So I need to mag it sideways.
Mag it sideways? What are you talking about? You need to mag it up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
I don't know if I trust this. I don't think this is true. I think this is just more drugs. If anything, I'm surprised that electrochemistry isn't the one saying this. You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
I don't know about that one, Chief. But, goodness gracious. This is facts, I know. Oh, Araya, well, if you're saying so, I have to believe you. So I think I have I have 2 skill points. I think what I do is I upgrade savoir-faire, I go for my jacket. I go talk to Manana, I grab my jacket. Should I talk to her? I don't think I can. I mean, magnesium can be healthy in small doses. Can be healthy in small doses, that is true. Did I enter? I did not do the field autopsy, should I? It seemed as though I wasn't supposed to. Like Kim said, let's talk to the Everett brothers. I mean, I'm happy to do it now. I just didn't know if I had to wait. Magnesium can also be healthy in large doses if you light it on fire and watch the fireworks. That is true.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck.
Open to intrusion by autopsy.
Open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his...
Okay, so this is actually good. I have 2 skill points. So if I need to make a white check... Oh, I can just retry Inland Empire. Although, presumably not until I do the autopsy. I don't think it's worth spending one of my skill points, though. It's like a 70% chance that I failed or whatever, but I think I just skip it. I don't think it's worth spending a skill point on. I think I save the skill points for savoir-faire, because I might need to do that twice. And then if savoir-faire goes through, then I spend it on visual calculus so that I can check the footprints. And then with all... Excuse me. With... Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. My roommate is cooking and sometimes smoke. So hopefully... No. No. I'm fine. I'm fine. I think. I hope. I think I skipped this. Maybe I can talk to him later, but... What's a field autopsy?
You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Oh, I have gloved hands. Pog. Let's get in there.
Truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
All right.
I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes.
We just fill this in, right? Show him the red field autopsy form in your ledger.
Right.
Cool.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant
cool.
believed you know.
I looked over my ledger before. Open my ledger at the field autopsy
dead
form.
man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
Begin. Number 1, assistant.
You.
HDB.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just lies there. The next box says...
Coroner's case number.
AK57-0803.0815.
I promise my house is not on fire. I promise my house is not on fire.
Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Race.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mundi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Write it down.
Pudgy mess of curdled meat. Looks neither mondial.
This will be on the test. I don't know if I believe that, but okay. If I have to remember the case number, I'm just asking chat.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Okay. Okay. Maybe my house is on fire. I'm gonna step away for a second. Oh no, I got back right in time for the ad break. Yes, the Northern Lights were entirely contained within my kitchen. At this time of year, no, you cannot go see it. I have a confession. I've made this confession before. And for those of you that got caught by the ad, you're not going to hear it. I have not watched The Simpsons. I've watched The Simpsons movie. I have seen a couple episodes, but like under 5 episodes. But I have not watched The Simpsons. No, my house is not on fire. And for anyone who's currently not hit by the ads, just be like, Arrow, you can't say that. Arrow, I'm so betrayed. Oh, I have such a different opinion of you. Just make everyone else who's currently in chat right now think I said something awful. Just like absolutely screw with them. Just be like, no, Cake. No, don't say Simpsons. Oh, the vagaries of youth. Okay, it's not a youth thing. It's that when I was younger and Simpsons was like more popular, I wasn't allowed to watch it. And then once I got older, I don't really watch TV. Honestly, something I really want to do more, I want to read more manga and I want to watch more anime. Those are two things that I've been wanting to do more over the past like year or so. And I've been reading more manga. I've been reading multiple more pieces recently. But I've just been so busy. I'm so busy. I'm so busy with content creation, but I love it. So it's fun. Not watching The Simpsons. That's a Simpsons reference. Yeah, when have The Simpsons ever watched The Simpsons? Actually, don't answer that. I'm sure there's at least 2 or 3 opportunities where The Simpsons watched The Simpsons because it's just that kind of show. But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying Disco Elysium. I have a great time with Disco Elysium. I just haven't been in the mood for it the past couple weeks, but now I'm back into it. Like, we're making progress. Even if it's just we do the corpse, we do the autopsy, we go grab our coat, and then we approach the Union. That's a lot. That's a lot of progress. Not watching The Simpsons, that's paddling. Oh no. No one is paddling me. How dare you? I'm concerned what paddling, like, I understand what paddling means, but like, I don't think I've been threatened to be paddled before on stream. Kim's just been blasted in the face by corpse odor this whole time. You just left him there. Time has not passed. He's fine. We are in a fugue state where time is both passing and is not passing. The yaoi paddle shall be on. We are not bringing back the yaoi paddle. I have been told I have yaoi hands. However, I am not bringing back the yaoi paddle. Welcome back, everyone.
Pigs can have sex.
I'm just gonna write male.
Nor does he
because they can't even see that.
With his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
I mean, I could whip out the yaoi paddle if like there was yaoi going on in front of me. I could bring out the paddle much like a ref bringing out a red card if I saw yaoi. Which, let's be real, what are we watching here other than yaoi?
We're still going with March 4th, 51. What else? 9. Body
How does he look over my shoulder?
Is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
Oh my gosh. My roommate is struggling. And they're making tofu. So we're having curry with rice. And the curry's fine. Haven't started the rice yet because we're going to eat in like probably an hour or 2 hours. But they were like, hey, like, do you want to have tofu in this? Because we have tofu and we need to use it up. And I'm like, yeah, sure. And they're like, I think it will just dissolve if we throw it in the curry. So I looked it up. I could bake it and then slice it up and then just like firm it a bit. So then we can throw it in. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. This is the result of them attempting to bake tofu. Long ass fingers, Celador. Some people in a Discord I frequent said I have yaoi hands, but I don't understand what the... So it's not just fingers, it's unreasonably large hands. So for instance, if I was to pull up MS Paint and I look up yaoi hands, let's see if MS Paint is happy. This is yaoi. Like, look at the size comparison. Alternatively, like, look. Yeah, these are classic examples of yaoi hands. Why are the images getting smaller? But like you see this, right? Classic yaoi was something else. Is it an art thing or a culture thing? I think what it was, so this originates from yaoi manga, which it was traditionally, generally, women writing male love manga for predominantly a female audience in Japan. And I think it was literally just the idea of like, it was such a niche market that artistic ability was less important than storytelling. So if you had good characters, but you had weird proportions, people cared less than if you were, say, a shonen manga, which was more popular, had a larger audience, was more mainstream. Even if it wasn't mainstream, it had more scrutiny. But yaoi was niche enough that if you had characters people connected with and they had the odd frame that looked like this, no one really minded. Same thing with even in Code Geass, which is an anime that I quite love, there are frames where particularly one character, like Ogi, one of the side characters in the Black Knights, has just really weird proportions. I think it's just sometimes you're going to have weird proportions, and it just was common enough in yaoi because they weren't held up either maybe to the same scrutiny, maybe to the same level of editing. Like, look at this. We call this ridiculous nowadays. But there was a time when this was just like commonplace. They look like cortical homunculi. Classic yaois built different. So Vamp, I'm not saying good characters. Wink. I'm saying like I never read classic yaoi like 2000s era or like early 2010s era yaoi. So I don't know. I'm just assuming it was a difference in expectations. We call this fabulous. Okay, you got worried, but yours aren't that big. So my hands absolutely are that big. Also, it is currently 6 p.m. EST. So let me post on the server. My apologies. I'll just pin that for 20 minutes. And then I will on the server. Okay. And then we close out of you. Pull up you. Okay. What exactly is treatment anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak...
Okay, calm down, authority. He already knows I have no idea what's going on.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
Yeah, volition, you get it. Yeah, Lividity pointed to a lynching.
Then again, the right lividity is easy to produce if you know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial.
Why is this composure? I figured this would be encyclopedia.
Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerback puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else.
Yes, Araya. I'm actually, like, Araya, you know I'm primarily a YouTuber, right? More than a streamer. You seem so shocked. You compress tofu between a hard place and a heavy object, squeeze out excess water. A heavy frying pan about 20-30 minutes. You can also freeze and thaw tofu, because this is silken tofu. So silken tofu is primarily intended to be eaten by itself, but oh, my headphones are about to die. It's primarily intended to be eaten by itself, like with additions on top of it. And I do want to try that, but we just haven't been eating it. I need to pick up silken tofu and just make it myself one of these days with, like, I feel like a teriyaki style glaze on silken tofu sounds really good. Like, just get some rice, get some tofu, get like a teriyaki style glaze and going. You didn't know you were on YouTube at all? Yeah, Araya, I'm primarily a YouTuber. I primarily make TTRPG content. And I also upload clips of streams. Primarily, recently I've been making a mega dungeon for D&D, one room at a time, where every room is its own short. Are we all going to be YouTube famous? A couple people have featured in YouTube shorts where I had one person from my buddy's community. He came in and he was just like, hey, can I have mod? And I'm like, sure. I'll purge the week 8 times, which, if you don't know, purging the week is banning a random chatter. So I banned a random chatter 8 times and the random chatter survived. So, oh, your boyfriend watches a lot of TTRPG videos. You got to tell him to check out my stuff. Thank you. I appreciate it. See, Araya gets it. You can also pre-salt or poach tofu in salted water. Are you going to give a map of the mega dungeon when it's done? So my current plan, Maddie, is I want the mega dungeon to be a series of rooms that you can pick up if you want. So if I release, for instance, the quarantine bunk room was Monday, the Goblin Village was Wednesday, and the Defaced Shrine was Monday of last week. Let's say you don't like the idea of the Defaced Shrine. You think that's dumb. You think that the troglodyte in a desecrated shrine is not interesting as an encounter, but you like the Goblin Village and you like the quarantined bunk room. You can take those 2 rooms and ignore the Defaced Shrine and be fine with it. So I don't want to force... I don't want to give off the impression that there is a correct configuration. That being said, I am going to... My current plan is to upload a compilation of most, if not all, of the shorts I've released up until this point and call it Floor 1, where this upcoming Sunday... It was supposed to be last Sunday, but I ended up doing a different clip instead. A compilation of all the shorts that I already released where I set them up to be a dungeon. And I released the first floor of the mega dungeon with, I think I've released like 14 rooms at this point. So I would give you a 14 room first floor of the dungeon, with the goal being, okay, now I'm going to continue releasing rooms and then I'll make floor 2. And then you can be like, oh, floor 1 is really interesting, but I don't care about the Nothic Den or the Myconid colony, so I'm going to axe those rooms. I'm going to remove those rooms. Wolk, what is this? This is on my YouTube. I've been releasing... Oh, why is there only 3 shots? Oh, understood. Oh my gosh. I like how YouTube recommended shorts of yours I've already watched a week beforehand. Oh, I'm glad I read that message before it got purged. Yeah, and honestly, it's what's so weird to me. I love the fact... Also, Araya, I like how you're learning just now that I'm a YouTube content creator, because I've been making YouTube for like a year and a half at this point. Or really a year. I started technically like a year and a half ago, but really I hit my stride like a year ago. So it's funny that like you're just finding that out now, because I've been streaming longer and with more intensity on YouTube, making content for YouTube more than on Twitch. But it's funny that I can look back and be like, oh, I have such a backlog of content. And then I get comments on videos and I see... we shoot up straight like Harry himself shooting that belt. I have gotten comments recently on shorts that I released over a year ago. And I'll see like comment, oh wow, this is a really cool idea, smiley face. And then all the other comments are from a year ago, and I'm just like, why are you watching? Why are you watching my content from a year ago? My content from a year ago sucked. Why is this being recommended to people? Please don't watch this content. You should not be watching this content. It's awful. Did I get stream elements? Yes, you did. You did. No, it's so bad. I'm just like, I suck. I'm so bad. Although, and I love sharing this because I'm sorry, I'm an egotist. All right, I'm a bit of an egoist, but I had someone see one of my videos about Rangers. I made a video changing how Rangers work in D&D, and then they were inspired to do fan art of me. And this is just someone who's not in my Discord, they're not in my community, they don't watch my streams as far as I'm aware, and they just like made this amazing they made this amazing art of me as a ranger. No, right, Araya? And like they even were like arrow with like the little bow and arrow. Past me is awful and dumb and will never accomplish anything in their life. See, that's the thing. I am someone who I take great strides to... I try to be kind to my future self, but I'm absolutely awful to my past self. So I'm constantly thinking, this would make life easier for me in a week from now. This is something that I don't want to deal with tomorrow, so I'll deal with it today. I want to set myself up for success in the future, so I'll do this now. And then I'm constantly like, me from a week ago was stupid. Yesterday, I was the dumbest human being alive. I was the most cringe individual a year ago. Like, I give myself so little flexibility from the past, but I try so hard to be kind to my future self. I see short hair Arrow and I'm like, look at her. She's so young and swagless. I don't think I got more swag. I look different now. I have my hair down. Because that wasn't me with short hair. That was me with my hair up, which I actually do have a model. I have an alternative outfit that I have not revealed where it's like an athletic wear outfit where my hair is up in a ponytail and I'm wearing athletic gear. And if I ever get a chance to do a 3D stream where I'm breaking or like b-girling or breakdancing as it's sometimes called, I think that's what I would wear. Sports ball arrow. I mean, I can... Do I have it? I actually don't... I can't recall if I have it. Arrow writes over here. Exactly. This is fan art that I got after I made a video about D&D Rangers, which I don't know. I love this. It's so cool to me. Anyway. Pop and lock. Exactly. Back to the video game. Back to the game we were playing. Lol, you're the total opposite. You started working on something and say, oh, this is going to be wretched. I don't know what I'm doing. Then it gets done, I start gushing over it. No, literally. So, I don't know who needs to hear this, but for me, the creative process is I get a really cool idea and then I start working on it and I'm like, this is so much work. This is so frustrating. This is so much effort. This is going to be awful. This is so bad. And then I get like 2/3 of the way through it. And then I'm like, I am loving this. I've hit my stride. This is amazing. This is going to be like the best thing I've made to date. And then like that last 10% is pretty hit or miss. It's generally either, oh, will this finally be over? Or it will be, I'm so excited. I'm wrapping this up. I'm putting a bow on this. I'm doing my best work. And then I release it and it's out to the world. And that's not my problem anymore. That's your problem. I tell myself the stuff I make is bad the whole time. Arrow accumulates intelligence as I age, which means Granny Arrow... I don't think I'll be a granny. I think... I don't know. I'm not going to get too morbid. That seems like it'd be a bit of a buzzkill. Hold up. Why is there a game on my yapping stream? I am gaming because I haven't gamed the past couple streams and people voted for Disco Elysium. I just realized this tree sways back and forth, but this doesn't. Neither does this. The birdhouse and the rope, the belt, they don't sway with the tree. That's so weird. Arrow's gaming because I'm a gamer, true. Old woman Arrow sounded a bit ruse, so I went with Granny. Well, see, that's the thing. Well, first off, so just for anyone who doesn't know, I am non-binary. I just am more femme presenting, so I don't care if anyone calls me like an old lady or an old man or whatever. It's old person. But I don't know. I feel like I'm not... I feel like a lot of people talk about what they'll be like when they're 70, 80, 90, and I'm like, I don't think that far ahead. I don't plan to get 70, 80, 90. If I end up getting that far, I think I'll be a completely different person. So, literally unplayable. Is Ranger the class you vibe with the most? So, Araya, I made a class about Rangers, and Rangers in D&D 5e are really frustrating. Okay, we're whipping out the MS Paint again. Ancient Entity. I could rock being an Ancient Entity. I love the idea of a Ranger. The issue is that Rangers tend to be... They tend to struggle in D&D 5e because, for whatever reason, the producers of D&D insist that Rangers, their one thing that they're really good at is exploration. And the thing is that being good at exploration is really cool. It lets you be cool and rugged and outdoorsy. The issue is that Rangers are the only class that has any real support for exploration. So if I'm a Ranger, I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abilities. Let's say like 5 abilities from level 1 to 7, right? This is an exploration ability. This is an exploration ability. Stranger Ranger Danger. This is like spell casting, which is cool. This is like extra attack, which is cool. And this is another exploration ability. Meanwhile, if I'm a rogue, maybe this is an exploration ability. This is a cool 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 ability. You know, like, it's the sort of idea where just proportionately Rangers really struggle to keep up with everyone else. 5e doesn't have enough exploration stuff in general, so most DMs rarely use it. Exactly. You love Rangers conceptually, you just don't think they're executed very well. And that's why I made a video basically saying, hey, instead of being exploration oriented, make it so that Rangers are the class that gets a pet. Make it so that Rangers are the class that gets a pet. Rangers are the class that gets a wolf or a bear or a hawk or an eagle or a snake that you get to have. Ranger's an excellent class for a nerfed PC or a tour guide as designed by Wizards of the Coast. I wouldn't even say that. I would literally just say Ranger is a class where half their class features don't matter. Half their class features don't come up in play unless you have a Ranger. And then the only thing that including the Ranger does is, instead of just hand waving it, you say, okay, the Ranger handles it, which is still a hand wave. It's just not ignored. It's now explained as the Ranger doing it. So I made a video, which I can post the video. I know, self-promotion in my Twitch stream, more likely than you think. So this is a video I made talking about Rangers. And this is just basically me saying, Rangers, every Ranger should get a pet. Rangers having a pet, oh my gosh. Rangers having a pet should be the core of their identity. They should be really good at exploration, plus having an animal companion. And then there's a Beastmaster subclass, which makes the pet even cooler. That's the core thesis, I said. The core point of the video is every ranger should get a pet. Rangers and their pet should be good at exploration. The Beastmaster subclass should make the pet even cooler. Arrow heard that rogues do it from behind and went, yes. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm rogue coded. What character class would you ascribe me? Obviously, like, you just saw me as a ranger, which I think... See, I don't see myself as ranger coded, but I could see it, you know? I've been called a bard. Like, I don't know if I'd be ranger coded. I think rangers are cool. Conceptually, mechanically, they're not. You was here all the time and thought this was a Christian Minecraft server. So many good ideas in the 2nd edition AD&D Ranger Handbook. Or 2 ferrets. I know very little D&D, but isn't Gloomstalker strong? So, Cake, the thing with Gloomstalker Ranger is that the thing is with D&D 5e and even I think, is it 1 D&D? Yeah, 1 D&D is like D&D 5.5. The thing about this is, like I said, they get a bunch of abilities that are exploration, and then they get a couple non-exploration abilities, but nothing crazy. But then in 1 D&D, they made it so like, wow, you get a non-combat, you get a combat ability. Oh, wow, you get another one. And oh my gosh, you get another one. But they made it so all of it requires a bonus action. And a bonus action, you only get one of those per turn. So in reality, it's not that they went, oh wow, we fixed the ranger. It's that they took 3 abilities and said, okay, you get to choose one of them at a time. And that's not fun. The Gloomstalker is good, but that's only good so far as you get all of this plus you get XOO, right? So like the Gloomstalker has good abilities, but it's built off the bones of a bad class. So the Gloomstalker itself is really good. If it was a fighter subclass, it might even be busted. If it was a paladin or a rogue subclass, it would be busted. But because it's based off a ranger, it just kind of reaches serviceable. It reaches mediocre. It reaches okay, you know? Is the Gloomstalker edgy? So the Gloomstalker is a ranger who specializes in stalking... It's either the Underdark or the Shadowfell. Basically, they get shadow magic. So yes, very edgy. They can teleport behind you, nothing personnel kid. I think they get invisibility. They can see in magical darkness. Is the Blood Hunter hot garbage? So the Blood Hunter is a homebrew class by Matthew Mercer, which then kind of got like informally adopted. Kind of like the Artificer. Like the Artificer is an official class. It's just continuously not published in the player's handbook for whatever reason. The Blood Hunter is like officially a class. It's widely considered a viable playable option because Matthew Mercer has so much credibility. I would say it's good. Asterisks. But it has downsides that no other class has. Multiclassing to Gloomstalker Assassin is yummy. Well, welcome on in, Harka. Let me put my headphones away. My apologies. Yeah, my headphones died because I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. My apologies. So, so the Blood Hunter is not hot garbage. The Blood Hunter's fine. The issue is that the main core power of the Blood Hunter is I get damage. Excuse me. I get damage, but I take damage. And it reduces my max hit points until it goes away. So it's the idea of I take 1d4 damage, I deal an extra 1d4 damage, and then I keep dealing that 1d4 extra damage. I get a little bit of spell casting or like abilities or like Eldritch Invocations, but I can damage myself to boost them. The issue with that is, why are you not just playing a paladin? The issue with that is, why are you not just playing a blade block? The Blood Hunter is not bad. The Blood Hunter, in my opinion, struggles because other classes don't have the downsides it has while accomplishing similar things. Because the Paladin can and the Warlock both also get boosts to damage, but they don't have to damage themselves for it. And the Blood Hunter is really cool. Like, I think one of the most slept on Blood Hunter subclasses is the Order of the Ghost Slayer, which was the original Witch Hunter that Matthew Mercer prototyped with Vin Diesel and then converted into the Blood Hunter. Because it's like, you get a radiant attack with your blood curse, and you also can temporarily become ethereal. You specialize in hunting ghosts and undead, despite being this edgy, like, blood magic using hunter. But why not just play Paladin? And like, I like how the Order of the Profane Soul is basically, you're a blood hunter with like a 1/4 dip into Warlock, which is fun, but it's also like, okay, you're just a blood hunter that gets 2 spell slots. And then you get like a 3rd spell slot at 14th level. Cool. Like, Vin Diesel, you saw that episode, Ghost Punching? Yeah, I used to hyperfixate on Critical Role Campaign 1. But it's been ages since that point. I watched it as it came out. If you want to know how like OG I am, and this is kind of gatekeeping. Like, I don't want to come off like I'm gatekeeping. I was watching it as it came out on YouTube when they were in the Underdark. And if you think like, oh, wait, what do you mean in the Underdark? I mean, like, before they left the Underdark, which was like the first 15 episodes of Campaign 1, I was watching it on YouTube. Was I a Geek and Sundry kid? I was not a Geek and Sundry kid. I didn't like grow up on Geek and Sundry or anything. I watched Will Wheaton's Tabletop tons because I was vicariously living through other people playing board games I wanted to play. I watched Critical Role. There's another show I watched that I can't remember that pivoted to a different platform, kind of like how Critical Role did. Gloomstalker gets bonus initiative, enhanced dark vision and stealth, in darkness, and additional attacks during the first round. Yeah, they're like an ambusher. Do I mean Will Wheaton? I do not. The Blood Hunter in Critical Role 2 sucked majorly. That was Mollymuck, right? Like the guy who died in like 20 episodes? Talison's character? You've never watched Critical Role? You've watched the animated show though? Yeah, so I watched season 1 and I didn't watch season 2, and apparently there's a season 3. Like, I'm not gonna lie, my hyperfixation for campaign 1 came and went. I burned out in the last couple episodes. I watched out of obligation. I think I watched live when they fought the final boss of campaign 1. I started campaign 2, but then life stuff happened and I was not watching campaign 2. And then I caught like a couple dozen episodes of campaign 3 and then just fell off. I just was not interested. I was not keeping up with it. Did you watch Will Wheaton run his sci-fi fantasy game that was published? Are you talking about Titan's Grave? Because I watched both Titan's Grave and I also watched... Does anyone even know Force gray giant hunters. This was like a mini series that was aired, I think, on Geek and Sundry, and it had like Hank Green and like the rotating cast of like TTRPG people from the mid 2010s. Titan's Grave was an original setting and TTRPG system that Will Wheaton came up with that had like, I think also Hank Green, Laura Bailey, Yuri Lowenthal. I think there was a fourth person that I can't remember. Titan's Grave, The Ashes of Volcana. Yeah, Titan's Grave. Although I will continue to say, I watched the only thing of Dimension 20 I watched was Escape from the Bloodkeep, which was like their interpretation of the players are all playing Sauron's lieutenants from like Lord of the Rings. And then the first session opens with Sauron being destroyed and all the lieutenants being like, well, what do we do now? So that was a lovely series, full on YouTube. Honestly, Dropout, super worth it. My sibling has it, and like I've seen some Dropout based off of the fact that my sibling has a Dropout subscription. Super worth it, super fun shows. I didn't watch much of Dimension 20 though. One I will always swear by though, LA by Night. I talk about this all the time. It's a Vampire the Masquerade game. It went on for 5 seasons. It was banger after banger. They then went on to do NY by Night, which had 2 seasons, and I thought it died, but like as of a couple weeks ago, the cast from season 1 of NY by Night was saying, no, NY by Night season 3 is still in the works. It's just been like 2 years because we're trying to get like 12 cast members plus all of the crew together. So that's been super cool to know. Project Ghostlight, if any of you don't know what Project Ghostlight is, it is NY by Night season 1 happened like 4 years ago at this point. That group got together and is making their own series, and it's got Alexander Ward, it's got Abria Iyengar. I'm forgetting the names of the 2 other people, and I feel so bad. It's Joey something, and I can't remember her name. I feel so bad. I told you B-Dave ran a vampire game for you. Yeah, you mentioned that, and that's so cool. LA by Night's great. I'm glad someone else knows LA by Night. You really need to watch that. Just so long, it's intimidating to get into. So the thing is with LA by Night, it's very much so. Season 1 is based, like, if you want, you could just watch season 1 self-contained. Season 2, you kind of need. I feel like season 2 leads into season 3, and season 3 kind of leads into season 4. And season 5 is one of those ones where it's season 5 is the culmination of everything that came before it. So if you want, you could watch season 1, see how you like it, and then if you don't like it, you bounce. I will say in LA by Night, the opening to season 3 and the opening to season 5, some of my favorite sessions that I've ever watched in a TTRPG actual play. LA by Night is much more digestible than Critical Role, 100%, because LA by Night is effectively watching live action theater. Because LA by Night is Vampire the Masquerade, it's in the storyteller system, it's much more narrative focused, it's much more character oriented, so it's effectively watching a theater troupe improv act. There's not, oh, we're going to go on a full episode long fight. We're not going to have super intense dungeon crawls. We're not going to go on quests to level up. There's none of that kind of filler that I feel like a lot of D&D games suffer from. It's straight up just like the first thing that happens, the coterie finds a fledgling who has no idea what's going on, has to have Vampire Society explain to them, and realizes, oh, I'm dead. You edited an LA by Night fan song? Post it in the Discord server if you're comfortable, because I would love that. Oh no, someone specifically warned me something bad would happen. I ignored their warning. Something bad happened. How could this happen to me? Confession: never watched any D&D podcast and show until last month, and then only Once Upon a Witchlight. Vamp, I remember you saying that, and I was so shocked. I see more of shows by people ripping it up and posting snippets on YouTube Shorts than I actually watch. That's fair. But I mean, honestly, the main reason I have not posted an actual play. Well, to be fair, the main reason that I have not posted an actual play is because I don't have a group. I'm in talks with some people about potentially getting a group going. Like, I have a couple people in mind who are content creators who I want to play a game with. But that very much would be we play a full game off camera. We play a full game as a group, see how it feels, see where the stress points are, see how much fun we have. And then if we have a good time and we all have time and we all can schedule it, then we would worry about an actual play. But like the other main reason I don't do this is because I feel like actual plays are boring. Yeah, it takes a while for the fledgling to realize she's dead and everyone she ever knew was in danger just for existing. Yeah, and like in the first session, like someone she knows dies because they were connected to her and she's undead and she was not being careful with that information. Like my issue with actual plays, and particularly D&D, is how much of an actual play D&D show is spent on shopping or arguing, and not arguing like character arguing about like what to do and planning and like fighting and traveling, all things that happen in a game because they can be fun to play. They're not always, but they can be fun to play, and oftentimes they're required to keep cohesion going, but they're not interesting to watch. I like the way Dimension 20 handles that. Well, feel free to share, because I don't watch much Dimension 20. The shopkeep can be very good if you keep it fun and succinct. Honestly, you don't even need to keep it fun and succinct. You can have it be depressing and like long. You can keep it depressing and dragging on. The thing is, most games are fun to play more than they are to watch. So if I was to run a game, I would run a game that was more fun to watch than it was to play. Which sounds anathema to what the job of a storyteller is or a GM is. But at the end of the day, it's content, right? If I go into a game with 3 other content creators and I say, hey, we're doing this to put on a show. Think of it more like an acting or a play or like guided improv than it is like a TTRPG where we're going to sit around and make a bunch of dumb jokes. And you can be silly, you can be funny, but remember, we're in content mode. We're in creation mode. We want this to be engaging for an audience mode more than we are in, oh, let's just kick back and relax mode. Because those are 2 very different modes. Everyone here, I'm sure, has had times where you have relaxed with friends, and you have had times where you've been on your best behavior trying to perform for your friend's parent. Or you're goofing off with your buddy and you're giving a school presentation. Right? You have different modes even with the same people. And this is something where most people assume a TTRPG is always going to be, oh yeah, let's just goof around, have fun, have a good time. But if you go into it with the mindset of, no, think of this more like acting. think of this more like we are trying to put on a specific story, whether that is a funny story or a sad story or a tragedy. Doesn't matter. I don't know how fun it would be to watch me arguing for the X time with the Ultra Hustler character in the party has to think a bit more about his actions could impact people. I mean, that's the thing is that, and for those of you who have been here all stream, at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about kayfabe. And this is kind of like to bring it all back together. You shouldn't play the 1,000-year-old vampire who is super edgy and doesn't talk to anyone because they don't want to get close to anyone anymore and blah, 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 blah. Even if that's the core of your character, ease up, right? Like, dial that down to like 50 or maybe even closer to 30, because I've found most players have extensive backstories that they really want to, like, they really just want to tell their backstory. But then they don't actually play the game. They focus on keeping their character in stasis to match with their backstory, even if they go into the game saying, oh yeah, I want my character to change. They fight their darndest to fight that because they want it to feel earned. And when you have 5 pages of backstory saying how edgy your character is, you want the equivalent of 5 pages of backstory developed through playtime before you change that. The issue is backstory is incredibly dense in information. So you can talk about 20 years of your character's life across 5 pages. If you're playing a TTRPG, you're probably not going to pass a year of your character's life, even if you've been playing for years. Your first D&D group, everyone was so edgy and mysterious, we didn't talk and group together in like the 5th session. And that's the thing, is that that's such a common occurrence. That's why I always say, like, hey, I get you want your character to do this thing. I get you want your character to be edgy or to have people approach you. Change your character to fit the group. Simple. You don't have to go from like edgy to sunshine. But what you should do is that you should go to more of maybe grumpy. You're not ignoring the party. You're also not the party's best friend. You don't like the party. The party frustrates you. You'll make snide comments and you won't participate in jubilations, but you will work with the party. You'll provide information to the party. You will ask the party for their input on things, and you'll grumble because that's halfway. I'm sorry, I had to sneeze. And this is just something that I think comes with skill as a GM, which is learning to balance. Okay, here's what my character wants. Here's what I want from my character. Here's what the group needs. How can I marry these together without compromising the core of my character and without neglecting the group when it needs it? Everyone talks about the GM who should have just written a book, but not the players who have just... Exactly. Characters like Batman and Wolverine, they're grumpy, but they work with their teams. Maddie, you get it. This is why you're a mod. Like, unironically. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like, even the Punisher, who's super edgy, even Venom, who's super edgy, they team up with Spider-Man or other characters or whoever they need to service the plot because you're the only one with the skills to get it done, or it's only us who can accomplish this, or maybe it's simply this was my fault and I know you're gonna clean up my mess. Like, no matter how you justify it, you can justify it as I'm edgy. I don't want to work with you, but as the player, I secretly do. The character hates you. The character would never trust you. The character is going to stab you in the back as soon as you turn around. But I, as the player, just want to have fun with my friends. So, I, as the player, have to think, okay, how can my character, who's an edgy 1,000-year-old goblin, an edgy 1,000-year-old vampire, I'm Boblin the Goblin, the edgy 1,000-year-old vampire, who doesn't want to work with the rest of the party. What would motivate me to work with the party? Oh, the party are useful pawns that I want to get on the good side of. So even if I'm not a good person, even if I'm not sunshine, even if I'm not happy, I am going to be polite to them. I'm not going to offer information. I'm not going to be buddy-buddy with them. I'm not going to go out drinking with them. But I am going to be polite. I'm going to assist them in combat. I'm going to give them suggestions on what I think they should do. And I'm going to listen when they give me suggestions. I'm going to have a cordial working relationship with them. Or if I'm Gorbrak's spine drinker and I just want to murder, death, kill everyone, and I'm super aggressive and I have no thoughts and I charge in blindly, maybe instead of charging in blindly every single circumstance and frustrating the rest of the group because they don't get to plan, I say, Gorbrax wants to drink spines. Party helps Gorbrax fight bigger monsters. Bigger monsters have more spines. Gorbrax works with party. So maybe Gorbrax doesn't charge in to fight all of the goblins. However, once the party sneaks past the goblins, Gorbrax charges the ogre and drinks its spine. Because even though Gorbrax would never be so cowardly as to sneak by goblins, the party felt that was the right decision, and Gorbrax justified it to themselves by saying, I'm going to drink the spine of the next biggest thing. And then when the party gets caught and they're fighting a bugbear and an ogre and 3 hobgoblins, suddenly Gorbrax can go all out, and then you did not betray your character's ideals or the core of your character in order to work with the party. And that's a skill I think not enough players work on, because that is a skill. It is a skill to say, here's what my character wants. Here's what the party needs. I'm going to couple them. Maybe I have to slice off this bit of my character, and maybe I can't meet this need of the party. However, this is one giant compromise that gets 2/3 of what my character wanted and half, or maybe 3/4 of what the party needed. And then suddenly you have Boblin the Goblin, the edgy 1,000-year-old vampire who is polite to the party despite hating all of them. You have Gorbrax the spine drinker who, despite wanting to only ever kill, death, maim, holds off on that until it is the time for it. And then you have like Daisy the sunshine creature who wants to just diplomatize everything and make amends and be peaceful and cause no harm and never lie and never steal anything, who learns, okay, sometimes I just need to look the other direction as Gorbrax does their thing. And then you have a functional party. And then you have a party that can actually work together. And then you have a party where Gorbrax always says, I want to kill them. Daisy says, I want to work with them. Boblin the Goblin says, I want to claim their souls. And then you have legitimate negotiation because everyone is willing to budge. Everyone is willing to budge at least a little bit. And then maybe you have a plan where Gorbrax goes in, kills all of them, but one of them, Daisy negotiates with them. After they negotiate and get all the information that they want, Daisy goes on a walk so that Boblin the Goblin can eat their soul. Like, boom, you have a party dynamic. 1,000-year-old vampire who has never been able to climb to a barony or princedom and has ambition to dethrone the current ruler or establish their own domain works fine. 1,000-year-old vampire who is tired of unlife and doesn't want to make connections to avoid vulnerability can be difficult to work with. Exactly. And honestly, even if you're 1,000-year-old vampire who's tired of unlife and doesn't want to make connections to avoid vulnerability and refuses the call to action and what's in it for me in regards to anything that is asked of them, you can do that if after the first argument with your party, you say, you're right. I need to change my behavior. Because then suddenly you are the edgy loner character who had the emotional intelligence and sensibility to pivot from just being a loser to being actually reasonable. And then no one's going to think that you weren't an edgy loner. If you call yourself an edgy loner and your first impression of them is an edgy loner, everyone's going to think you're an edgy loner. But you're not going to cause frustration in the party because you tone it down instantly. You back off instantly. You work with the party instantly. 1,000-year-old vampire that loves life and despite the time still wants to experience all the beauty has to offer and drugs. Welcome to Vampire the Masquerade. So back to Disco Elysium.
All across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
Turn the page.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left.
Oh, I can't remove the boots, that's why.
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings to be added to the case files as document as usual. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is
Kim is such a good cop.
Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good.
Okay, time to derail the stream into yapperism once more. I'm about to hit an ad in a minute. I'm just trying to get through this conversation with Kim at least.
Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Why would I touch his hair? I don't care about touching his hair. Should I touch his hair, chat? Do I get special dialogue if I touch his hair? Will Kim be like, why aren't you caressing my hair? And then I'll be like, I could if you want. I'm gonna do it.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
This feels improper, so I'm just gonna write it down.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity.
Low velocity?
Talking about velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Nobody gently strokes corpse's hair anymore. Well, yeah, I feel like that's a bit improper. It would be funny if I wrote down high velocity.
Get your mark.
So the lieutenant produces a small folding knife, while the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into polyester. The stench is horrid, and after a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
Still wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully.
Oh
With
no.
As much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pigs are boring.
Oh no. Look for a good
The
spot to
belt
cut.
is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck.
Oh no,
swelling
I am
over
not good at
like
physical
white
instrument.
bread rising from the east. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now. Like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should
Okay.
come loose.
Okay. Interfacing helped. Thank you, interfacing. All right. I don't want to spam this. However, should I use this? Should I be like, hey, please give me help? Please give me help. I'm scared. Guess you are good enough? I mean, apparently giving a look for it is sufficient because interfacing will help. All right. Let's do it. Oh no.
Right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already buried deep in the man's flesh. The lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words.
Enough! Cut some!
Yeah, fuck him! Fuck that baggery! Corpse fucking time!
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to him.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision. Snap.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I realized that we are in an ad break. I forgot. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna drink some water. Probably gonna wrap up in half an hour or so.
Red ligature mark around it.
I think what we do is I do this, then I go over, talk to Mignana, I go over, grab my jacket with savoir-faire, and then we probably wrap up from there because there's plenty of stuff to do. Or maybe I don't grab my jacket because that's a very obvious thing to do. Kim, our goat. See, Kim has got me. I feel bad that Kim is stuck with me, but at the same time, he's also stuck with me. Oh my god. It's like, you know. I tried clicking on the physical boost, but it wouldn't let me click vote for some reason. Huh, weird. Okay, I'm just going to wait like 15-ish more seconds. I think most people aren't hit by ads, but just in case. And welcome back. I apologize for anyone who's caught in the ads. Immediately shoot the bot. So I failed cutting the knot, so I gave it to Kim, and Kim did it because Kim is awesome. Here, he hands you the chain carries back and then kneels closer to the body, running his finger along the dark red groove until he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia...
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
I'm not going to inspect the genital. That just seems disrespectful.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about...
Genitalia unremarkable. Kim just killed him again.
Last item.
True.
Hands.
Although, I will say, I feel as though you don't need remarkable genitalia. It's not the size of the wave, it's the motion of the ocean, you know?
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
Were we expecting it?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
All right.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Nope.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it gently. A rotting
This is
smell erupts from
nasty.
the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system.
Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are
Oral
used.
cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
I feel like this is a mistake.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again. Straight.
I'm not looking deeper inside. I don't want to accidentally throw up on him. But I have to.
It's hard.
Oh,
Once more,
no,
you taste
no.
stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something.
Ah, gross.
You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness. Deep silence as always.
This is why I have healing items. It's true. See, this is just a good reminder. I don't always have to pursue every line of questioning.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Don't we have any?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Nah.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging.
Write it down.
Gastrointestinal.
My hair is pretty hands-on, the type that goes there. Oh no. I don't even know what that means. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground at the pool of feces.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
I gotta keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
I kept the voila.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Bite marks. Or what's the 4th injury field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Oh, fair.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal, postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a postmortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it postmortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones.
Why is it making me do all of this? Like, is it like, oh, you wanna mess with the autopsy report?
Right. Next.
What about the injuries we inflicted?
So we inflicted them?
Okay, I have inflicted.
Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters.
I'll keep it I'll keep it minimal.
Injuries.
Ligature mark.
Dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
Wait, so why is it being like, oh yeah, you don't have to rush, because trust my instincts? See, now I feel like I'm being thrown off because it's birds were like biting at him. So that's non-fatal. Rocks were being thrown at him post-mortem. That's non-fatal. I've already been giving some info about this. See, the thing is that the fact that it is consistent with a lynching makes me think that, yeah, that is how it is. However, there was no struggle. The issue is that there was no sign of clawing on the neck. There was no sign of struggle on the hands. He was happy at his time of death. So, if it was a lynching, I assume there would have been some greater... Because also, the way they got it up there is they took the thing, they lassoed it up, and then they strung him up. So it wasn't like they went up there and then dropped him, because how would they have gotten him up there and then dropped him? So they killed him. They killed him and then they strung up his body? And then all of the things consistent with a lynching would just be because his body was there post-mortem? But I feel like it went out of his way to establish that his neck injuries were consistent with what killed him. And that, for instance, all of his blood coagulated in his hands and feet and chin because he was strung up there immediately. Yeah, so with the gap, that's just because that's where it was suspended. I think I just say non-fatal.
He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck.
My dude, wish I had your brain and cogent reasoning ability. See, that's the thing, is that I would have just selected that was the thing if it wasn't reaction speed literally going like, don't rush it. Because that's the game saying there's more to it than you think. So then walking through the steps, that makes sense, but I still don't understand what killed him then.
Why do you say that?
Oh, so he's reading what I'm saying. I don't think it was the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Yeah, why weren't his hands tied? A big man like this, I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you're right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First, how did it go?
It was a An irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success.
What
We
else?
were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail.
Cool.
What is there to say? Given the
I'm glad I didn't upset him because I didn't mess too much. All I did was add voila. I added a single voila.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg
Okay.
for processing.
He looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper, then at the corpse.
He's thinking, did I miss something? You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
Oh, I can do... Why can I do... Who are you? Oh, because I did the intimate autopsy.
I'm gone.
Why were you feeling pleasure when you...
Maybe I was getting my rocks off.
First, you have... Wait, what dialect? Wait. You were feeling around?
Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you?
Yes.
Captain Coppadromo. I feel we are drifting
Casually
away.
talking to the corpse as one does, move along
Fixating on
people.
Sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
I still don't know what the pale is.
In the past. Way out in the west.
I can see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
There's nothing funny about you.
There is nothing funny about jokes either.
Who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker.
A killer?
And a killer. Go ahead, Copper.
What is happening?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your... imagination.
Imagination, yep.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions. You
Horrific necktie, you hush up. Kim will get upset at you.
He loves those.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoonie.
What does purging the weak entail? Is it like a button in the box where you kill a random person by killing and willing? So, I'm glad you asked that. You don't win $1 million. You just kill someone. So if you're interested in finding out, you can follow. That will get you 300 channel points, and then you can, or just watch for like 10 minutes. They'll get you 10 channel points. You can purge the week, and it bans one random person in chat. So, I hope you have fun with that. Are you writing occupation, mother effer, and killer on the autopsy report? No, I already completed it. Do you want more questions? Yeah, give me questions.
Here you go, you loony.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
Hate you. You stink and you're boring.
Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
A baby affected by harlequinism.
You sure wriggled out of that one. Coppellini.
Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Rooney is obviously not who I am.
Between you and me, your name
Harry mentioned.
is probably...
I feel like I've been getting a lot of Harry lately.
You might be onto something there.
Enough.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Okay, we already got one out. Bye, Neko. I don't think I have anything else to ask you, so... I don't think I have anything to increase perception. Good way to grow your audience, that one. No, see, that's the thing, is that it's only a timeout for 60 seconds. However, you'd be surprised how much people love it. Yeah, Corey gets it. Simply choose not to be purged. Search buddy one more time. I feel like if I fail this, I'm gonna have a bad time, but... I can't think of anything else to ask him.
Shoot, Looney Room.
Yeah.
Come back later.
I guess I'll just check. Like,
Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento.
you could put a point into perception. See, that's the thing. I could. I have 3. I need a point in savoir-faire because I need to retry that. I'm thinking a point in visual calculus because I want to retry checking the footprints on the floor so that I can approach the dock workers with better evidence. And then I'm thinking I kind of want aces low. And that would be all 3 of my skill points, assuming I don't fail anything and need to retry. I don't know how worth it a single point in perception would be. Or save count? Nah. Or try, then put a point? No, it's a red check. So, Cake, I currently don't have any free slots. That's my issue. I only have empty slots, or close slots. Yeah. Because I already have 5. Although, does it take a skill point to forget a skill? To forget a thought? Because I don't think I need the compressor anymore. You love aces low? Okay, no. Haruka, you missed it. I said like, hey, why don't we just shoot down the corpse? Because I didn't know if that would work. So Kim shoots and misses. And then I'm like, well, I mean, I could try. And then I did it and I got it. And then I aced it. And then he was like, aces high. And then I high-fived him and download him. Thank you, Omarid. No, I am absolutely, I love Kim. I'm like everyone else. By the by, I'm currently 3414 because I was like, hey, what if I'm just dumb and I don't have any physique? And I'm superstar, communist, ultra liberal, good cop, bad cop. What is good cop, bad cop? Don't actually answer that because I still haven't figured out what that is. I'm assuming good cop, bad cop is when I'm like a disaster so that Kim seems more competent, is my guess. Check twice to see whether you're done on all corpse-related tasks. You can't take it back. Oh, this is a white check. So what if I... Yeah, I could try a perception check, spend a point, try again, I guess. Why not?
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
I'm gonna give up.
Seems to yawn contentedly.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before.
Yes, there's something we're not seeing.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Okay, where do we find a fridge?
Be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling
Ooh.
and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all...
Okay, what else will compress my bagels? Not what I have compressing.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
Let's hurry then.
This is one task.
I don't think I need to fridge the body. I don't think I need... I think I just burn a point of perception, maybe even 2. Like, you found your song? Oh, awesome. Post it on the Discord if you're good. So I'm going to save. Does this seem worth it? I have 3 points. Increasing perception is by no means bad. What about the boots? So the boots are currently stuck to the body, and when I tried taking them off, he was still tied up, so I couldn't do that. I mean, technically I can use arrow thighs as a compressor. I'm not gonna compress your bagels with my thighs. I don't know, man. Just doing a good autopsy scene. Yes. I'll try
The man is
again.
decomposing. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep.
42. Actually, that's a huge bump. I'm not gonna lie.
You really ought to wait until the cadaver is refrigerated. Digging around in this mess now is proving hopeless.
How about toasting them? You're awful. Also, note to you, interactions differ with different stats. There are passive... Yeah. So, there are passive skill checks. I've gotten tons of those. Honestly, I'm getting, I think, most passive skill checks outside of physical ones. Because I dumped my physique, but intellect, psyche, motorics, I get those pretty consistently. My question is, do I level up perception again? Do I level up perception, which also means you don't see the passive skill? Yeah. No, I know. I know that I'm missing a bunch of passive skill checks. Do I, instead of upgrading perception again, perhaps I ask about refrigeration? And then I put it in the refrigerator. Hopefully it gives me a bump and then I can retry it. Do we think that would be reasonable? Because, like, I'm not asking for spoilers, but suggestions, if I missed anything, those are both mine. I don't know if it's reasonable to assume that refrigerating the corpse would be easy or it would give me a bump. I know Gart hates me, so I don't know if it would be worth it to check with him about refrigeration. I think refrigeration might make it easier, but I don't actually know. Okay. Oh, there's a fridge right there.
Can I help you?
I seem to be in need of a fridge.
Yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
Correct him.
What do you mean correct him? No. We'll put a very important dead body into your fridge. I feel like Gart appreciates just being honest.
Well, I have a fridge, and you're not putting it here.
I'm not even gonna ask why, you're just gonna say something mean.
This is a culinary establishment, not a morgue.
Yeah, that's fair.
You don't have to ask me why you can't store a dead body in my kitchen.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you're asking too? No. The answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
Wow. Turn the lieutenant off like he was a busted old radio. He really is the lord of his realm.
Authority don't appreciate him.
Talk to the Frit clerk.
Okay, we're going to Fritz. No, I'm not going to fold. So good night, Walk. Arrow, unfortunately, I can't upload the MP3 to Discord. It's too big. Oh, I assumed it was like a YouTube video. I have yet to fold. How dare you? Okay.
Is this about the questions again? Because right behind you.
I need to store a corpse there.
Yeah. You're joking, right? I
need to store the corpse. Wait, why are we so, like, Kim, I didn't know you'd be so forward. Never mind, it would never fit.
Yeah, super funny. Right.
No, I'm not joking.
Okay.
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery
Oh, I thought it
store
was like
is a
literally just a joke.
storing a corpse.
I thought it was just straight up joking about, oh yeah, it's not big enough. But no, it's literally not large enough.
Okay.
Okay. Ugh. Kuno. Well, I guess I'm asking Kuno. Alternatively, I could just bump up the point of perception. I don't want to deal with Kuno. Drop? Awesome.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Need a fridge to stash the body.
Good thing you asked the Kunmeister. Kuno knows a fridge. Perfect for freezing.
I thought you would. Where is it?
Bacon Man's in a rush. But what's in it for the Kuno? What's the return on Kuno's investment?
Would you believe me if I told you it was purpose? Oh, of course it would be purposely corny. You know what? Screw it. My rhetoric is not the best. I'll convince the Kuno to spill the beans.
By killing in his
Fantastic.
territory, someone has openly challenged Kuno. It's in his best interest.
Some arrogant fool thinks he can kill in the Kuno's kingdom without asking the Kuno first? That sounds like lawlessness to me.
A dark flame smolders in Kuno's eyes as he ponders your argument.
I deserve that one. Thank you. This outlaw's fate is in your hands. Let's make an example of him. Help me locate him using fridge body technology.
Alright, Kuno hears ya. See that shit house over there?
Collapsing building with the bookstore.
A cold comes over you as you glance behind him at the crumbling colossus there, casting a shadow on you.
Yes, I see. The big tall one behind you.
You gotta get in that shit. In there, deep.
How do I get in the building
Through
again?
the bookstore. You gotta beg the book bitch. Used to be you could get in there through the doorbell, jam that shit. Book bitch changed that. Kuno doesn't beg, so Kuno doesn't go there anymore. Yeah, book
Beggar?
bitch, beggar. You stupid or something?
He means the bookstore. We have to ask. Plaisance is the mother of the little girl peddling books on the plaza. We have to ask Plaisance.
Okay.
Impressive note-keeping, Lieutenant.
That is impressive. I totally forgot her name.
The Clyde gets it. Listen to your four-eyed friend.
What do you mean get in there deep?
The fucking basement, pig. Don't you know anything? Always check the fucking basement, recon style. There's a giant fridge down there. Fucking will fit, no problem. It looks like a white bear or some shit. Try not to piss yourself when you see it.
A white bear? A polar bear?
Huh. Thanks, Kuno.
You didn't hear it from Kuno, pig. But don't forget where you heard it from.
Kuno owns you now, pig. You're Kuno's property.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Bye. Okay. Check out the fridge in the commercial building across the... Okay. So I can... talk to Plaisance. I bought... Oh, who are you? I bought a map from her. Wait, let me... Memorize the title. Lose 87, Radio City seems important. It takes willpower to even read the author's name. Jan Koss from Iguania. A good one?
Yes? Hello?
Who are you?
No one. I'm just a working class woman.
You know what? You know what you are and you say what you is.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed then. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't
Well,
she?
it's the strike, isn't it? Have a good day.
This was a tremendously useful interlude.
I'm sorry, Kim. You want to wrap up soon? The basement crawls is a whole thing. I need to wrap up within the next probably in a half hour. Hello, Goober. Welcome on in soon enough. We're playing Disco Elysium. I can go for like half an hour.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
I was told there's a huge fridge in the building cellar. Can you lead me there?
Fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge. Aren't you interested in books?
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you have to find your own way to the...
Farewell for now, book peddler. It's there, isn't it?
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
What's behind the curtain?
Now, please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from
The more alluring they become. I don't want to just like burst into the back. I'm not gonna fold. Calm down, Wolk. Okay, what am I thinking here? The only way for me to get here is I can enter through the buzzer, which does not work anymore. I can pull open the curtain. If I pull open the curtain, Placence is going to get mad at me. If Placence gets mad at me, I already bought the map from this place. What else is she going to do? I can't think of too many bad consequences. So if the fridge is back here, then I can store a body in there. If the fridge is not back here, I just upset Placence and I leave. I could just increase perception. I went from 28, I think, to 42%, which is a 14% increase. So if I do another stat increase, I would be at 56%, which is just better than a 50-50. But that would also be 2 points of perception on the... Screw it.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner...
Will air home mold, though? No.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences.
Oh, is this where it's haunted?
Dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Huh. I've heard there's a fridge that I need.
Everybody suddenly needs something from there. Leave the curtains be. It's what it wants.
This is about the curse? That's why you're afraid?
It's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
I will hold out for a hero. Absolutely. Man, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get back there.
It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that.
The powers? Excuse me? I see why I was warned that this would, like, be a whole thing.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
But I feel the sense calling to me.
You do? My God. Even more reason to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
You know what? I'm a superstar. I don't care. You can't stop me. I'll open them.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
There is something mysterious about the curtains. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you.
Fine, I'll ignore them. And I'll talk to you. And I'll work with you because I'm a superstar who works with people.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Why are you so uptight about the curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side.
I already told you. It's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the book.
She's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped in half yet.
If it's just a storage room, then why does it have a Seminese ward protecting it?
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They
Finally.
don't call it a doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Listen, I already have enough voices in my head that if another one starts tempting me with offers of power, I'll just be confused. It's not even gonna work on me at this point.
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains. Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress.
Yeah, she's very unpleasant, but you still feel for her. I mean, I don't like how she treats her child, and I don't really have any point of connection to her, so I don't like her. I really just have the negative experience of her child. But it's also, I'm not going to be dismissive of someone's superstitions or spiritual beliefs just because I don't believe in it.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Inland Empire, no. Annette mentioned that the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Strange, I feel unwanted too. What does it mean? I'm not going to mention it. Nah.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a...
You got lots of snacks? Oh my gosh, lovely.
It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Why didn't you tell me right away it's the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Would you like me to take the case? I could investigate, see if the curse is real.
Certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Psychic arts? Sounds right down our alley.
I helped Annette. I'm on a quest to freeze the body, and I'm a master of the psychic arts. Let's do it.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued
Ooh.
fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I sense the psychic emanations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
Oh, Kim is such a bro. I admit, I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is psychologically taxing.
Here we go.
Your wards brought me here in the first place. The Seminese blood also runs through me. See, that's the thing. I can't remember the national or ethnic makeup of the different nations. So I can't remember how unreasonable it is to claim to be Seminese. Because I know I was racially profiled by Measurehead, but I don't remember what he called me outside of calling me a ham sandwich. 70s is blackish, but maybe you pass white? I think that that's far-fetched enough that she wouldn't believe it. I mean, I feel like she'd believe anything. So, do we just want to see how far we can push it? Do we just want to say the most ridiculous things and see if she'll believe it? I don't know. I kind of like calling myself the Void Reverend. I'll make it a vote. You can, if you're on a laptop, anything's better than saying you'll debad the bad. I'll let you vote on it. Do we want to claim, nah, don't worry, I'm actually totally Seminese? Or do we want to claim that we can debad the bad energies? Oh my gosh. It's split. I guess we're Seminese now.
You're part Seminese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been.
It's so right.
The hand of fate guides us.
Between the two, not sure which is most out there.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Just ask my partner Kim. He'll vouch for me.
Oh, certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner in this particular field.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
On my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
The entity? Not sure about this, but check your good cop, bad cop count again. Nope, still at 6. Although I think my honor just went up.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
The entity, of course. For I've sensed its presence.
The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney. The passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes. That chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal...
Okay, but is the entity a baddie? 100%.
Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious.
It's just gonna be like a hobo. It's just gonna be someone like slumming in the basement.
Darkness and ruin.
Inland Empire, my man.
Discover? Probably just office space. And the damn fridge. Don't be scared.
I don't care about. I got this. I'll be fine. It's for real. Just gonna be a duende. Excuse me. Did you just say a duende?
Anti-alien alarm! No alien! No marcianito! Get out of here! Anti-marcianito! No! No! No!
Those of you who know.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
This is such a silly little... I'm gonna get money. Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Interesting. A pain threshold. I figured it'd be a physical instrument. Unlock the door.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Nah, I'm here to support my man. Open the door and enter.
What is this place?
I think this may be Artemitep's boxing club for young
I think
athletes.
you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out.
This is where the flashlight comes in handy.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
See, I want to like continue the kayfabe, but at the same time, it's just like, I'm sure it's just a regular abandoned house. Nothing mysterious here. I always come strapped with my finger guns. However, I might as well have the sand is dripping from a punching bag. Might as well have out the flashlight. Poster says, Citius Fortis, the rest is worn off. Smells like leather and sweat. Worn out wall bars, they look unsafe. Can I lift this?
The barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's.
I can't do this. The game has me covered.
There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
Oh, right. The weights aren't secured.
Why does it feel so familiar?
Look, there are no collars on the barbell.
The weights may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a
It
felony.
would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
This is familiar because I'm a weightlifter.
It's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is...
Oh, was I a wrestler?
It's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
Yeah, sorry, physical instrument. Nope. That is not my job. Oh, a bull! This is so pog. I did not expect to find the bull. The hallway is blocked by old window panes and debris. Oh, hello, mannequin. Airship rotors covered in spiderwebs. They remind you of Blade. A naked mannequin torso, a strange yellow color. But where are the clothes that is used to display? Awesome. Some real. Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth bitten. More real. Oh, I'm so rich. I have like 8 real in my pocket. Production schedule filament memory. Excuse me? So that's the instant photo. The cube-like crisscross of filaments feels oddly familiar in your hands, its intricate structure covered in dust. Silver tape on the side reads, production schedule note. The filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. Is there one in Kim's car? A ball used for playing shot put, a favorite pastime of elderly gentlemen. You feel like you should hold on to this and make good use of it. To sell such a beautiful old school sports equipment would be a sin. Postcard, handkerchief. He gave me his handkerchief, right? Postcard. Postcard. You're a scientist, Harry. Steel rotor blades bearing a Slipstream logo. Skis with Slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Why did that autosave? I don't like that. Is this Emma's atelier? Oh! Huh. Look at this. Scribbled across the notebook, developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. Radio frequencies, it seems, UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes too, sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Of course, the anatomy of the curse. I think I was a charlatan. I think I was lying. I think I was misleading her. I think we're a skeptic.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations. All lead back
Game
to
master
one
frequency. A note says this one can listen in on any station it wants.
A note says this one can listen in on any station it. They must have had massive airwidth.
Wow.
These things don't come cheap.
Wait, who's the game master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
It's the game, who's
Whoever
playing?
decides to call in to a calling station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Il Mara. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious they became.
The cost of airlift alone would have been huge.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funds.
Oh no, this is like too real to what actually happened.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
That's too real.
This appears to be some kind of machine.
Oh, I have a cube. This is a radio thing.
Wired framework.
But it has no power.
The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind?
But we are looking for a fridge, and we are pressed for time, so...
On the other hand, it's not the time not interested in abandoned radio computers. This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Well, I'm just going to turn it on.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent...
Like, I could have asked him, but I feel like the impulsivity is in character.
The machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside the compartment.
It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been...
I was not expecting this to work.
Disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until
a voice?
Out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Okay, we have an ad break in progress. I see what you mean, that this is... This is quite a thing. This is like a little dungeon, effectively. Huh. This is not what I was expecting when I went for the body. So, this is a radio computer. Am I listening to a recording? Or am I talking to someone? I'm actually not 100% on that. Which is interesting. I'm excited by that. I'm happy to learn. Yeah, I'm curious as to if this is a recording or if it's a live communication, because it's a radio computer, implying that this could just be a radio conference. However, no one's been here for a while. So I'm thinking it's either a recording or the ghost, the entity, actively has been using this, referring to itself as Fortress Accident and interacting with Insolindian repeater station on. I guess, like, I don't know. Oh, she lives in a chimney. This is the chimney. Oh, okay. Oh, so this is probably the entity. I guess? I don't know. We got 15 seconds. Cause I'm blue, da ba dee da ba da 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 da. Sorry. Alright, we're back. I was just kind of doing some brainstorming and I realized that the entity lives in a chimney. This is a chimney right here. This radio computer being right next to the chimney. Is this the entity?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Ah, yes, thanks for the explanation.
That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core?
Oh. Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
A password? I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Okay, so why'd you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using.
Okay, so this is just like an operator. This is a radio computer. I'm speaking to a random operator. They're confirming if I am registered to Fortress Accident. Understood.
One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
And what's that? This interactive call-in radio game?
Any other questions?
That's all for now. Oh, and the game is just like, yeah, doesn't even explain. All right, that's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in
Huh.
a soft glow.
So I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna look around some more.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal.
So this is just someone info dumping their fantasy world into Disco Elysium and making it a minor plot point.
Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind?
Yeah, exactly. So it's someone's TTRPG homebrew.
One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the Welkin.
It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is
Kind of base. What, just inserting your own homebrew and hyperfixation into the game you're working on?
The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
The meta, it's magnificent.
An amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
One of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
He does have a great beard. Why would anyone spend this much time on it?
I really like building a world.
This really is just like the little meta adventure. I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
This has been educational. Let's move on.
Details. So much effort.
And for what? All
the
photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night.
This really is just like a cool little meta section. I love this kind of stuff in games.
Trees grown in under the snow.
Because obviously, Disco Elysium accident. Oh wow, I never knew I could do this. Disco Elysium accidentally became a very meta game. It accidentally became a game where the story surrounding it is as important as the actual plot of the game itself. So to see it making this sort of commentary is actually super funny.
Oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50.
Okay.
Words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span
Oh no.
grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar.
Only much more brutal, yeah.
Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework.
Fun fact, the world
Station 40.
Disco Elysium is based on StarDAO as a homebrew RPG. I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard about that. What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Sure.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
I mean, it sounds cool, but sounds unsustainable and
What do you think is
useful.
going on with that computer?
Like it sounds like the sort of thing where they had cool ideas but couldn't implement. Like I'm talking from a meta sense of like Project Dread being a call-in radio live play RPG system where presumably anyone across the 6 different islets who could call in and contribute were able to shape the story as you would like a LCG, like a living card game. Sounds really cool, but completely unfeasible unless you already have that support network set up. Or in a situation where the internet exists and you can have a niche micro community of maybe only 100 people, but who are scattered across 6 different islets, and with a community manager, a game designer, a production manager, and a like 1 or 2 community representatives under that community manager, you could run the entire thing. But it sounds cool. What do you think is going on with the computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Just a failed business. Like, what were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
Well, we know what they were making.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it.
Yeah.
Make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Yeah, as a compliment. Has anyone done this before? Has anyone done this before?
They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Which, like, obviously it's a meta commentary on this game is a automated game on a radio computer. It's a video game on a computer that is a role-playing game that substitutes, not, I wouldn't say for a TTRPG, but that's purely because it is a video game, not a TTRPG. It's functionally trying to accomplish the same goal of drop you in an area, allow you to explore it, allow you to make mistakes, fail forward, and it's pretty awesome.
Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
This is a role-playing game?
Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. Well, looks like a modified version of the We Were board game, with hit death thrown in.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
They were insane. It was just a ploy. The curse got them. The world was cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it. I mean, I think most of the time, creatives genuinely want to make that work. I think that sounds like an awesome thing. That sounds super cool. So they were insane. They thought they could do this, but just like he was saying, it's a compliment.
Yes, especially in here. Okay, let's keep moving.
Kim's like, no, Kim is absolutely like an RPG nerd. Like, he knew way too much for it not to be a RPG nerd. I'm gonna go back here. There were a couple more investigation things. Yeah, there's one more thing here. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Okay, so I need to find the password. There's a door here. And there's also stairs going up. I want to go down.
An iron safety curtain curves before
this is where the entity hides behind.
Like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal...
There we go.
Chimney. This must be where the entity lives. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. No one's home. Those curtains are surprisingly sturdy. If this is really an entrance to the chimney, then there must be a furnace somewhere as well. Maybe.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things?
I can try. Blow gently on your bruised knuckles.
In any case, there's no way we can get in right.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of love that because, again, a lot of games encourage you to just... The floorboards creak. A lot of games encourage you to just choose in a puddle of melting snow and encourage you to just go for everything. And this is a game where sometimes that's the wrong call. Another postcard. Okay, so I can't go in there. However, given that there was boots with melted snow, that means that someone's been here. Which I knew, but... Is this further down? Real and magnesium. Oh, I already have magnesium. Yeah, I thought that was the healing thing, so that's chill. Oh, the fridge.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. This must be the fridge you were told about. Look inside. See if it's big
Disco! Crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his
Relax,
gun.
Kim. It's the fridge, remember?
Of course. A giant iceberg-shaped fridge. Just what we were looking for. Let's see what's inside.
Let's look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
This is clearly the fridge. It looks big enough for 2 corpses.
Certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold enough, too.
How are we going to get it in here?
The optics on this are awful, he thinks. We need to be as silent as we can.
Shall we go and get the body, then? I'll take the head, you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but...
Okay, let's do this.
The body is heavier than you expected. It takes half an hour to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire.
Well, I'm glad it just kind of did that in the background.
A dead body in an iceberg fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Of course you don't. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in an iceberg fridge. This does not leave this room.
Yeah, sure, Kim.
He means it. He doesn't want to be the ice bear cop.
Yeah, I'm not proud either, but we did find a fridge.
The fridge is. This is a small victory, among numerous defeats. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection, under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the
Oh yeah, refrigerated the body gave it a benefit.
Stands slumped, waiting. You touch the dead man's body.
Are you serious?
Cold, light blue and silvery.
Oh my gosh.
You still have no idea where to...
It'll come to you sooner or later. At least he's safe here until then.
Okay. I'm committing. I'm committing. I went through so much effort for this.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. You touch the dead man's body. His skin is light blue and silvery in the light of the fridge. You still have no idea where to begin, or what to even do with him.
It'll come to you sooner or later.
I'm 20 away. Getting this perception check or finding the entity will probably get me enough experience that I'll get savoir faire.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. Your arm reaches out and your eyes close.
Perception is not a bad skill.
Own volition. It's
Perception is not a bad skill.
You feel cold, dead flesh.
Oh my
through
gosh.
the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Why would I do all of this?
They are swollen shut. You need to really
Ugh.
get in. You're not far. It'll come to you. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth,
nasty.
lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Play with it. This feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open.
I tried this before and it was a struggle.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Keep going.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide
What
enough
is this?
for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth.
His brain stem?
His brain stem. Yes, that's what this part is called. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
There's a cavity cut right between the
sound
hemispheres.
Of his pen on paper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper.
Ugh,
until
so
you
nasty.
feel
I'm so happy I have gloves.
of your finger. Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger.
Feel solid objects right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
Inspect the skull
There's
first.
a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head.
I'm so like enraptured right now.
Pointing straight at it from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Huh. I was so worried I was gonna get the snake eyes there.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal.
My gosh.
With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
I got it.
Good.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like
Wait,
a
so
glove.
is this a he was shot first?
Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
Yeah.
The bullet falls in the bag.
Oh my gosh.
A smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy.
Can I have it?
Fractured on impact.
Keep it, Lieutenant, as a gift.
No, you deserve it. We can log it later.
That was one heck of a description for fishing a bullet. I know. I was like, I shut up because I was so enraptured. It was so
Need to
disgusting.
add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4.
And that's why we have injury number 4.
Color. Soft palate. Back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain
Ooh, and
tissue.
like,
Small exit wound on the occiput.
how many people missed this? How many people didn't see this and then they're just like, oh, just take him in? Because I'm sure plenty of people said, oh, there's a really hard perception check. I failed it. Can I just look one more time? And then Kim's like, no, we need to refrigerate this. And then you go on the refrigerator quest and then you eventually find it. I'm just kind of curious how common that is, because I wonder how many people just kind of assume it's the lynching. So now, is this a situation where this guy got shot and then to kind of distract from the fact it was a gun, they made it a lynching? This game does give you a lot of chances and has your gamer logic brain working, but quite a few do miss it. I totally missed it on my first playthrough. That's crazy. Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
I'm still not quite sure. Agreed.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3.
Yep.
Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal.
Yes. The ligament mark, the fractured hyboid bone, it was all treatments.
And the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already...
Agreed.
I have had my doubts about this since you told me he was doing something else at the time of his death. I don't have that kind of intuition. I don't usually trust it. But it made me doubt. There have been other signs too.
Amazing.
We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks.
Yeah.
Pride in
Okay, so now we have Bullet. Before I talk to the union workers, I want to upgrade visual calculus and try that again. Try the footprints again. I also need savoir-faire to upgrade, to try for my coat. I had to spend 3 points on perception, which sucks. But maybe the bullet holds answers?
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Who would do
That's
this?
for us to find out. But
Yeah, this will make it easier.
finding them just a little easier.
Why would
Who
anyone do
hid
this?
something? The real killer?
Mhm.
The real motivation? What really happened here?
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom.
Yeah, I'm just gonna slum around with disgusting stench of death on me for the next 10 hours.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
You'll be gone? What should I do in the meantime?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective.
Aww.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks, and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Is there any reason not to just play my entire day and then send them out at like 8 p.m.? Those words of Kim feel so good, especially after the rough first days. Yeah, this is like a third of the way through day 2. We're having our buddy cop moment.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge or the decomposing body in it. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate. Even under this stench, you can feel it.
See, this is part of why I love the game so much, is because if I had looked at all this stuff before I got the body, it would have had different descriptors.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
They tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore?
No. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's still active.
The electricity bill must be catastrophic. On the other hand, it did help us with a certain corpse situation.
Lucky us. Indeed. Refrigerated meat
Yeah.
is much better for coroner's work.
Okay. Close that. I'm gonna look for the entity. An ice cream maker, defrosted and unplugged. The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here? Hey, yo? 2 rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Someone has stuck some busted guns underneath the ceiling.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
I'm gonna shine a light in there.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you
Okay, I do.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles, Kim.
Are these any good?
Are they any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer.
This one looks nice.
Police officers carry guns.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period.
Oh, they were weapons caches back from the Revolution.
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting.
I got goodest of the good cop. Kim actually trusts me now. Wait, is that because I got enough experience?
He likes this find.
He likes this find. Wait, I got good cop, bad cop 10. That's why he trusts me. Oh my gosh. This is so pog. Good work, detective. This has been actually like super amazing as a frozen ice cream maker that's still running. Interesting. It's been so great as a stream thus far. Just because Kim likes me. He likes me.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies.
Why did you do that?
The color of the immeasurable cosmos.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Well, I wanted to just like conserve the power because I feel like if I approach places and I'm just like, hey, I stopped your curse, intercom wires running into the break box, and then I just remove all of the power sinks. What do I have currently? Physical instrument. Where did you even get that one? No, really, who put that in the drawer? No further comments. Wear it at your own risk. Because I'm clinically insane. Oh my gosh. Oh. This is the front entrance. Oh, Pog. Okay. Okay. What is that? The wall collapsed. It's inaccessible now.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
What is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
Okay, I don't really want to play the game without
No one
Kim.
has used it in ages. No signs of any.
Inside the
recent fire.
furnace?
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, up the echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
I'm not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs.
Hello!
You're right.
Maybe it's the entity.
The rooms do look like they're connected, but malignant entities don't exist. At least not supernatural.
Screw it.
You muster all your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak. A lifetime of smoking and drinking
Yeah,
will do that to you.
it'll do that to you.
The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
Why would I smear my hands with coal? Ow!
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
I immediately had to heal myself, else I would have died. I was trying to echo up there. Yeah, well, okay. So, what are we feeling? Are we feeling... If I send away Kim, I can wash up. I can give... I need to deal with the entity. What was Playson saying about the place of the entity? So the place of the entity was that one spot with the iron curtain that I tried knocking and it hurt me. Oh, you're the old man. Where's the other old man? Oh, there you are. Oh, there's something down there? Interesting. So Placence was saying that there is a... what's it called? Behind the iron curtain. I knocked, no one responded. So I'm assuming that the only way to communicate with them is to use physical instrument. I have a skill point, so I can use savoir-faire. Let me quickly do this, though.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Oh, I found you guys a new boule.
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now, no need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
There's not going to be an alternative. I suggest taking it.
That's how it is, huh? Fine. I guess you did attempt to write your...
Let's go, Pog.
Forgiven.
Do I show him the rifle?
He mumbles something to himself. It seems to be a variety.
I feel like he would like this. Because he was on the side of the loyalists. And this area was bombed but not invaded, implying that the only people who would have a stash of weapons here would be loyalists?
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
I feel like I don't reveal where I found that. Like, I feel as though that would be a mistake. I feel like I'd say, sorry, I can't divulge that.
I understand.
Oh!
Unfortunately, I don't know what else to tell you. These PMs are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Replace the bull. Okay. So, what are we feeling? I think now it is time to smell of, musty smell of a potato cellar in spring emanates from the air vent. All I got, I built with my bare hands. So I can talk to Mignana. I can pursue the entity. I can go for my jacket. given that it has been 7.5 hours, I'm approaching 8 hours. I think I save now. And next stream, I can start by going to Mañana and the... Actually, I think I'm going to walk in front of Mañana. Okay. I'm going to save by Mañana, so I remember. And I think... See a container you can't open, equip a pry bar. That's good to know. I didn't consider that. What are we looking at? One last thing. Talking to that working class woman again will pay off at some point. Get wacky. Yeah, I can do that real quick. We can just go say hi to her real quick. And then I'm probably going to wrap up. I do see someone who I'm looking to raid into because I've gotten to raid into her once before. I want to raid into her again. But yeah, entity, jacket. Shouldn't a working class woman be working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
Phenomenal.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Oh. Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
Maybe your husband is missing.
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends?
No, you're good. I love being derailed.
Where is this going, officer?
So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband... You don't really know where your husband is.
I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time.
Wouldn't you like to?
No.
I can totally help you find your missing husband.
Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her.
I'm not gonna hush, baby. I should have waited for Kim to leave. I should have... It's okay.
What?
It's alright to not know where your husband is. Nothing shameful in that.
Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not missing.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
Maybe your cockatoo is
I
missing.
don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get wise. It's better to indulge in this point.
What do you mean I'm being a cockatoo?
Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks for the tip.
Wonderful. The store is open.
Oh, I forgot. One of the things that we wanted to do with this character is he's just like completely autistic. Just has no sense of social propriety. I want to read about cockatoos.
The woman...
You're alive and well.
The dark sarcophagus.
Yes, yes. How was it?
It was a charnel house, a failed business enterprise, leeching life energy from this bookstore.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us.
Yeah, can we just get like an 07 in chat for that lost husband and that lost cockatoo too?
Did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
You don't have anything of substance to tell her until you found that entity of hers.
Look for a book about cockatoos.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Ah, yes, of course, the biography shelf. 07 and F. I think the biographies one was right there, so...
A sulfur-crusted cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title. From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. You don't have behavioral problems. That's God.
Thank you, Composure.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
I could buy it for 4, but I don't know. I don't think I need to. Okay, taking stock. Talk to Manana. I want to upgrade savoir-faire and go for my jacket. I need to have Kim take away the body, which I want to minimize my amount of time away from Kim because I love him. But also just because, like, I don't want to miss dialogue with Kim. But I am going to, I think, wrap up now. I think that this was a very fun game. This is a very fun play session. I had a good time with this. So I think what I'm going to do is grab you and you. Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You really enjoyed it? Great approach to the game. Well, I appreciate all of your suggestions without backseating, and I appreciate you giving some advice without being pushy. That's always makes the game much more fun. If anyone is interested and you do not know already, I'm primarily on YouTube, where I make TTRPG content Mondays through Fridays, as well as on Sundays. I also have a Discord if you're interested in joining. Otherwise, just stick around. I stream Tuesdays and Saturdays. I haven't streamed a lot of Disco Elysium recently. This is my first time playing it in like 2 weeks, but I've had a great time with it. I feel like today was a very productive stream for Disco Elysium, even though we only played it for like 4 hours. So thank you all very much for swinging by. I appreciate it. You were so much fun. Thank you, Cake and Quarry and Non-Binary Slug and Haruka and everyone else, and Stunov and everyone else who stepped out. We're going over to someone called Hemp Milk. So we are going to just say Air Raid Pog. And if you are interested, you can participate in the raid message. This is all we're just going to do. Don't spam it, but Hemp is very sweet, very fun.